Hi, Monina. Alam kong nag-iisip ka ngayon if you're going to let go of your BPO work. You know what? Take the risk. Pumasok ka sa mundo ng esports and tanggapin mo yung hamon and opportunity na maging team manager. It's gonna be exciting and different. Iba to sa dati mong naging trabaho. Hindi siya mas madali because you're gonna be dealing with kids and people with different personalities. The workload is going to be overwhelming, kaya please, huwag mong akuin lahat. Madaming challenges, pero mas maraming taong nakapaligid sa'yo na tutulungan ka to overcome those challenges. Learn to delegate, work on your adaptability. Life is not a straight line. May magiging ups and downs talaga along the way. Don't be afraid to try and to speak up. Kung may mga ayaw makinig sa'yo, lakasan mo pa yung boses mo. As long as alam mong may sense yung sasabihin mo, go for it. More than a manager, be an ate. These kids would be going through a lot of emotional stress and disappointments. Do your best to be there for them and to comfort them kapag kailangan. Alam ko, masakit din para sa'yo kapag natatalo. Pero ang importante, nandyan ka para samahan ng mga players mo, mga batang kapatid mo. You will sacrifice a lot. Resources, time with family, and even relationships. It would be stressful, but every minute will be worth it. Especially when you see the joy in your players' eyes na makakasali pala kayo in the World Championships. I promise you, Monina, you will not regret leaving your corporate career because time will come that you will manage a world-class esports team.
Hi, Kel. Alam ko, tuwing tinatanong ka nila kung anong gusto mo maging, wala ka pang masabi kasi hindi mo pa naiisip yung mga ganun. Hindi mo pa alam kung anong pangarap mo. Pero huwag kang mag-alala kasi darating din yung laro na magbabago ng buhay mo. Matututo kang mag-Mobile Legends, gagaling kang mag-ML at magiging passion mo to. Darating yung time na tatakas ka sa Tarlac pa Manila para lang masunod ang gusto mo. Magsasorry ka na lang pag nasa bootcamp ka na. Galingan mo lang dun kasi magpo-pro ka. Makakahanap ka ng team na alagaan ka. Oh, baka akala mo puro saya lang yun ha. Magkakamali ka, may issue ka. Pero okay lang yun kasi dun ka matututo. Huwag ka matakot magkamali kasi kasama yung pagiging makulit mo sa journey mo towards World Championships. Lahat ng puyat, pagod at pag-argue mo hanggang makatulog. Magiging sulit yan. Magiging champion ka sa M3 at sobrang saya nun. Damin mo lang kasi bilog ang mundo. Pwedeng panalo ka ngayon, tapos talo ka na bukas. Pag dumating pala yung oras na parang nawawalan ka ng gana sa ML o sa buhay, huwag kang titigil. Pwede kang magpahinga, pero ipagpatuloy mo pa rin ang pagpitik. Huwag mo hayaan na may dumang araw na hindi ka pipindot. Kasi malaking bagay yun. Hanggat kaya mo pa, huwag mo sayangin yung panahon. Isa pa, huwag mong kalimutan maging mabuting teammate. Kasi hindi lang talent ang puhunan sa esports, kundi teamwork at respeto sa isa't isa. Maniwala ka man o hindi, yung ikaw na walang pangarap noon, ginagawa ang lahat ngayon para matupad ang pangarap ng iba. Ng mga teammates mo na sabik at deserving na makapag-world champion.
Jay, kamusta ka? Kamusta yung pagbebenta mo sa palengke ng prutas tsaka pagtatrabaho mo sa babuyan? Para makapagpa-load ka at makalaro ka ng ML. Kahit pa 2 oras yung biyahe papuntang Bagak para maghatid ng baboy sa palengke, hanga ako sa'yo kasi kaya mo magtiyaga. Huwag kang mag-alala. Lahat ng sinakripisyo mo, magiging worth it. Dahil sa Mobile Legends, magbabago ang takbo ng buhay mo at ng pamilya mo. Oo nga pala, huwag mo kalimutan magpasalamat sa ate mo ha. Kasi pinahiram ka niya ng cellphone para makalaro ka. Mag-thank you ka rin sa mga pinsan and kuya mo kasi sila yung mga unang nakasama magbatak sa ML. Darating din yung panahon na makakabawi ka rin sa kanila. Sa atin lang dahil gigil ka sa kaka-RG, magiging top 1 ka sa stars at diyan ka madidiscover ni Boss D. Simula dito, marirealize mo na iba pala ang pagiging pro sa pagiging RG boy. Na kailangan mo pala mag-isip at kailangan mo matuto sa mga macro plays. Diyan ka rin magiging content creator. Enjoy mo lang yung pag-vlog and pagko-content mo kasi yan yung makakatulong sa pamilya mo. May purpose lahat na nangyayari kaya huwag ka mawawalan ng pag-asa. Darating yung time na kakailanganin mong lumipat ng team para pagbigyan naman ng gusto mo at yun yung makapag-focus sa pagiging pro. Don't get me wrong magiging thankful pa rin tayo sa content creator na Renny J kasi dahil sa kanya may abilidad ka na para sundin yung puso mo. Since natulungan mo na yung family mo, pwede mo nang tuparin yung sarili mong pangarap. Dahil dito marami ka may sasakripisyo. Vlogging, projects, oras sa pamilya. Pero huwag kang mag-alala, worth it lahat yan. Kasi mas magbubunga yung hirap po at magiging M5 representative kayo ng blacklist. Ito na yung chance mo para patunayan sa buong mundo na may bubuga ka. Yung respeto na hinahanap mo, makakamit mo yun. Dahil simula pa lang, alam mo na mas matimbang ang bagay na pinaghihirapan.
Carl, alam kong mabigat ang nararamdaman mo dahil nagka-injury ka. Gusto mo pa naman maging professional volleyball player. Pero, gusto ko lang malaman mo na ang mga pangarap ay nagbabago at lumalago. Hindi ka man nakapag-pro sa volleyball, magiging daan naman yan para mapadpad ka sa esports. Dahil sa support ni Mama at Lola, magiging player ka sa Mobile Legends. Mula rito, huwag kang matakot mag-risk sa mga bagay talagang gusto mo. Kahit na mukhang malabo, subukan mo pa rin. Hindi mo malalaman ang mga kaya mong gawin hanggat hindi ka umaakbang. Balang araw, mabibigyan ka ng pagkakataon na maging kasama ng Blacklist International sa SEA Games. Mai-intimidate ka sa una pero okay lang yan. Huwag mong baguhin kung sino ka. Oo, hindi ka man pala imik at madalas kang nabubuli dati dahil dito. Pero isang araw, makikita mo na ang pagiging soft-spoken mo pala yung kakailanganin ng magiging team mo. Huwag ka basta-basta sa suko, ipagpatuloy mo lang ginagawa mo. Kasi kapag gusto mo talaga ang isang bagay at pinaghihirapan mo, makukuha mo yan. Maging positive ka lang, kakailanganin yan ng mga kakampi mo. Marami kayong pagdadaanan. Kapag mahirap at malabo na, maging liwanag ka. Tignan mo, yung dating injured Carl na hindi pinalad maging pro sa volleyball, handa nang tumuntong sa M5 World Championship ngayon.
Nagsisimula pa lang tayo. Look at your face, so kabado. Dito sa aming teritoryo, can get this ground sa amin ito. Ang laban na to ang magiging binhi. Di na papayag masakop muli. Lahat ng daraanan namin ay
ka mapakali. Panay lang ang kamot sa anit at kahit alam mo na di naman to makate. Dugo pati laway at pawis tumulo, akala mo ba lahat to madali? Hindi nagmamadali, akyatin ng hagdan na talagang matare. Ganyan talaga ang mga batang Pinas, talagang malakas kahit anong meta. Wala kang ligtas, talagang matigas na parang daliri ng mga kalaban. Sa gitna ng laban, shooters namin talagang savage. Di papaawa sa aming lupang sinilangan. Ang dami ng binilangan, ng isa, dalawa, tatlo, handa na ba kayo? Ito na pang-apat. Kaya dami na naman iyakin kahit dadaanin pa sa mga tipi-tipi-tipikal. Paano kami hahabulin? Marami tong gasolina, lalamunin ang lahat ng dipidal.
Sanay sa tingmaan, dugong palaban.
Pilipinas lang malakas.
Babangon, babawi kahit
Pilipinas
sugatan.
lang malakas.
Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin.
Pilipinas lang malakas.
Pilipinong may giting nagniningning.
Pilipinas lang.
Sanay sa tingmaan, dugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Ang maong away ang sinugdanan. Di mo sugot madakpan pagbalik. Tanang agian kay diretso mapalit. Ang init sa dughan kay dili mawakli. Sanay sa tingmaan, dugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Sanay sa tingmaan, dugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Oh, 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 oh. That's just it. Just it.
Welcome to M5 Gala. Guess the Hero Challenge.
Lapu-Lapu,
Iritel.
Franco, Nana.
Nana.
Nana, Best Dressed Team.
Ole!
Best Dressed Super Marco.
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage,
the hours of sacrifice.
shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Aku jangan.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik, kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through.
Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The Kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia.
Naitaas na namin ang kampiyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
The world's first city, built for play, is coming to Saudi Arabia. Don't just live life, play life. Qiddiya.
In every tournament, pros fight not only for glory, family, and their country, but also for the heart of every game. The fans. Are you one of them?
Hello everyone, my name is Queenie Tormis and I am representing Blacklist International Agent!
Perjalanan Sonic ini udah berdiri sejak 5 tahun yang lalu. Sampai kita kalah, sampai apa itu Onyx udah ada.
Homeboys sebenarnya sangat penting sebab dia bukan saja untuk homeboys, dia untuk tingkatkan komuniti MLBB dekat Malaysia ni.
Kita nak kalau boleh komuniti tim lain bersama juga semangatnya macam Homeboys.
Hal yang bisa kita berikan secara maksimal itu adalah dukungan.
Bila moral player tengah down, tapi kita orang tak tengah down. Kita orang tengah hype. Kita apa-apa pun, kita sebagai macam homeboys ada 5 player, Kita orang, Flame Boys adalah player ke-6.
And I can say that I'm the correct fandom because they really value their fans. I can feel that this is not just like playing games or what, but this is like a family, a whole family.
Player Homeboys punya gameplay every season macam improve.
Like wins or losses, like they're really not take it seriously, but they just take it as a room of improvements.
Menang atau kalah, still support.
Kalau mereka kalah meski sedih tapi tetap dukung.
Kekalahan itu awal dari kemenangan yang lebih besar.
We wanted to make sure and ensure that they still feel that we are still here for them no matter what happens.
Jadi ada 8 kota yang bakal kita adain host party.
Let's go, Blacklist! Blacklist will only improve and they won't give up!
Even if they lose, they will win the next game.
Blacklist, break the code!
They have always felt your unwavering support and love.
Maraming salamat po sa pagsuporta niyo sa amin palagi. Sobrang namomotivate kami lalo lumaban sa mga next games namin dahil sa pagsupport niyo sa amin. Kaya po sana tuloy-tuloy lang. And yun, thank you so much.
Maraming salamat sa mga agents na walang sawang sumusuporta sa amin kahit na manalo man o matalo, dyan pa rin kayo para sa amin. Yun. Isa kayo sa mga rason kung bakit pa kami nagpapatuloy. Thank you sa inyo.
Pertama, makasih banyak yang udah dukung dimanapun kalian, dari Manado, dari semuanya lah pokoknya. Dukungan kalian sangat berarti buat kita, bikin kita semangat, bikin kita lebih konsisten juga biar menang terus. Guys, dukung kita dan kita juga nggak akan bosan buat juara. Terus yang terakhir mungkin selalu doain kita terus. Terima kasih.
Thank you to all Sonics for supporting us. It really is touching, and we really appreciate all of you guys from wherever you guys are, and I hope you continue supporting us and don't be bored. We will try our best to win every tournament for you guys.
What is undeniable, though, are the meteoric stats in the middle or in the mobile gaming industry, and the Esports Mobile Game of the Year celebrates the best of the best. It is my pleasure to announce the 2023 Mobile Game of the Year, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Congratulations. Oh my god, thank you guys.
And then, okay, yeah, sure. And then,
Hello guys, hari ni kita nak rate player roam tank dekat dalam M5.
Kod. Bu sezon favori tank oyuncularımdan biri. Malezya'da bayağı izleme şansım olmuştu. S'e koyuyorum.
Dekat saya ada Apex 47 Apex 47 daripada tim, kalau tak ingat, B guys.
Keyboy. No. Keyboy. She here. For sure.
My classes is Keyboy.
Keyboy, my idol. I'm gonna put also in here.
Oh, my idol, Baloiski. The macro god, I think here. Oh, I think here. S+.
First off, me. I'm going to put it like 8 here. I don't want to overrate myself. Okay. It's okay. Oh. It's okay.
Don. D. Sebab orang cakap dia tak tahu pun.
Me. Because I'm bad, I'm gonna put F. Sorry, Baloy.
And me. Okay.
Oh, Luna. Luna. Luna B.
Apex, I think here. Here. It's okay. Here.
Like si Sorn, on my level. Sorn is like a mechanical player and also likes to taunt people.
Ogun, idol. F.
Oh, NJ will lose. NJ will lose. For me, F. Sorn. My enemy. With me. Sorry, you're my enemy.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could get me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to crash. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I've become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to crash. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to crash. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
I am the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big girl, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 2 4 4 alright. Bawing, 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 bawing.
Surat kanku Ku tahu kita akan bangkit as this rally versus game now. Got all on my shoulders. Ku tahu ku sempat taruh. Kau bisa buatku lengah, but you can keep me from my honor. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You set me on your arms, 'cause I know just what we got. I got you like na-na-na-na, and you know we hold the power. 'Cause we are better than great. We are better than great. Better than great. Better than great. Better than great. We are Taklukan yang hebat, aku yang terhebat. Apa yang malu, ku jadi terhebat. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I need the power to tell me afraid. Kemenangan bukan trik yang lemah. The suit of the game, shall reveal. Better than great, it's how we feel. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. It's heaven in my arms, 'cause I know just what we got. I got you like na-na-na-na, and you know you hold the power. 'Cause we are better than great. I can tell you if I don't stand in my way. Stand in front of you, talking. We are better than great. Kita yang terhebat, hadapi dan tak terbagi. Lewat paling tak berubah. We are better than great. 'Cause we
Hi, Monina. Alam kong nag-iisip ka ngayon if you're going to let go of your BPO work. You know what? Take the risk. Pumasok ka sa mundo ng esports and tanggapin mo yung hamon and opportunity na maging team manager. It's gonna be exciting and different. Iba to sa dati mong naging trabaho. Hindi siya mas madali because you're gonna be dealing with kids and people with different personalities. The workload is going to be overwhelming, kaya please, huwag mong akuin lahat. Madaming challenges, pero mas maraming taong nakapaligid sa'yo na tutulungan ka to overcome those challenges. Learn to delegate, work on your adaptability. Life is not a straight line. May magiging ups and downs talaga along the way. Don't be afraid to try and to speak up. Kung may mga ayaw makinig sa'yo, lakasan mo pa yung boses mo. As long as alam mong may sense yung sasabihin mo, go for it. More than a manager, be an ate. These kids would be going through a lot of emotional stress and disappointments. Do your best to be there for them and to comfort them kapag kailangan. Alam ko, masakit din para sa iyo kapag natatalo. Pero ang importante, nandyan ka para samahan ng mga players mo, mga batang kapatid mo. You will sacrifice a lot. Resources, time with family, and even relationships. It would be stressful, but every minute will be worth it. Especially when you see the joy in your players' eyes na makakasali pala kayo in the World Championships. I promise you, Monina, you will not regret leaving your corporate career because time will come that you will manage a world-class esports team.
Hi, Kel. Alam ko, tuwing tinatanong ka nila kung anong gusto mo maging, wala ka pang masabi kasi hindi mo pa naiisip yung mga ganun. Hindi mo pa alam kung anong pangarap mo. Pero huwag kang mag-alala kasi darating din yung laro na magbabago ng buhay mo. Matututo kang mag-Mobile Legends, gagaling kang mag-ML at magiging passion mo to. Darating yung time na tatakas ka sa Tarlac pa Manila para lang masunod ang gusto mo. Magsasorry ka na lang pag nasa bootcamp ka na. Galingan mo lang dun kasi magpo-pro ka. Makakahanap ka ng team na alagaan ka. Oh, baka kala mo puro saya lang yun ha. Magkakamali ka, may issue ka. Pero okay lang yun kasi dun ka matututo. Huwag ka matakot magkamali kasi kasama yung pagiging makulit mo sa journey mo towards World Championships. Lahat ng puyat, pagod at pag-argue mo hanggang makatulog. Magiging sulit yan. Magiging champion ka sa M3 at sobrang saya nun. Damin mo lang kasi bilog ang mundo. Pwedeng panalo ka ngayon, tapos talo ka na bukas. Pag dumating pala yung oras na parang nawawalan ka ng gana sa ML o sa buhay, huwag kang titigil. Pwede kang magpahinga, pero ipagpatuloy mo pa rin ang pagpitik. Huwag mo hayaan na may dumang araw na hindi ka pipindot. Kasi malaking bagay yun. Hanggat kaya mo pa, huwag mo sayangin yung panahon. Isa pa, huwag mong kalimutan maging mabuting teammate. Kasi hindi lang talent ang puhunan sa esports, kundi teamwork at respeto sa isa't isa. Maniwala ka man o hindi, yung ikaw na walang pangarap noon, ginagawa ang lahat ngayon para matupad ang pangarap ng iba. Ng mga teammates mo na sabik at deserving na makapag-world champion.
Jay, kamusta ka? Kamusta yung pagbebenta mo sa palengke ng prutas tsaka pagtatrabaho mo sa babuyan? Para makapagpa-load ka at makalaro ka ng ML. Kahit pa 2 oras yung biyahe papuntang Bagak para maghatid ng baboy sa palengke, hanga ako sa'yo kasi kaya mo magtiyaga. Huwag kang mag-alala. Lahat ng sinakripisyo mo, magiging worth it. Dahil sa Mobile Legends, magbabago ang takbo ng buhay mo at ng pamilya mo. Oo nga pala, huwag mo kalimutan magpasalamat sa ate mo ha. Kasi pinahiram ka niya ng cellphone para makalaro ka. Mag-thank you ka rin sa mga pinsan and kuya mo kasi sila yung mga unang nakasama magbatak sa ML. Darating din yung panahon na makakabawi ka rin sa kanila. Sa atin lang dahil gigil ka sa kaka-RG, magiging top 1 ka sa stars at diyan ka madidiscover ni Boss D. Simula dito, marirealize mo na iba pala ang pagiging pro sa pagiging RG boy. Na kailangan mo pala mag-isip at kailangan mo matuto sa mga macro plays. Diyan ka rin magiging content creator. Enjoy mo lang yung pagbablog and pagko-content mo kasi yan yung makakatulong sa pamilya mo. May purpose lahat na nangyayari kaya huwag ka mawawalan ng pag-asa. Darating yung time na kakailanganin mong lumipat ng team para pagbigyan naman ng gusto mo at yun yung makapag-focus sa pagiging pro. Don't get me wrong magiging thankful pa rin tayo sa content creator na Renny J kasi dahil sa kanya may abilidad ka na para sundin yung puso mo. Since natulungan mo na yung family mo, pwede mo nang tuparin yung sarili mong pangarap. Dahil dito, marami kang may sasakripisyo. Vlogging, projects, oras sa pamilya. Pero huwag kang mag-alala. Worth it lahat yan. Kasi mas magbubunga yung hirap po at magiging M5 representative kayo ng Blacklist. Ito na yung chance mo para patunayan sa buong mundo na may bubuga ka. Yung respeto na hinahanap mo, makakamit mo yun. Dahil simula pa lang, alam mo na mas matimbang ang bagay na pinaghihirapan.
Carl, alam kong mabigat ang nararamdaman mo dahil nagka-injury ka. Gusto mo pa naman maging professional volleyball player. Pero, gusto ko lang malaman mo na ang mga pangarap ay nagbabago at lumalago. Hindi ka man nakapag-pro sa volleyball, magiging daan naman yan para mapadpad ka sa esports. Dahil sa support ni Mama at Lola, magiging player ka sa Mobile Legends. Mula rito, huwag kang matakot mag-risk sa mga bagay talagang gusto mo. Kahit na mukhang malabo, subukan mo pa rin. Hindi mo malalaman ang mga kaya mong gawin hanggat hindi ka umaakbang. Balang araw, mabibigyan ka ng pagkakataon na maging kasama ng Blacklist International sa SEA Games. Mai-intimidate ka sa una pero okay lang yan. Huwag mong baguhin kung sino ka. Oo, hindi ka man palaimik at madalas kang nabubuli dati dahil dito. Pero isang araw, makikita mo na ang pagiging soft-spoken mo pala yung kakailanganin ng magiging team mo. Huwag ka basta-basta sa suko, ipagpatuloy mo lang ginagawa mo. Kasi kapag gusto mo talaga ang isang bagay at pinaghihirapan mo, makukuha mo yan. Maging positive ka lang, kakailanganin yan ng mga kakampi mo. Marami kayong pagdadaanan. Kapag mahirap at malabo na, maging liwanag ka. Tignan mo, yung dating injured Carl na hindi pinalad maging pro sa volleyball, handa nang tumuntong sa M5 World Championship ngayon.
The world's first city, built for play, is coming to Saudi Arabia. Don't just live life. Play life. Qiddiya.
For the longest time, we have wished that the wondrous worlds we game in were real. Genuine realms that we can explore, discover, and really play. can celebrate and earn rewards for our triumphs. Or fail in pursuit of glory. A place where we've always dreamed of living, where we've always dreamed of working. Dynamic, 24/7, and constantly evolving. Host to the biggest events, where the greatest among us hone their skills. A new era of play awaits.
We're better than great. We're better than great. We're better than great. Nanditong mga bida, the kings and queen of MOBA, kasamang kabugera, 7,000 isla. Nagsisimula pa lang tayo. Look at your face, so kabado. Dito sa aming teritoryo, can get this ground sa amin ito. Ang laban na to ang magiging binhi. Di na papayag masakop muli. Lahat ng daraanan namin ay mahawi. Alab ng puso'y di mapapawi. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, 3 bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than
shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na. And you know I hold the power. It's real that I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na. And you know I hold the power. It's real that I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
For this victory for Onyx, but
So, what is the definition of greatness in MLBB? Is it winning? To crush the enemy's crystals at all costs? How about getting back up on your feet? Recover and get ready for the next game. Keep trying again, and again, and be better.
Esports are your M2 World Champions!
Or maybe it is about being at the peak. To be the best. To beat the best. To be champions and be legendary.
pуть на чемпионат мира!
What if you have already made history before? Is achieving it twice better than great?
New losses can never erase the dynasty set by this ever-consistent team. We've seen them climb the lower brackets before, and they're looking to...
Last year we failed to get our two-time world champion, but this time we will try again.
Perhaps it is simpler.
I really want to say thank you and appreciate for Marky and Kadera. He's so struggling for the first time playing jungler. Next round, you can count on me and leave it to me.
It is about being in the moment, doing the best you can to achieve the goals you set with your team.
ครับเราในฟิลิปปินส์พวกគាត់ប្រតិทีមខ្លាំងមែនប៉ុន្តែពួកយើងជាស៊ូនើពួកយើងមិនចង់ចាញ់ឡើយ
To believe and chase the dream as a unit.
3 kali percobaan untuk game series. Kali ini kita akan bawa pulang piala untuk Indonesia.
To have the will to push forward and forge a new era, a new legacy, a new chapter in MLBB.
Again, they're back to that philosophy. They don't lose to the same team twice.
There is no one definition to being great, but are you always ready to give your best and be the greatest you can for your teammates, your country, your fans, for yourself, and be better than great?
Oftentimes, legends arise beyond trial by fire. Challenges are set, no matter how dire. Join the fight to the top. Dare to be great, be better than great. As we get closer to crowning the new world champion, one question is still left unanswered. What does it truly take to become better than great?
Well, Mara, perhaps it's the team's passion, that urge that pushes them to want to join the fight.
What about grit, Tito Mikey? The fuel that drives them to race all the way to the top.
Or their pride, the great want that challenges them to dare to be great.
Or maybe, just maybe, it's as simple as just being better than great.
Pilipinas.
And to all the Mobile Legends Bang Bang fans from all around the world.
What does it truly take to be better than great?
And that is for you to find out.
My name is Mikey Reyes.
And I'm Mara Aquino, and welcome to
the M5 World Championship.
Back-to-back elimination matches will kick off the opening phase of the Phase 2 of the knockout stage.
And we'll start with a fateful bout between the hometown heroes, Blacklist International, against the geeks from Indonesia, Geek Fam.
And right after that, it'll be the ultimate East versus the West. The dark horses of EECA Deus Vult going up against the tireless owls of Cambodia. See you soon.
The final journey towards being better than great continues.
And now we're about to find out the casters from all over the world. Here we go. Casters, pasok.
Kickstarting the second stage of the knockouts, you're watching the M5 World Championship live from a capacity crowd here at Rizal Memorial Coliseum from the heart of Manila. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Mirko, and of course our very special guests. It's Assassin Dave and Moba Zane.
Wow, I mean, come on guys, we got Moba Zane, we got Assassin Dave here up in this panel. We gotta ask them, right? First, maybe Zane, you came here as a player at M3, at M4, now as a content creator, how does it feel just immersing yourself in the audience in the stadium here?
It's a very different experience compared to M3 and M4. I've kind of had a rough year for MSC. Unfortunately, we had travel issues for M5. Unfortunately, I could not qualify, but I'm looking forward to be back for MSC to represent my country. And it's a good feeling. I love the Philippines. Everyone's very nice here, very heartwarming. And it's good to be here, even as a content creator.
We're glad to have you, Zane. How about you, Dave? How are we doing?
I gotta say, it feels pretty good to be truly immersed in a better than great environment. Just to emphasize the fact that NA is gonna be better than great next time, we'll come back stronger because this feels awesome to be here. And I wish every single player can be here to experience this.
Dave, you were with us earlier in M4 as an analyst, so you got to really look behind the scenes as to how things went. How are you looking at the final top 6 teams right now? Because we're saying goodbye to, sadly, 2 of them here tonight.
I gotta say, I'm really looking forward to Onyx match, but today's game are gonna be exciting, right? Because I truly believe that Blacklist and Geek, they have very similar playstyle with support roams, you know? So it's gonna be quite exciting who brings out the best of that strategy. I can't wait to find out. Yeah.
Me neither, man. Especially, I think you are very, very interested in this next matchup, GeekFam versus Blacklist. I heard your prediction backstage, but we'll keep it for later. Since they've already spoken a bit about GeekFam Blacklist, Deus Vult, they're basically kind of the new BTK. A lot of people are thinking about Deus Vult like the way they thought of you at M3. How do you feel about Deus Vult, man?
You know, it's kind of obvious that they are the dark horses of the tournament, and they bring a lot of kind of excitement, you know, especially Kid Bomba. Some of them are very eccentric and they're very funny players. So not only are they amazing, but they bring great entertainment as well. It's really great for the M Series.
Good to know that, again, rising stars coming from rising regions. Before we get into the upcoming matchups and take a look at the schedule for today, let's see how we ended up here in the knockout stage for Phase 2. Here's the daily recap.
When fighting at the pinnacle of competition, various emotions will always be on display. And welcome to the 4th day of the M5 World Championship knockout phase.
Last day of knockout stage phase 1 had set the plot for an amazing phase 2. Now let's recap on some astonishing MLBB actions. The Sky Kings asserted dominance against Deus Vult, the dark horse from the get-go.
That gold lead. You're gonna look for a play here in the bottom. Carvey gonna be in trouble. Gets taken out. Savo next. Go in from the backside. Try to find Carvey. Carvey could be in trouble. This Augusto gonna come down as Onyx takes game number 1.
Not slowing down the pace, Onyx extended the lead to 2-0 without much resistance.
Gun it, Boots now has to flicker out. Totem Arm never going to be used. Keeper goes in with Way of the Dragon. Hard guard there. There's the final slash again. Carvey going to be taken out. CW jumps in. Guns blazing. And it's Sour to follow now. Kid Bomba going to be in trouble as he's taken down mid lane.
The Indonesian champions dominated the series by using Deus Vult's signature digging against them.
Looking for Carvey as he gets the Maniac. Works on the Crystal. Mapster's got the immortality. Will he get the Savage? He couldn't get it.
The Sky King Kairi is back.
It was buzzing victory for the home team as AP Brand outplayed the Geeks.
AP Brand takes game 1.
It was tooth and nail in game 2 until Luke pulled off a series of heroic plays.
Populator, the one who Populator is going to have a little bit of an advantage.
Oh! It takes the game for Geek Fam!
Then the Beast shifted their gears in game 3.
The battle in the jungle. Luke, though, goes in with Raging Sandstorm. He has to go, but he can't heal up half enough. As his body after body will fall for Geek Fam. And Marky, the last one to go. AP Bren wipes out Geek Fam. Looks like they're going to try to trade here. Flap Cheesy goes in with Sandstorm.
And it was all according to the Hive's plan to gentlemen sweep the Indonesian powerhouse 3-1. With phase 1 of the M5 knockout stage done and dusted, what can we expect in the next tournament phase?
Presented by Kadia, here's the play of the knockout stage phase 1. We're giving it over to CW's Bruno. CW was able to dish out the damage needed for Onyx to wipe out Deus Vult, ending the game with a Maniac and a 3-0 sweep.
It was so close to a Savage, man, but Magister just had to do him dirty like that. I mean, for CW, especially in the knockout stages for me, he's definitely been one of the standouts, if not the standout in the knockout stages. And I think for Kid Bomba, I've asked him as well. He agrees with me. He feels like CW has been amazing. What about you, Zane?
Oh, yeah. Completely agree.
We'll see here that Kid Bomba has a chance to move on through, but they have to do that by defeating the Kamai Kings down in the lower bracket. As well, we have, again, the upcoming matchup, Geek Fam going up against Blacklist International and in the upper bracket. One of these teams are going to be locking in their grand finals ticket tomorrow night. It's AP Bren versus Onyx Indonesia. The top 6, gentlemen, is this what we expected going into this year's World Championships?
Absolutely. I cannot expect any less from the top 6 right here. I mean, obviously, this is home ground for Blacklist, but Geek Fam, they have a surprise punch ready for today. You see, last time when Bosky saw his family, it was a really emotional moment. This guy, or the team, when they beat TOB, you can see how they did their homework, right? It's well-prepared draft. And today, can they do the same against Blacklist? Are we going to see some surprise pick, like Odette or Loi, all those picks again?
Hey, you love those surprise picks, man. We had a lot of conversations during breakfast about the Loi, even the Chang'e, you know, the one that you pulled off last time around. But for Geek Fam, I think the big question is on Geek Fam right now. Niall stepping back into the lineup after missing 2 matches. What do you think is going to happen here, Zane? Because with 2 matches of it being Marky in the jungle, it should have changed the team's dynamic.
Yeah, definitely, especially that they had to practice with Marky as the jungler for the past 5 days just to stay inside of the tournament. So Nail might have probably not been getting as much play time. So we'll see how that works out for them.
That's right, we're opening up with the return of Niall in the jungle for Geek Fam. And of course, Blacklist constantly reinventing themselves, recoding and rejuvenating their legacy. Again, they're gunning for another grand finals here, and there's a long road ahead. As well, tonight, we're going to be seeing Deus Vult going up against See You Soon. Again, a lot on the shoulders of these young athletes. Again, representing their own countries, their own regions. And we'll be seeing that in action tonight. And gentlemen, I got to say, it's bittersweet that we have to watch these teams give it their all, their heart, their soul, and it's got to happen. The nature of competition, the loser has to go home. Zane, in a day like this, with matchups these tight, what might be going through their minds right now? What went through your mind whenever you would go up in a big best of 5 like this?
I mean, since it's the lower bracket, you basically just have to put everything on the table. You cannot worry about anything else at this point. You just have to win, or else that's it. Your run is over, and that's the last thing anybody wants. So everybody's going to be fighting their heart outs here, and these are going to be some great series.
Is there a set preparation perhaps that you have done before with the Valley or with BTK when you did get dropped into that lower brackets, as we've seen in both M3 and M4? Anything particular? What do you say to the team as a leader?
Just that this is really the time to, start waking up, because this is it. You get no more second chances. The lower bracket is a second chance, especially for these teams, and they really have to give it their all today.
Just to put it in the context, you actually dropped one of these teams into the lower bracket just fresh 2 years ago. I'm talking about Blacklist International. How did that feel then? Because now you're watching them try to do it again.
It's kind of amazing, to be honest, that no matter how many lineup changes Blacklist International has, they still seem to be, a very, very solid team. I'm very impressed, because even I was kind of counting this roster out at the beginning of M5, but honestly, that Game 5 versus Onyx Indonesia was really shocking. They played in a magnificent series.
They have to agree there. I mean, Blacklist International, they've always been able to erase the doubts of the haters and also to make their fans proud, especially now in the building. We've got all the agents, we've got a lot of the Filipino fans just rooting for Blacklist International as the home ground team. Here, Dave, you've been supporting NA teams. You understand the pressure they feel up against, home ground teams. How does it feel supporting your team when the entire stadium is against you?
God, wow, that's a great question right there. I think it's, to be honest, you feel a lot of pressure, even if you're on stage, because you feel the vibration from the stadium, right? But that's the stuff that you got to endure. During the game, it's kind of hard to think for players because there's so much from all over the place, and that's what defines a championship team from not a championship team, right? That's a separation. But today, I gotta say, when I saw Ohab in the hotel, he was ready, right? The guy is calm, he's collected, he's ready to pull on a show, and here we go.
We're seeing Geek Fam as they come in through the stadium. It's a rainy afternoon here in Manila, so hopefully y'all are staying dry and safe, because there's a lot of MLBB action to be enjoyed here tonight. Oh, we got a little call from Niall here. And I can only imagine what's going on through this young man's mind. Because again, this is do or die. Zane already told y'all everything on the table, everything on the line, and stadium's looking like it's aging country.
It really is. and we can definitely hear it as well. We can sense the environment happening here in the stadium with Blacklist International's arrival to the stadium with Renegade leading the pack, just as he does in the game. In a lot of these new situations, we find the Hitman on healers, on supportive heroes, even on these aggressive heroes, being the man who looks for the proactive movements, who is the man who starts the engagements.
Is it just me, or does Geek Fam look like they're a little more loose than Blacklist International? Because you see it in the eyes of the Hitman Renegade. He's cold. He's cold. Dave, what do you see? What do you see in Blacklist International? They seem different.
I see a handsome boy right there. I mean, if you're looking for someone more handsome than Renegade, it's kind of hard.
You're not wrong.
That guy just got the style. I mean, the walk, you know, the sass.
The swag.
The swag, right? Make sure you go check out the booth outside, actually, for Blacklist.
Yeah. We actually did catch a few of the merchandise as well on our way here, and it was phenomenal. But on top of that, right, I mean, come on. This stadium, this stage, it's a double-edged sword for even Blacklist International. You have a whole lot of support, but with that support, it comes with pressure. That's a whole lot of pressure. And since we did just get the answer from you, right? Playing against the odds, that's how it is. Playing with the odds. You've actually grown to be a lot of people's favorite, Zane, right? A lot of people have grown to cheer for you. Even here, I see you taking pictures with everyone. And for Blacklist, that's kind of that's the pressure that they're feeling. What do you think about that? The pressure that they're feeling, that they're facing off here as the home ground favorites.
Yeah, I think honestly that might be why no single home country's ever won the M Series.
So it's all the pressure?
I think so, yeah. But we'll see if things change this year.
Imagine that looming over your shoulders in your dreams as you train, the need to be better than great. Because both Blacklist International and Geek Fam have that right now. It's in their hearts, it's a chip on their shoulder, and they are wondering if they can come up to the plate and swing. Because tonight, it all comes down to a single best of 5. Recoded Blacklist coming in, the youngest roster they've ever had, and of course, Geek Fam reunited their main 5 here on stage. Quick highlight on to Baloyski coming home, repping a team other than the Philippines.
It's been a while since we've seen him on the world stage. Last time, he actually, this is a perfect question for you, I think, Zane. Baloyski gave you a whole lot of trouble. His Natalia, everything in his arsenal really was able to completely read you out, spot you out as well. Now with a different sort of hero pool, what do you think he brings to the table that he wasn't able to bring to the table at M3 against BTK? What's new about Baloy?
I think with the support meta, he's very good at those as well, so he has that added to his arsenal as well. And since then, of course, he's went to Indonesia, so now he's playing with Indonesians. I actually heard him speak Bahasa earlier. It's very, very good. I was impressed.
He has adapted to the Indonesian culture, but what makes him special? What made him so hard to beat at M3?
Those pocket picks, man, like that Natalia that we just did not know about. And by the time we knew how to ban it, it was already too late. So the pocket picks from Baloyski are really good.
Well, on the other camp, you have here Agent Zero, Legend Zero, Abun Jingjing Edward coming up, who has been on this stage many, many times. Dave, what do you think is going on through his mind? Again, he's grown, he's achieved so much, and yet he's still here.
I think Miracle put a really good point out there, because when you're playing home ground, you actually feel more pressure than somebody who comes here as a guest, right? Sometimes, right? Because you have all this audience cheering. Just now when you hear the audience, that was Blacklist members walking through the stadium. You know, you see all this pressure. I mean, Edward looks a really calm guy, so I expect nothing less but perfection today.
He's stone cold. He's Agent Zero, right? And
Yeah.
funnily enough, I don't know, man. It always feels like whenever we see a highlighted player, Edward also did you dirty at M3, man. He chased you all the way on that Paquito, and now he's still here, so consistent. What makes him so consistent, Zane? I mean, come on. This guy's been all the way from M3 to here, back-to-back grand finals, grand finals, grand finals.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, Blacklist is so consistent. Like I said, no matter how many times they change up the roster, I'm really impressed that they keep it together. Seriously.
And again, the pressure for Blacklist is more than palpable, given that they have been here multiple times. They won the qualification via the MPL Philippines Season 12 Grand Finals, go in 5 games against AP Bren, and here they got knocked to the lower bracket by Onic, going 5 games as well, and that's just the usual. That's business as usual for Blacklist compared to Geek Fam. I think this is a bit that we failed to mention, Mirko. Geek Fam, it's their first time being on the world stage.
It is. It's literally their first, right? I mean, they've had horrible track records before in MPL Indonesia, not qualifying to the playoffs, but that's what really changed this team. It's almost like, for Geek Fam, you can really call them the miracle of Indonesia. They've always been able to find what they need in the very end, even knock down to the lower brackets of MPL ID playoffs.
And with that, folks, we'll leave it at a David versus Goliath matchup because Geek Fam is just finding their grounding. I think I have a question for Zane.
All right, Zane, this is a spicy one. How does NA do without you? No.
Security detail says no, he can't answer that question. Dave, Zane, thank you so much for having us. We'll throw it over to our casters to get this ball rolling. It's time for the first match.
Thank you so much, Leo, Mirko, Dave, Moba Zane. It's great to hear you guys' insights about this matchup. Once again, I'm Naisu, joined here on the desk. Trex, Reptar, we're here to bring you the action against Geek Fam and Blacklist International. Boys, how we feeling?
From EVM to RMC, the Filipinos are showing up, and I'm just hyped to be here right now. We're closing in towards the end of this.
This is peak sports entertainment here at the Rizal Memorial, and we're starting it off with a hot series. Gentlemen, it's an honor to share the desk with you here today.
Love to have you guys. Now, before we talk more about the matchup and welcome the teams, we have to give a shout out to our sponsors because M5 World Championship would not be possible without them. It's powered and supported by Moonton, presented by Kadia, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official super app partner, and of course, Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you to our lovely sponsors. M5 would not be possible without all of you.
And don't forget a special shout out as well to our global presenting partner, Kadia. Kadia is a giga project, a city that is being built in Saudi Arabia. It is the future capital of entertainment, sports, and culture.
And you know what every city needs? Some chairs. So don't just stop at the best hero builds and combos. Get ahead of the competition and reach mythic or mythic glory with a Secret Lab Titan Evo gaming chair outfitted with pro-grade ergonomic features engineered for maximum performance. Shop match winning comfort and keep yourself at the top of your game now.
And that's not all. One last, again, reminder for all the people watching, either here or at home, the M5 Pass is still ongoing. You're running out of time here, so go ahead, unlock the Yuzhong M5 exclusive Dragon Shade skin, the Prime Cosmic Dragon, and when you buy the M5 Pass, accomplish all the activities to reach level 75 for free. A ton of M5 exclusive rewards are waiting for you guys, so get yours now. And also, don't forget, we've got the figurine center as well. So, what is that, 150, I think?
150.
150.
I can't wait to get my hands on it. All my diamonds are already in that pass, and I can't wait to be united with that Yuzhong figurine.
I think you're the only one here that's not at 150 yet.
Ooh.
Yeah, I got to get there, right? I mean, we've been focused on this, but maybe I'll throw some diamonds at it as well. I know you guys got the Beatrix one, so, you know, add this to the collection. But now, once again, the matchup at hand, Geek Fam and Blacklist International. Before all that, we do have to go ahead and welcome out our marshals. Ooh. I know the people are getting ready. Our marshals. Our marshals are going to be walking out here in just a second to officiate the M5 World Championship. They've been doing an amazing job this entire time. And as they walk out to the stage, they're here to ensure fairness and integrity of the game. These gentlemen have been doing an amazing job. Rain, Ivan Shun, and Wilbert. Give it up for them on our marshals. And now,
The Solution has done its part to keep the Geeks tournaments live afloat with the return of Nile. Can they break the code breakers code? Mereka adalah keajaiban Indonesia! Give it up for Geek Fam!
Definitely the Cinderella story from Indonesia. We're all hyped to see them here. Can they prove themselves today? It is do or die.
They take their bow, and here come their opponents. The code breakers have cracked the lower brackets code before. They are on the path to repeat history by decoding the Geeks. Isa sa mga koponan nagdadala ng lakas ng Pinas. Truly top tier. It's Blacklist International.
you can hear the crowd here. There's plenty of agents. We'll see if that's enough to carry them on through the lower bracket here as they move on into M5. And once again, the minds behind it all, the coaches, the analysts for Geek. It's Coach Orpek. For Blacklist International, we have Master the Basics and Dex Star.
It's definitely going to be an intense one. You can see the look on all of these players' faces. You know, as our lovely panelists have been saying before, this is do or die right here. One team is going home.
It's going to take a lot of things from these players. Passion, consistency, but I like the graphic that we showed there, glass shattering. These two teams need to be stone cold. They cannot cave to the pressure.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the roster here for Geek Fam first. It's Marky, Niall is back, Luke, Aboy, and Beloyski. So, we have some, adjustments here, of course, from what we've seen from the previous matches with the Geek Fam. How's this gonna look here, Trex?
I mean, all eyes on Niall right now. Most definitely Marquis, also going to be in the gold lane, the solution himself. But really the question on our eyes is Niall coming in going to be that magic touch? Is it going to be the switch up? Are they going to be back to comfortable? Or is it going to be something that the rest of the team is going to have to adjust to?
Yeah, now for Blacklist International, we talk about the coaches and their drafting, but we have to look here. Of course, Edward, he's gonna have a hell of a time against Luke in the EXP lane. Oheb now going up against a Filipino in Marky. The Filipino sniper needs to bring back that stone coldness he used to show in M3. But I know there's gonna be a lot of eyes on the hitman, Renegade, going up Beloyski, who is agreed upon in the world. Yes, the most 50-50 roamer in the world, but one of the best in the world. That is undeniable.
Yep, there's that whole KDA thing, right?
Yeah.
7 deaths was the magic number. I'm not sure if that's going to play a part in this matchup, but as we take a look at the team head-to-head, how things kind of fall in place, once again, if you look at it this way, there is that utility factor for Blacklist International, a lot of that Lord control rate, but, really, if you look across the board, it's not too drastic between both teams.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that is a huge difference there, or at least a big difference in my eyes, is that Lord control rate. Blacklist always known for their Lord dances, always known for being able to push the limit until the other team breaks down.
Yeah, Blacklist International, Geek Fam. What are you going to show here today? Assassin Dave and Mobazane made some really great points earlier. If any of them have some secret pocket picks they haven't showed yet, now is the series to do it. Probably they're thinking about lower bracket finals, maybe even grand finals, reaching that point and saving picks there. But this is do or die. It's so important now that if you have an ace up your sleeve, you bring it out, because tournament life is what you're fighting for.
I think that's a great point, Renmar, right? For the most part for this tournament, we've all been kind of contemplating that. Like, okay, how many pocket picks, how many cheese strats do you have for a team throughout, when we started with the 16 teams, and now that you're at this point where things kind of fall in place. It's do or die, right? Yes, it's a best of 5 series, but, game 1 might be the chance that we see that. Now, again, for all you guys watching at home, real quick, there are some TikTok drops. Once again, for all you lovely viewers, watch M5 on TikTok for 5 minutes only, and you can win 1 TikTok viewer chest. If you watch for 20 minutes, you can get a TikTok deluxe chest. So go ahead and make sure you watch there, grab those while you can. Now, once again, as we wait for the draft to be upon us, I know we had our own predictions as well, which we'll probably be taking a look at in just a little bit here. But, real quick, I would say, Renmar, you're the guy with the numbers. The meta has been very interesting for M5 alone, and in a way different from what we saw even from M4 last year.
Yeah, the most interesting, honestly, and I feel like the X factor pick we have to look out for here is 2 picks in the mid lane. You have the Lilia, which of course has been an answer to the tanky junglers, even Faramis comps, because everyone's sticking together. It takes out the Netherrealm so quickly. But then we've also seen Geek Fam show up with an Eve as a counter to Faramis comp when that Lilia is gone. So now, if you're Blacklist, you're thinking about, okay, Geek Fam has some pocket picks in the mid lane. Where else do they have pocket picks? Meanwhile, for Blacklist International, they've stuck to a lot of the things that we're used to seeing. It's just that the order for Blacklist International is so important. The order of banning, where they are seated, and most importantly, how are they going to draft a comp that allows them to shine with their snowball? We've seen how many times throughout, not just in M5, but also in the MPL Philippines Season 12 playoffs, that if you leave Oheb alone with a Bruno or anyone who takes down turrets really quickly in the early game, Blacklist will punish you for giving up on that macro.
Well, great points here. Real quick, too, let's take a look at the talent predictions. That's a whole lot of Blacklist, right? So
That's where we're leaning towards, and it's interesting too. Mirko even went with a sweep here. I don't know what he's channeling exactly, but
looks fishy.
It looks fishy,
yeah. Sure.
Something looks iffy about that. So let's focus once again. We are here on the desk, at least going with Blacklist International. We're feeling the 5-man series here, though, Trex.
I mean, definitely feeling the 5-man series. I put 3-1, but we all want Geek Fam to at least put up a huge fight here. I don't think, honestly, a lot of us didn't even know if they were going to make it this far. They had some losses in group stage. We go back to MPLI, they had some losses there. It's been a rough run for them. They had a great season, but so far, there's still a lot of eyes on them. And now, we're looking at, what, 5 teams left? 6 teams left?
Yeah.
Can they pull it off? That's the question. I'd love to see it. We all want to see, the Cinderella story come true, but they're going against the agents right now, and that is not going to be easy.
And speaking of that, I want to point out the fact, because Renmar earlier, before we took a look at the predictions, was, playstyle, meta, snowball potential for Blacklist International. Yep. Here's my question, though, and I saw this in the audience earlier. Heel man. From the hitman to the heel man, right? Like, is that a viable option here for them? Like, go with that healing kind of meta, with these heroes that pop up often, whether it's the Matilda, the Angela, Rafaela even. Is that the appropriate situation, the plan to go against Geek Fam, the way we've seen Geek Fam play previously?
Yeah, I feel like if it gets to the point where Blacklist are sort of drafted into a corner and Renegade would have to go into the Rafaela, we've seen in the past that when that happens, teams want that to happen. It's like they manipulated the draft in such a way that, okay, we know Renegade's going to end up with the Matilda, with the Rafaela.
Yeah.
But teams are respecting heroes such as the Matilda, the Minotaur. You even have to watch out for a potential Angela pickup here by Blacklist International. Even an Estes was showed up that Coach Ducky of AP Brand had some glowing compliments towards Renegade's Estes as well. So Heelman definitely still in effect here for Blacklist International, and one thing Geek Fam has to consider. But gentlemen, you have to remember here, Baloyski and his Ruby, that pick that up against heel comps when everyone's sticking together. The Ruby loves those setups with them hooks.
Yeah, not only that, but speaking of, we're going to be jumping into the draft here for game number 1, led by these awesome graphics. The Yuzhong is here. He's lifting everything up.
That's the Prime skin right there.
The Prime.
Prime Yuzhong.
There we go. Once again, we'll see where things fall into place here, what the draft leaves for us as these coaches, the minds, once again, behind these teams. Ban's already out, so we're taking out the Fanny, the Joy, the Nolan. That's not going to come into play. The Bruno, the Lilia, and also the Guinevere. First pick for Blacklist International. What are we feeling? Bruno's taken out.
Yeah, now Matilda's open, but nope, we mentioned it earlier, it's going to be the Angela, so Geek Fam are open to pick up the Matilda. We have seen before a very poisonous third pick Esmeralda earlier in M5, not from these two teams, I just can't recall exactly the teams fighting then, but you have to watch out, maybe, if ever there's going to be a lot of shields on the side of Blacklist International that Esmeralda can take. But so far, revisiting again the priorities of the banning, Blacklist are taking away those assassins for Nile. We know how talented that young man is with those assassins, so he might be forced into the jungler fighter tanks that we've seen lately. While for Geek Fam, they've taken away the comforts of 3 people. Since Sui, you take away a strong pick from Yue, and you take away the Bruno. So Faramis is a viable option, but no, Baksha and Valentina are the call.
Okay, that was my question too, leading into that when you're talking about these targeted bans and whatnot. Now this time, again, we have to point out the fact that Nile's back, right? How does that change really how you want to pay attention to the jungle? Well, that's the answer. They go with the Baksha. So they picked that up. Does this mean utility versus utility even for Sensui? Someone who has really shined over the past, seasons, years, and everything that he's been playing. And for some would say, he can hold his best against the best in the world.
Something important with the Baksha on Nile, I feel like with Marky, he played a great role as a jungler, but I think just a little more passive, a little more rolling with the team. Seeing Nile on this quick moving utility jungle, probably one of the more aggressive, move around the map, make rotations. I'm ready to see that. And you pair that up with the Valentina and now the Claude, it definitely looks like, some nice ingredients for some good attacks possibly in the early game.
Yeah, we also have to consider the fact that this Angela might actually be going into the mid lane for you, and then the roam pickup for Renegade might be a surprising swing pick here. So that's one of the strengths of putting up the Angela in the first phase. You get to flex it. Meanwhile, for Geek Fam, I like that they are now going into the second phase with their marksman intact already. So the two teams are going to be fighting for the EXP laners. They take away an Edith, but at the same time, I still feel like this is Geek Fam acknowledging that hey, they can still put the Edith in the roam, the Angela in the mid, so they're just covering their bases.
Yeah, I love this. I always love the XP lane, right? There's a lot of flexibility that can happen there first off, but there's also a multitude of heroes that you can place there and approach the game differently, right? A lot of the times you see Arlott parked there. We've seen even Glue pop up. A lot of Khalid change the course of games. Like, there is so much room and variation right now. And it's funny because before, we saw a lot of Yuzhong picked up, but now he's kind of niche, right? It has to fit in a certain lineup. So we'll see a lot of these XP bans taken out because of how important it is.
It's crazy, honestly, just how much, even just during M5, the meta has slightly shifted. The Lilia became popular, the Tigreal, the Khalid. So many heroes that maybe weren't even picked in the group stage are now getting banned out, are getting picked, are getting heavily looked at.
Yeah, now more than ever, early game aggression is so important for teams wanting to make it to the top. It can't just be all about slow turtle dances. Sometimes a little bit of aggression at the right places in the early game might actually lead to a snowball. So that's why we're seeing heroes such as Khalid getting taken out. By the way, that's a brilliant ban by Blacklist International. Luke has shown tremendous performances with that hero, but Geek Fam are also respecting that Apharamis can still be pickable here for Blacklist International. So now, later on, we're going to be seeing if heroes such as the Yuzhong, Terizla, Arlott, Akito, still so many open, they can still pick up. They take out the Phoveus as just covering bases for the Wanwan now.
Okay, interesting.
I like it. I definitely like it. My eyes are still on this Angela. Is it going to be a heel man Angela? Is it going to be a Yue Angela? Just taking a look at Black, it definitely seems very flexible. Geek Fam kind of showing all their cards right now. I think the Phoveus, a solid ban. We've seen him getting picked up, and there goes the Lapu. Nice dive into the backside. A possible answer.
Yeah, Lapu's great, right? A lot of times we see this, even recently, in the hands of even Kid Bomba from Daewoo, and it works wonders. A lot of times you can lead a lot of those charges and tank up quite a bit of damage. The way the Lapu kit works, the bravest fighter in, you can allow yourself to kind of set things up. But, that still also leaves the question. There it is. The Arlott's going to be picked up. What's the last pick here?
It's going to show whether it's going to be heel man or if it's going to be a roamer, a tanky roamer here for Renegade. Honestly, scratching my head right now.
I don't think this would happen, but
available.
Okay.
Novaria. Okay.
Novaria.
So instead of, the interesting thing is they can flex it depending on what they're feeling.
Yeah. They can still
we still don't really know.
Yeah. Yue has shown to be a great Novaria, but so has Renegade as a roam Novaria. So it just depends here. Our roamer pickup here for Geek Fam. Thinking they can still slot in the Ruby for a little bit of surprise, displacement. They have two frontliners already. They might even go for a bit more utility for Boloyski. It's interesting, the Matilda's actually still wide open. No one's taking it out.
That's what I was going to say earlier, right? It's kind of weird that Matilda just kind of slips through, but that's the adaptation, right? So far up to this point, now that we're in Knockout 2, what is this last pick for Boloyski? What does he want to go ahead and roam with? I would assume it's a little bit more on the tankier side to kind of extend some of these fights. You already have a Valentina to help you out. Well, Ruby.
There goes the Ruby.
Ruby comes through. So, great pick-off potential. Great usage. We've seen this before with Boloyski, a signature hero pick.
It's definitely going to be the only thing about the Ruby is Novaria is going to be troubles. Even the Wanwan's going to be hard to catch. A lot of those things are going to be down to Luke here to be able to dive into the backside. The jobs are definitely going to get divided here between the team.
True. Maybe it's just not because I'm the best Arlott player in the world. I'm okay with it. But when I see a Ruby in the other team and I'm an Arlott, I'm so worried. Because one quick little second skill from the Ruby will just completely break my tempo. And if it comes alongside a pull as well, then me, Arlott, being annoying, dashing around, going everywhere, I'm not going to be able to do that. But then at the same time, the way Geek Fam play with this Ruby, they just have an understanding to it that is unparalleled.
Man, as we get loaded up here, I think we're still going to take a look possibly at the comparisons of these drafts, but you got to admire that right there. As once again, both teams kind of getting situating. You can see the lineups one more time across from it. But hey, it sounds like we're going to be jumping right into the game. And it starts off here, game number 1 in the best of 5, knockouts 2 between Geek Fam from Indonesia and Blacklist International from the Philippines. Who starts off on the right foot?
Yeah, so you see here, actually, they put a little assistance there, UN Renegade, on being able to clear that purple buff for Sensui a little bit faster, just so he can match up to the clearing and rotating speed of that Baxia. I'm going to be interested to see who's going to be a little bit more heavier to commit into that Little Wanderer, and if Blacklist are going to commit their second or third turtle signature lane switch. I'm already thinking a little bit ahead, but that's something the Blacklist International does for the early game. That's part of their play style.
So UA already taken a lot of aggression early on against a boy, and in a way I feel like a boy is even someone that kind of falls under the radar a little bit with a lot of these just star players so far that you're seeing kind of unfold here, build their own kind of legends in their own right. But so far, as things kind of unfold, right, anything emblem-wise that stick there on cue. Does it anything that sticks out here, Renmar?
Well, actually, you're seeing the EXP laners now doing a very popular thing, picking up Rupture. They really just want that instant gratification already for the early game, the damage that they can dish out. So these two teams are going to be watching out for the respective EXP laners. But more importantly, so Blacklist International need to watch out for Luke, because if they allow him to just freely hit his ultimate, those 3 strikes are going to surprise Blacklist, and next thing you know, they're going to be forced to go back.
I think as we take a look at this too, kind of things unfold is really, it's just leading into that first objective. This is one of those games, one of these teams that just, they take it slowly, right? Lead into these objectives. We already saw the breakdown between the Lord takes. Now, again, you're against Sensui. You have to be able to go ahead and take on this turtle dance later on. But look at him topside.
We'll have Marky with the 1v1 right now. Blazing duet. First blood for Marky, 2 minutes in. Turtle pit still going on, though.
Wow. So with that, Geek Fam is going to get the first blood. They force out a flicker from Edward.
Oh, another one. Geek Fam popping off quick in the first few minutes.
Well, this is what we're talking about. Number 1, you got to be stone cold in this series. You can't be a little bit too eager, just like what OHEB showed there. Market hit level 4 just in time, but now there's an invade by Geek Fam.
Geek Fam taking the orange buff. Sensui going to be denied of that. We're literally 3 minutes in, and this is something I was a little bit worried about. Blacklist does have a very soft mid-side for the laning phase. Geek Fam are going to be able to punish that if they want to.
Yeah, you mentioned it, the key thing, that very squishy, double major support style of roam and mid duo. When you're up against a Valentina and or Ruby, you saw there actually in the bottom lane, in the EXP lane of Edward, how a simple 3-man rotation by Geek Fam sent Blacklist International back, forced Sensui to reset the turtle, and the fact that OHEB lost the 1v1 to Marky, now going all the way back to what happened in the bottom lane, Blacklist just had to give up control of that turtle and they couldn't contest, but that also meant they were susceptible to getting invaded, because Geek Fam are confident to do that with the turtle shield buff.
This is crazy, right? Geek Fam, they're playing at a different tempo than what we've seen at least previously. So even a boy with this, he's going to be fine. He has the heart guard himself here to work around. Takes a couple shots, but this lead so far that Geek Fam has garnered themselves is going to transition really well. You see Marky already picking up the DHS. Niall going to go into
the hunt right now.
Okay.
OHEB up against Marky once again. Heart guard comes just in the nick of time, but Geek Fam are not done yet. They're going to push under the tower. Bloisky with the I'm offended, and OHEB goes down. It's 3-0, 4 minutes in. Geek Fam controlling the game.
And now Geek Fam with a great understanding of the priorities of Blacklist International in the map. 4th minute, 4-man gank onto the top side to get another kill onto OHEB. And right now, for our international viewers, you're seeing the reason as to why Marky has been hailed as the gold standard. He has been the mentor for gold laners in the Philippines.
I thought Bloisky stole that for a second. He tried.
Yeah.
They're just going to keep putting the pressure, right? Now, this is going to be most likely Turtle once again going to the hands of Geek Fam. They have this lead. Luke's feeling pretty good, and they'll take it. So another objective taken. So where does Blacklist International start to put the pressure on, knowing that now they've given up these 2 objectives? They're playing at this tune of Geek Fam. What do they focus on here, Renmar?
At some point, they're going to have to call for a switch or maybe just give up one turtle and just gank a lane altogether, maybe 4 or 5-man dive alongside Oheb to give him a little bit of a lead already. Because right now, Geek Fam are just controlling every turtle or wherever Luke is. Again, the difference between the Lapu Lapu Arlot matchup, the XP lane right now, for Geek Fam is just a little bit more, how do we say this, proactive around the map. And it's really affecting the turtle or objective focused playstyle of Blacklist International.
You know, normally I would say that this isn't the end of the world for Blacklist.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is one of the things that Geek Fam has done, it's not like they got 3 of these kills onto Sensui or the Roamer Renny J. They get 2 of them onto Oheb, which is huge for Geek Fam. Blacklist might try to get another one here. They're going to try to work on this tier 3 on the top side. Oheb will get caught. Heartguard comes in terrified, and he's taken out. Renny J forced to back off, and Geek Fam take the first tower of the game.
So that's tough. You know, you were just talking about Oheb, how he had those 2 deaths. Now he's got 3. He's kind of just shut down right now in this lane. So this is what it transitions to, right? You have to be able to build back up. It's good that you wake up that purple, but you know, with that, again, your gold lane is struggling. Look at the deficit here between the gold lane.
Yeah, now Blacklist International are definitely going to be playing into the late game. Market honestly just has free reign here, but you got to appreciate here the gusto of Oheb and the trust that he has into Yue to supply his lane with Star Shatters when needed to get a little bit more damage onto Marquee. So that's a glowing sign for Blacklist International that Oheb, it doesn't seem like he's changed up his aggression. Maybe he can be a little bit more careful, but it's a good sign that he's not giving up. He's not just taking it all in. He's doing everything that he can to find a way to turn it around single-handedly. So this is what we're getting now. What we talked about earlier, Blacklist with a 4-man gank, as Geek Fam are going to be committing 2 onto the turtle.
Okay, so again, focusing it. Yeah, that's another turtle. Going to the hands of Geek Fam here, 3 for 3, furthering the gold lead, 3.5K ahead now. So once again, you're 7 minutes in. You got to build something up before that first Lord comes up if you're Blacklist International. And then look at the pressure still going.
Now going to come in, another I'm offended on Sensui, going to pull him in, take him out. Bloisky finds the kill. Geek Fam going to back off. They got what they came for. That's 5-0. This is a huge lead for Geek Fam.
I think this is now a sign for Blacklist International that especially when you're up against Geek Fam and Bloisky has one of his comfort picks and you're playing a heal or support type roamer, a squishy roam mid duo, it's gonna be difficult. And add to that the fact that the Arlot versus Lapu Lapu right now, Luke just has Edward in check. It's no surprise that Geek Fam, with their systematic aggression, has just taken control of this game right now. They're moving like the Ford assembly line. Henry Ford himself would be proud of the efficiency of Geek Fam right now.
Very efficient, right? I mean, that's the other thing is you have to, we're building it up into it. They talked about this a lot in the panel leading into this matchup. It's going to be a different Geek Fam, at least from what we've seen for the previous games so far, you know, back in Knockout 1 even. And so far, it looks like they've just refined the playstyle. Again, they have a huge lead right now against Blacklist International. It's not to a point where it's dire, but
Sensui might be in trouble again. I'm offended lands a mark into the back line with a blazing duet, putting tons of damage down on Renny J, trying to find you. Flickers back, Oheb in trouble now. Baloo comes in with the bravest fighter and finds 2. Blacklist International crumbling under Geek right now.
Wow, the miracle of Indonesia are making magic work right now. Away from their home country, well, for Bloisky and Marquee, they're back home. They are doing so well in this lower bracket matchup, in this elimination match, completely dominating. And it looks like they've really come into this with an understanding of how they want to play and how Blacklist wants to play. And they're just taking control.
And what they're doing so well right now is they're combining, you know, their team fight, their 5v5, clean mechanics, but they're also adding the macro level. They've been attacking the off lanes. They've been suffocating Blacklist so well.
And with that, Lord taken here once again. Objectives clearly all for Geek Fam. There isn't even a single turret down just yet for Blacklist International. They're going to have to find some way, somehow, to get movement, space around the map at some point, but right now, it's just trying to catch your breath, right? Again, looking at the gold lane specifically, Oheb is just not where he needs to be to even provide. When he gets the crossbow tang off, it's most likely not going to even get rid of anybody. So still, how much time do you buy here for Blacklist?
At this point, they're going to have to buy a lot of time or punish a attempt by Geek Fam to end the game early on. You know, we've seen it happen so many times. They go into the inhibitor, they dive it, but then it just doesn't turn out well for them. Conceal play by Beloyski.
Conceal play is coming. Geek Fam decide not to overextend themselves. Another wave will be coming down the mid side. Not able to break an inhibitor just yet, but they still gain a lot of ground, and 2 more waves coming soon. Ooh.
Yep, the shots are starting to hurt. Beloyski's going to take that one, get back to base. Again, you're nearing that 10,000 gold deficit for Blacklist. Beloyski.
Too close.
Still playing with danger here, right?
Yeah.
Also, big item pickups here. A boy just got the Divine Glaive, as if he's not already doing enough damage.
Yeah.
You can see it, right? But there is a struggle here. And the fact, too, that Oheb is on the 2nd of damage received, it's been a tough time for the gold lane for Blacklist.
Yeah, and I don't think Blacklist International are too surprised. Well, I'm sure they're surprised that Geek Fam dominated the game so quickly in this fashion. But I think they went into this game, especially after the draft, that they know that they're going to have to give up some mid-game, early game control. That is going to be Geek Fam's game early on, and then they'll just slowly build up and ramp up from there, try to get a counter punch. But Geek Fam respected that. They didn't allow Blacklist International to get that turnaround moment that they were looking for, especially in the earlier skirmishes. So now it's just going to be full turtle, and by that we mean full base defense as US still securing that purple buff for Blacklist International. He's been on point. I feel like at this point you can add a sound effect to the Star Shatter as it's flying. It's just going US.
Probably, right? But what he's got to do is obviously he's scaling pretty well. And as the game goes on, let's just say 5-8 minutes from now, if this is still going on, then some of that poke potential from UA is actually going to play a course in a lot of these team fights leading on, right? But right now, it's just, like I said, 10,000 gold deficit. There's the Wind of Nature being picked up. Is that the sign now, Renmar, where, okay, we can at least take a little bit of shot here to actually fight, to contest? We have a Heart Guard as well.
It's 28K to 38K and about to get there. I think even with the Wind of Nature, it'll be a bit too risky. So at this point, Blacklist International counterplay looks good, yeah.
I mean, honestly, I feel like the only member that's honestly a saving grace is UA. He's the only one that has gone deathless so far. He's been able to farm. He's been able to use the range of that meteor to farm purple buffs, to farm some waves here and there when the rest of the team can't. Geek Fam should be able to get this Lord uncontested. Blacklist deciding to go for the upper lane, deciding to macro a little bit, and then turtle back up.
Yeah, again, they got to get some space to work around, right? Even if it's just one turret at a time, that's really where they want to focus. And as they kind of get situated here, they're going to have to defend now. Once again, second Lord of the game. You know, high ground defense-wise, you can expect that Geek Fam has the tools they need and the lead they need to actually force a fight, even if Blacklist doesn't want to.
Yeah, this is what we call throwing bodies.
Yep.
Like, Geek Fam can literally just throw bodies and try to end it here. They still have to be careful, but it looks so easy for them.
Speaking of throwing bodies, a big I'm offended locks on Oheb. The Heart Guard able to maybe save him. He's backing up, he's kiting, he's trying to get away. They're chasing him down, but he's still able to pull it off. Oheb, a boy, flickers back in. Oheb over to safety. The Lord is coming into the base. Geek decide to switch lanes as Niall keep 2 members distracted. Who's just gonna keep home? Gonna let Oheb go back. This might be the end for Renegade. The Lord is gonna crash in. Geek Fam ready to break through. Luke looking for that big hit onto the backside. Someone go away. Beloyski goes down. Sensui able to find him. Marky gonna chip away at the mid inhibitor. Geek Fam still backing off. They were able to take 2 towers down, still holding a large gold lead.
It ain't over till it's over. It doesn't look good for Blacklist International, but you gotta admit, what Oheb and Renegade did there may have saved the sequence for Blacklist International, buying enough time, making sure that Niall wouldn't be there, and that meant Beloyski had to be the main front line for Geek Fam in that scenario, and he falls in a Blacklist. Can they find a window to somehow break a turret, to find a few more resources to turn the game around, or is Geek Fam still going to continue applying the chokehold?
Still a strong chokehold, right? 12,000 ahead. And once again, Blacklist International has no space to move around with. They don't even have a turret at this point, but if they can still survive some of these fights, punish a mistake, they could possibly at least get a body or 2, but look at how much Geek Fam wants.
Dive, Bravest Fighter lands on a Sensui. The stun connects and Sensui goes down. Geek Fam Don't come out just yet. This is still our jungle, but a boy gonna get caught off. Forcing a winner. Crunchy on Marky getting free shots. The Terrified and Edward taken out. 2 members of Blacklist fall. Geek Fam still inside of the base. A wave of minions closing in on the top side. Oheb maybe gonna get a hard guard here. Marky gets a hard guard for himself. He's gonna lock onto the base, and Geek Fam against the odds take game number 1.
A very strong showing here for Geek Fam as they come out refined and ready to go against the home crowd, Blacklist International.
They start off the series hot, stone cold. Our Geek Fam, if the Filipino fans of Blacklist thought this would be a walk in the park, Geek Fam had other plans today.
What a run.
What a run.
What a run. This is game number 1 in Geek Fam. I mean, we thought they could win, but like that, 12K gold lead at the end, and you guys talked about throwing bodies. They were literally able to do that. It didn't matter if one of them went down. With such a lead, they could just lock onto the base. A beautiful heart guard there to make sure Marky could just unload.
It's weird because, you know, a lot of people were contemplating, again, the change roster-wise, right? How is it going to look? Man, I love that Niall was back too. He was very decisive, but Marky in the gold lane once again, very aggressively playing against Oheb in the early game, punishing him, getting those couple kills and working around that. That's really where that momentum started. We talked about Blacklist International being the snowball-centric team. Well, this time they went with the, heel man.
Yeah.
But Geek Fam came out swinging.
Yeah, this feels like a big wake-up call, especially for Blacklist International, that Geek Fam are prepared to do this. This is how they want to play. Proactive EXP lane. A gold lane matchup where Marky can just be aggressive, just on his own. Not a lot of help, and then actually getting solo kills onto OM, even with a hard guard already on him. So now Blacklist International need to adjust their playstyle here and say, we can't just be defensive and passive. We gotta be aggressive.
Well, again, to break down this game number 1 that was heavily in favor of Geek Fam further, let's go ahead and throw it to our panelists. Mirko, Leo, take it away.
It was a lethal check by a Geek Fam as they take first blood in this best of 5 against Blacklist International. Welcome to the analyst stand at your service. My name is Leo, here with Mirko, and let's start this out by talking about that draft. It was clear that Geek Fam came to play, Geek Fam came to fight, and at the forefront of that, they had a Vanguard. They had an MVP that just pushed the tempo starting minute 1.
For sure. I mean, firstly, I want to bring it back to the draft itself, right? The way that Blacklist International drafted for themselves, it really felt like they were really focused on creativity. But then they got a bit too creative with their flex picks. Meanwhile, on the other side, Geek Fam with the Claude, super honest pick in the first phase as well to counter the 1-1. And yes, though a lot of people might think 1-1 versus Claude is a skill matchup, it really depends. If both of them are as good, I would actually have to give it to the Claude that has a bit more pressure in that lane. And that's exactly what we saw from Marky. He was able to lane perfectly here, utilizing full stacks on his passive to get that mobility, to get out of every single initiation that Oheb was trying to force upon him.
And given the mobility, Marky actually, as soon as he felt it, stepped on the clutch and said, you know what, it's game time. Drew first blood early on and just gave hell to a Blacklist International. Really just softened up, tenderized that gold lane. And next thing you know, you're looking at a 2K gold lead at 5 minutes. And a good chunk of that, I'd assume, was put on to the young Marky Capascio, aka the solution. Here, I think they're past the age of problems. They're more in there, all right, we're back together. It's first day of Knockouts Day 2. Marky at your lead. And here, he did lead. And here, he's leading his team into a 1-0 start. And again, if it's your gold laner that's having a good time, the concept of the gold lane experience came out in the group stage. Now in the knockouts, Marky's just claiming it.
And if you think about it again, it makes complete sense. Marky's been placed in the jungle. 2 matches where he did phenomenally, right? The fact that he did so well in the jungle, his off-roll, has only given him even more confidence, and you can see it from the builds here, Leo. Sea Halberd into possibly a Windtalker last item. He did not even care about the Wind of Nature. No need, right? The Arlet was shut down in the early game. So was the 1-1 in his own lane. You can see that first blood by the solution, and this is the first blood, or not first blood, but the first solo kill in the XP lane as well that I was trying to talk about, right? The fact that he doesn't need to care about any of the physical damage. Heck, it even feels like he doesn't really need to care about Yue's damage here because the frontliners from Geek Fam do such a good job of zoning Yue to create such a safe space for a boy and Marky.
That's right. One of the few things that Blacklist had going for them was vision and map presence. Because again, the global nature of the Angela and of course just the vision. You're looking at what? At best a quarter of the map with the Astral Echoes. Meant nothing to Geek Fam because again, they were so forward, they were so fast, and they knew that they could close this gap. As mentioned by our casters, the early game belongs to Geek Fam, but what if they played so fast and played just so in your face that they made it feel like everything was the early game, and they ended up pretty quick. Again, sub 15 minutes, this was just overloading Geek Fam on the play this time around, not even giving Blacklist any room to breathe.
And I love what Reptar said in the game there. He said systematic aggression. I really like that. It's systematic, but it's just Geek Fam playing with the tempo. Right, when Blacklist International are so used to going up against systematic teams, you need to shift that tempo up a little bit through, obviously, solo kills that definitely help, but also how active they are on the map. In a lot of scenarios, you will see a lot of setup being done by a lot of other teams. For Geek Fam, they sacrifice a whole lot of their lane prio to rotate faster, sacrificing their own lanes, but to get the other lanes, the most important ones being the gold and the mid ahead. Especially when it comes to the turtle setups, you can definitely see this, right? The fact that someone, let's say Luke or even Marky, was able to rotate just a bit faster with the tempo lead that they have, it forced Blacklist to a complete bad spot. They weren't really able to adapt to that kind of tempo.
Which is, again, evident in when you look at their macro plays. There are moments wherein even Baloyski's hook, even Baloyski's I'm Offended would displace their core heroes. I'm looking at Tintuin, I'm looking at Oheb, and sometimes you're just saying, please Geek Fam, stop. Please Geek Fam, stop. Here are the emblems that allowed for Geek Fam to do this. Again, you're not seeing a lot of Wilderness Blessing is because they don't really cut through the river anymore. They're actually just saying, you know what, we're gonna rotate fast. Marky, you got the sprint, everybody else go on flicker, and then we go commit hard. There was not a single, I think, not a single failed rotation on Geek Fam throughout this sub 15-minute game.
Not at all, and they didn't even need the Wilderness Blessing, like you mentioned, Leo. And even towards the later stage of the game, you could see that for the side of Luke, he was extremely tanky, but he didn't actually have to sacrifice a whole lot of damage. Just the Fury Hammer and the Bloodlust Axe alone was able to get him to places where he was able to dive, deal damage, zone the backline, but also stay tanky as their main frontliner with Nile. Nile on the other side, man, Leo, Nile just had an amazing game, right? Back first time after 2 matches. Damn.
Looking at the damage coming in from Yue, despite struggling, not actually getting a full build, because again, a lot of the mid-game to the late-game transition for Blacks International was on him. He did his job. He was able to deal a solid sub 50k damage, but again, at 15 minutes, it's not the ideal situation for Blacklist. And as expected, it is indeed the solution right here. Who is our rich guy? He's the one who's able to farm up, because again, if you get first blood and you're able to set up that quickly, and you're able to deal this much damage, doesn't even matter what teamfight participation looks like anymore. You're basically calling the shots from whatever half of the map you're in.
You're hitting the power spikes early, right? One of the main reasons as to why the 1-1, usually a lot of people put the 1-1 over the Claw when it comes to the lane is because 1-1 hits the power spike a bit earlier. You get that DHS, that Corrosion Scythe, and basically that's what you kind of have in the mid game. Meanwhile, for the Claude, you really need the Corrosion Scythe, the DHS, and the Golden Staff. So 3 compared to 2 to really get going. If you get solo kills on the map, great farm as well. And yeah, I mean, you can afford to actually do that, Leo.
It's a matter of tempo. I think it's a matter of figuring out what your opponents are up to. And truth be told, Blacklist was caught out. Geek Fam was just planning for this, and this is their usual, right? If you remember from Season 12 in MPLID, this is the way that they perform. Looking at the Blacklist squad, though. Again, it's now very important that we look at their mentality. This is what the Hitman has to say about going into this, all right? Their competence is top tier. I've adapted to Blacklist's level of competence up to the point that the mindset has become my mindset. Even though I have yet to win a championship, I've already developed a champion's mindset. That's the Hitman for you.
That's the mindset that helped them go all 5 games against Onyx, right? Despite them losing in the first game, it sets the tone for Geek Fam, but this is where Blacklist get to wake up. This is where they say, hey, I don't know what happened in game number 1. We gotta get back to that championship mindset, that championship mentality. We call it the Bomba mentality now, right?
Yep, again, it's a catch-all term that we have caught up due to the media interviews that we've gotten from Kid Bomba in action later on. But now, really, this championship mentality is put to the test. Can Blacks International bounce back? Can they regroup? And again, it's going to come from the leadership of their coach. Coach Master the Basics have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how can we match up to Geek Fam, given that they're so aggressive.
Exactly. I mean, looking at the way they drafted earlier, focusing on creativity, they can go back to what works first here in game number 2 after already experimenting in game 1.
Check out this video on mind games before we get back into the series.
Once upon a time, in the realm of esports, a new element emerged outside of the game: taunting. Throughout the history of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, a few shine as the most unforgettable tales of taunt.
Before we match versus Alter Ego, and then they like, where is Onyx or something, I forgot. And the night, I just thinking about what I want to say them if I win. Jadi pas menang, bantai, gue confirm ke coach chef, coach bisa bilang ini, bisa bilang ini. Nggak bisa katanya, terlalu over. Jadi gue sebelum taunting juga konsul coach chef biar nggak terlalu jauh lah. Cuma akhirnya itu yang dapat kata-katanya itu, yang bagus.
Mana Spicy Boy? Mana Miracle Boy? This is Key Boy!
There's this certain clash that I felt so bad. Enemy was laughing, the fans was shouting and laughing. So I was so hyped that moment. After we win the series, I went to the middle of the stage, then sleep at then, like 2 times.
I ada taunting tim Filipin dekat MPLI. Tapi sebenarnya bukan taunting sangat pun, cuma mau kepada statement yang nak kata kita bakal menjadi Philippine Slayer. Reaction mereka ramai kecam. Satu dunia tengah kecam Zon waktu tu, termasuklah Malaysia sekalipun.
But why do players engage in such acts? Among the many reasons, one of them is to play mind games.
I think that's a mind game. To you put a lot of pressure on your enemy. Sometimes it triggers the angry side because when our emotions take control of us, we lost our common sense. We can lose the aftermatch more fast.
Siguro para ginagawa lang nila yung mga ganong bagay na nagtutunt sila para mabawasan ng moral yung kalaban, para ma-demoralize ganon. Tsaka dagdag confidence din sa kanila kasi panalo sila tapos nangasar pa.
Before I doing some taunting to the enemy, I always got the confidence for me. That's why I do the taunting, so it helped me a lot.
Sometimes saya rasa saya nak spicy sikit. Saya akan membuatkan isu ni lagi hangat. Tournament ni lagi orang tengok lah sebab ada drama-drama sikit.
Of course, not all players can be swayed by such sorcery.
Pra mim não faz diferença, eu fui jogador profissional de futebol no Brasil, então torcida ou farpa, pra mim não faz diferença.
Just beat them, you know, it's all about the mentality, you know, if you get killed by them taunting, then you're weak. Why you play M5? Go home.
Be wary though, for the taunts must never spiral out of control.
Benda-benda yang sensitif, rasanya itu macam dah melebih lah. Rasa macam itu bukan taunting, itu macam nak cari gaduh.
In the midst of a fierce match between Deusvolt and Geek Fam in the group stage, Niall crossed the line. He was barred for 2 official matches. In a different tournament, OHEP 2 had to face the music.
But I think when it comes to disrespect the person, like putting the person down, and I think that's the crossing the limit.
In between AP Brent and the Geek. They're going to collapse now. They're going to be taken out. Oh boy, as well. AP Brent sends the Geeks to the lower bracket.
I'm always gonna ask myself if we have full lineup against Brent, I think we have a better chance.
I teach my team and my players to be humble as possible. We should be a great example for everyone.
When taunting is kept within boundaries, it is merely a game of the mind. Beyond the battleground, players remain friendly despite intense competition.
I don't know, I don't want to be friends with him.
Stupid are you?
Love that video right there. Well put together package. Once again, taunt responsibly. I love it. I know we we talk a lot about that, you know, kind of the concept of taunting, where it fits, what's the line, and, you know, as long as it's done responsibly, professionally, it's all part of the game, right? It's all part of the sport.
It keeps the sport spicy. Nobody wants a bland, you know, grand tournament. We want to see, we love it. I love it.
Yeah.
But that's how we do it in NA. I don't know.
Hey.
Yeah, these two tall Americanos beside me are very familiar with the Boston Tea Party. Let's have ourselves an M5 TP party instead.
Hey.
Keep it within those boundaries.
That can work too, Renmar, right? But again, drawing it back here to the matchup, we can't say one thing. Geek Fam is on fire after that game number 1. They came out swinging, they came out with a job, and they executed it really well. And that makes me wonder, you know, going back to the whole mentality thing, where is the mentality right now for Blacklist International? They talked about it a little bit in the panel too, and I'm wondering how they adjust in the draft. But once again, before we head over to the draft, we want to just go ahead and welcome all you guys at home or even here, of course, in RMC to join the TikTok drops, right? Again, head over to TikTok, watch M5 there. For 5 minutes, you're going to grab yourself a TikTok viewer chest. If you watch for 20 minutes, you'll go ahead and get a deluxe chest. So grab them while you can, because there's only a couple days of M5 left. Now, bringing it back in to what's ahead of us, gentlemen, right? The matchup game number 2. I think that's the biggest question, even for a lot of the agents out here, is, you know, what is the plan, right? How do you adjust? Because we've heard some of the, you know, things out there about drafting specifically. And this plays a big part of it, especially as you approach a game after losing under 15 minutes or nearly 15 minutes to such a big lead, right? So Renmar, what are you at least expecting here as they approach the Game 2 draft?
Well, I think these two teams now are really going to turn off the idea of maybe going for an Angela priority first pick. Not to say that that will instantly spell doom, but based on the drafting pattern that we saw, and it seems like these two teams, especially Geek Fam, are very familiar with each other. I don't see an Angela first pick slot being drafted to the point where, in the first phase, where it will work. Not to say that it's impossible, but more of like it'll be difficult to make an Angela first pick work in this scenario, but let's see.
Definitely tough. I think Renny J needs to get maybe moved to be the hitman, not the heel man.
Yeah, a little bit more.
He plays
hitman.
so well on the Matilda. He plays so well when he's able to be aggressive, be in the enemy team's face. And that time he had to be more passive, and Geek Fam knew that. They smelled the blood in the water, and they moved in like sharks.
Yeah, again, when you're talking about, you know, personalities and especially of teams, like play styles, right? It's always great to be able to switch switch things up, approach game to game, but really you're hoping, at least for this one, for game 2, you acknowledge, you let the hitman choose a hero that allows him to do that, right? But even looking at that quote that we saw earlier, like, he has adapted this mentality, the championship mentality, which has actually, if you've been watching Renegade, for example, throughout his career, has developed, it has grown extensively, you know, up to this point where he is now well fitted in the roster of Blacklist International. So, once again, we'll see how all things change as we get into the draft for game number 2. Again, Geek Fam up 1 in the series, the best of 5. What's at stake? You're out of the tournament. So, again, Blacklist International wants to even the stakes here 1-1 in the series. It starts here in the draft.
See who goes into what side. Is it going to be similar to earlier where Blacklist went blue and then Geek Fam went red? Or will it be a switch? It's going to be similar. Similar bans, actually, across the board, except this time, instead of a Bruno ban, it's a Baksha ban here by Geek Fam. So just a small adjustment. Valentina, first pick, you will get one of the signature pickups.
What makes that Basha ban so interesting is it comes from Geek Fam, so it immediately shows we're not going to run the same thing as last time. We're going to switch it up a little bit because we know Blacklist is going to switch it up most likely. So we want to keep them on their toes, and I think it's a great play. Even just starting in the banning phase, they're kind of getting in Blacklist's head a little bit.
It's funny with this too because, you know, we were talking about Renegade specifically, but this also allows Blacklist International to be a little more decisive, right? You pick up the Valentina, goes in the hands of Yue, and then you take an Akai, you still play the utility game against the Fredrin. And then the next pick, the Matilda.
There we go. Now we're getting the faster Blacklist. It's Heelman with a little mix of Hitman. We know how the Matilda likes to play.
Yeah.
And then paired up with Sensui's Akai, you have Valentina in the mid These are great first 3 picks by Blacklist. It's very similar to a style that they're known for. So they're going into this also with that little asterisk of, guys, Geek Fam know we draft like this.
Yep.
We have to watch out for counter pickups. So now Geek Fam, they want to amp up that early game aggression. Again, they're still going to be going for fast scale and quick dominate. Faramis, Fredrin, Bruno are 3 picks that do that very well.
I like the Faramis pick. It gives them, it gives Marky a little bit of a safer, he's able to kind of huddle down into the group a little bit. And when you have something like Renny J, the Hitman, on this Matilda, someone that's going to be looking for Marky nonstop, it gives you a little bit of an answer there.
That's a classic matchup, right? Valentina, Faramis. It's going to be Netherrealm versus Netherrealm for the most part, right?
Yeah.
And especially around these later objectives. But this is already a great start because even just rotation-wise, Blacklist International has to get going, and this is the best way to do it. You have a Matilda, you have a Valentina able to help extend those fights. Now, my big question, once again, is what do you put up against the Bruno, right? Statistically, throughout M5, we've seen the Brody versus Bruno matchup. Well, we know where that falls statistically, right? It's still favored in Bruno, but again, we also see a lot of Claude popped up who, right now is not banned out either.
I think something great here for the side of Geek, pick up something like the Tigreal, pick up something like the Minotaur. So if Matilda tries to come in, you have an immediate answer to that. Because the thing is Blacklist wants to get into the midst of them all and just cause mayhem. So Geek Fam, I think, need a strong answer for that.
Yeah, and now it's interesting that the Geek Fam are still respecting the 1-1, and there, the Minotaur actually here was taken out by Blacklist International. You still have very strong EXP laners in Paquito, Khalid, and Lapu Lapu Open. All of those, honestly, can slot in very well for Blacklist International, but then at the same time for Geek Fam, it's they can also just choose between those. If I'm Geek Fam here, just continue that. You want to get someone who can fast clear, like this, exactly, just like earlier. Fast clear, rotate, go for it. Blacklist might play the same way. Paquito Khalid is available, but if they want to keep things super interesting, maybe play a little bit more macro, we might see Agent Zero's Benedetta.
Ooh, he goes to Benedetta.
And then maybe Claude here?
Yeah. I think those are both good picks, but still, even with the fact that Khalid is open, we saw how that plays a part, but always you have to consider the fact, too, you got to work with the heavy spin, right? You don't want to end up pushing things out. That's the Charizla. There's the Riz. He comes through. This is a constant pickup. You can see the win rates here. It is 51%, but he's almost in all these series so far through the course of M5. Now, once again, this allows you to kind of set things up really well. What do they throw in the gold lane here? It's going to be Iksha.
Oh, interesting. All right, so Geek Fam. Oh, and instantly a Grok. It really looked like Geek Fam read into that so quickly because the moment that Iksha popped up, quick pick,
boom, wild charge.
Yes, it seems like they were so ready for it because right now, that Grok pickup was so good because, yes, you have the Lapu Lapu, but you need more help to dive the back line. And the Grok was just a perfect pickup there. So now, Blacklist are going to need to be super systematic about this. They need to peel for the Iksha really well in those team fights. But then now at the same time, Geek Fam have a lineup where they can continue their same strategy and playstyle from game number 1, where it's just go into the jungle, fast clear, steal contest, and then rinse and repeat until you're dominating the game.
Well, once again, both lineups locked in here. Agents, you gotta cheer for a Blacklist International if you want them to get the one. Even it out 1-1 here against Geek Fam after what we saw from the previous game as we go into the land of Dawn in game number 2.
All right, starting this off 0-1. Geek Fam in the lead. Can they do it again, Renmar?
Well, they have the lineup for it, but this time it's not going to be as one-sided in the early game as we saw from game number 1. Blacklist International have the right tools to sort of mitigate or minimize the damage that a snowballing Geek Fam can potentially dish out. But as we were talking about earlier here, you're already seeing aggression from the two roamers. Now Renegade feels a little bit more comfortable going a little bit deeper behind enemy lines, and Beloyski's just continuing what he did from game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do this on an Angela, right? So in a way, like you said, he's going to be half heal man, half hit man, and that's what he's doing on this Matilda. Putting the pressure there on Nile, but real quick, too, as nothing's happening too much, emblem-wise, Renmar, take us through it.
All right, doesn't feel like there's anything to do. Oh, there we go, there we go. There's the TP party we're looking for. Now still will get his purple buff. But hey,
boy, in a little bit of trouble. Renny J not going to commit to try to get those hits. Probably wouldn't have been able to do enough damage, but Blacklist already so aggressive compared to last game, and this is what we wanted to see from him.
Yep. And you hear the agents. It's thunderous right now. Beloyski will not be able to take the buff away. Niall still pressured.
Marky too.
Marky pressured. Oh, here we go.
Every lane right now. Geek Fam's feeling the pressure this time around.
Blacklist all. Oh, Beloyski. Very low. Should go down here. Brings out the wall. No! Edward finds the kill. A nice play. Geek Fam now trying to recover here.
Yeah.
Okay, first blood drawn here by Blacklist.
Yeah, going back to the emblem real quick. Actually, we saw the double movement speed, feet, emblems. Yes, that's the way to say it now. This is how the kids say it. Beloyski on Beloyski's Grok. So really he wants to apply the pressure, move fast. We don't see that as often now, but with that Grok and how you want to play, that's the right call.
Ooh, you takes a wild charge. Beloyski able to take the turtle. They're going to back off. That's going to recover them a little bit after that first blood for the side of Blacklist. But the fight still goes. Edward in a little bit of trouble. Going to get taken out. Luke picks up the kill. Geek Fam responding back.
Yeah, looked like a little bit of a miscalculation there by Blacklist International. Now here comes the pressure by Geek Fam. Gets Sensui defend his purple buff.
Now they're going to try to go for this. Niall is able to take it. They get the stun on to Sensui, and Niall walks away scot-free.
Once again, you know, Geek Fam biting back here, given the whole situation. So they find a way to even garner themselves a small lead here.
Yeah, wild charge there right on time. And it looked like in that last one after that first turtle, it looked like Blacklist, or at least Edward, wanted to commit, but Blacklist looked like they didn't want a full commit, so he goes down. They lose that control around the center of the map with a key figure going down, and then that means Sensui was open for the invade. So again, Geek Fam is just continuing their playstyle and trend from game number one. Blacklist International are matching it, but now we're seeing one of the strengths of Geek Fam. They're so good at those post-engagement team fight, the counter go as we call it. Just when you think that teams, hey, they won't counter go in this scenario, Geek Fam will say, hey, we do, and we'll make it work.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. Oh, bottom side, Edward.
A little bit of damage on Edward, gonna get stunned up. The appraisal's wrath, and Edward is smashed down. Luke picks up the kill. Beloyski now in a little bit of trouble. Renny J, the hitman, trying to take him out. Undercover in the enemy jungle. Can he get the final hit? No, Renny J decides to back up. Gonna get pulled back in, a boy. And a little bit of chip damage, but both teams disengage.
So now we're seeing here Geek Fam's adjustment. Luke is playing out of his mind here, folks. He is taking it to Edward, and at the same time, Geek Fam are committing rotations into the XP lane because they know that when you're up against Blacklist International, one of the things you do is not just in the draft, but in-game, make sure that Agent Zero has a difficult time, because then that means the rest of Blacklist International will also struggle.
Yeah, still, Turtle going to be up here. Beloyski.
Beloyski maybe in a little bit of trouble, does not have the wild charge. The full barrage comes out. Oheb forces the flicker back though. Luke with the bravest fighter. Locks on, onto you, gonna keep him at bay. Sensui wants to look for a way in. Trying to find an angle. Edward with the penalty zone on top of Luke. Luke gets the stun. Looking for Yue. Can he flicker out Niall? Able to still secure it, and Luke gets away safely. Geek Fam playing out of their minds right now.
Woo! Stone cold. It's Luke. Man, we talked about his pickups. What hero you would give him? 2 games in a row on this Labo, and he's playing so well.
He's still going. What? In a bad spot. Is this dangerous? He goes down. Renny J, the hitman, finds the kill. Maybe got a little too confident there.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to go Stone Cold Luke Austin.
I like that. I like that. Glass-shattering performance by the EXP laner of Geek Fam.
Hey, at one point, again, that's a guiding win if I've ever seen one.
Yeah. Ooh, but Beloyski wants to try to catch him off. No. He's going to look for Oheb here. Gets a wild charge and down goes Oheb. Renny J trying to run away here. Beloyski and a boy put out the wall. They're going to back off.
Okay. Now, we see here Geek Fam are actually playing in bursts, and that's what we see with how Beloyski built the emblem onto this rocket, how he's playing it. And again, here's another burst of go by Geek Fam, but Niall.
Niall a little bit of trouble. The appraiser's wrath comes down, but Luke once again. He's going to get pinned to the wall. Beloyski, though, gonna start working on the tower. Luke still zoning them away. He gets a stun on it, too. Trying to get some more damage down. Gets some shield, but he finally falls to full barrage. Comes out, and he's locked on to several members. It's a lot of damage. A boy unable to get away today. 2 for 0. Geek Fam starts to decline.
It wasn't a full barrage, it was a guiding full barrage.
Yeah, a guiding full barrage, a
The
flying
GFB.
barrage, the GFB. That's the first time I've seen that, folks. I am speechless. That was cool.
It looks better than even the flicker, right? So,
Yeah.
hey, they made it work. Again, there's a back and forth, but still, Geek Fam leading by a little bit, 1.3K ahead. Blacklist International still 2, trying to find their first turn of the game. Once again, they don't want to be in the same situation for the previous game, right? They've got no space to work around with just yet. But it looks like they actually want to go ahead and contest this objective. Third turtle, Luke jumps in.
Luke continues to zone them away, keeping Blacklist at bay here. Nile getting free zoning onto this turtle. We'll be able to get that free, gonna put them a little bit ahead, but definitely Blacklist. We've seen them respond. We've seen their team fight potential here, but Geek Fam does not want to let their foot off the gas right now. Nile gonna try to steal this orange buff. It's a 50-50 right there. Bloisky with the wild charge. Then he flickers out.
Oh,
Wait,
what?
the penalty zone locks on. Wait, no, a boy here. Ready to help him fight out. Another Colt Altar, another Netherrealm, and now Boy on the run. But here comes Nile along with Markey, getting 3 shots down. It's a full-on 5v5 and full barrage. The response.
Go!
Down goes a Boy. Bloisky forced to try to get away with a flicker of health. Sensui is there. Nile gonna try to help his teams.
They're still
But
going.
UA, they don't want to let him get away. Head there. Nile falls. Blacklist International trying to take the game back.
Folks, this is the matchup we expected. Geek Fam and Blacklist International are putting on a show. And here comes Geek
Luke
Fam
still
again.
going, stone cold as ever. Bowhead able to dance around, no! Luke finds the kill, he wants more. Edward now on the run, he's gonna get pulled back by the Shadow Stampede. You as well, Markey. Gets the shot. Geek Fam, the game is back and forth, but they're not gonna let this one go.
Oh, just take it in again, back and forth. The pendulum swings between these two teams. And just when Blacklist International finds a couple wins, Geek Fam bites back.
Geek Fam, how they're playing here. We've given flowers to Blacklist International. We gotta give the flowers back again to Geek Fam. Luke 3:16, I baptize you with bravest fighter, but he who is mightier than I is coming, and that is the rest of Geek Fam. Time and time again, their condition for team fighting is the bravest fighter. Those 3 hits, sending back Blacklist. Geek Fam says, it's like you can hear them shout go, Baloichi's going, go, guys, go, just go for it.
Hey, it works, right?
It works.
It's great, no matter, just like the great Rocky Balboa says, no matter how many times you get hit, it's all about how you keep getting back up. And Luke right now, willing to take punches to the face time and time again, but he always hits back harder. Lord now down to about 18,000. Sensui trying to keep the vision on it. Edward and Renegade showing up as well. Bloisky's in about half health. They're gonna dance for this one. Watch for Markey making his way around, and Lord will reset.
Okay, Lord gonna go ahead and reset here. Both teams getting a situation. Once again, Blacklist International. Space-wise, they don't have anything, right? They have to just play to the tune of the fact that Geek Fam owns more, basically, real estate around the map. And that's the difficult part, especially when you get to this point, right? Lord's gonna be up here. How do you find the space you want to work with? Renegade's trying to force something, but once again, Geek Fam will not fall for it. Lord now less than half health.
Big knock up on a Sensui there. A Boy and the rest of the gang, the rest of the fam, playing this slowly. They got faith in Nile. They think he can get the 50-50 as long as the rest of the team is kept away. Rennie J look for an angle, but Nile finds it. Geek Fam might want to try to force the fight. I think it might be better if they just back off. Blacklist, now want to go. Big penalty zone by Edward. On to 2, but Sensui gonna get the pin. Blacklist using the Netherrealm. 2 Netherrealms. The fight still continues. Geek Fam out. Renna J forced the flicker away. Geek Fam now has the advantage. Luke finds UA. Once again, he's going to keep on going in. Bloisky there as well to have his back. A nice terrifying on Nile, but Nile's going to back up. They're just going to take the purple buff and take what they came for.
Big brain Beloy, that wild charge. Stop Blacklist, set them up for what could have been a big win for Geek Fam. They weren't able to get kills, but at the end of the day, they got the Lord. A surprising call there by Geek Fam, specifically Nile, to just rush it to the point where Sensui wasn't even in retribution range, and I don't think even he expected that Geek Fam would rush it, take that Lord just like that, then go forward. Systematic aggression. Geek Fam are just continuing that again, but now as we look at the items, up to a Malefic Roar already. Is this Bruno? 3 core items locked in, but OHEB really close. Sea Halberd, DHS, Corrosion Scythe. Both marksmen still very close here. And despite it being a 5k gold lead, these two teams already have their conditions. 2-1 Geek Fam. Go for a stomping lead. Blacklist International to find a turnaround.
Once again, they'll be able to deal with this Lord quickly as they did. It was the first one of the game. They'll clear the lanes here too. But again, at this point, this kind of feels like that moment when, when you're playing games and you have your teammates yelling at you like push, push, push. Because still, no turrets down, nowhere to work with. So you're wondering, right? Blacklist International, where do we find this movement? Where do we find the space? Where do we find the space to rotate? Who is that going to be, right? Is it we wait for OHEB to be full glass cannon on this Ixia pick and work out here? Because even Beloyski, look how much damage he's just tanking up.
Yeah. But at the same time, I'm also looking at it as how much damage Blacklist International can deal now. Yue is up there in terms of being able to deal the damage. And that's something that the front line of Geek Fam are respecting. So now we've seen Beloyski and Luke be actually just like constantly like going to the front line, really trying to bait out things from the side of Blacklist International. But every time they do it, it seems like the more it happens, the more health we see them losing. So at some point, it might hit critical mass, and then suddenly Geek Fam are just going to be surprised. It's like, wait. We've gotten the vision, we've sent them back, but now we have to go back ourselves. Oh, Blacklist International gets to find a way to turn it around. That's something they have to watch out for.
Now they're really playing around this Matilda as well, of course. But Beloyski is doing work, man. He's everywhere he needs to be on this Grok.
Something else important to point out, the Beloyski curse is over. He hasn't died 7 times at all in the past 2 games, and he has been moving. Even now, he knows his advantage. He knows as long as he can keep his passive proc, it's going to be so hard for Blacklist to try to catch him off guard, and he can just stay in front of their faces right now.
Slower pace now for these two teams as they just play for macro. Blacklist International finally breaking that turret up top. Let's see if this is going to be a full commit.
They want to go for it, actually.
Niall's alone, actually. Penalty zone with the flicker from Edward. Locks on to Niall. Niall instantly gone. Boy brings out the Netherrealm. We want to try to help his friend, but he won't be able to save the day. Beloyski from the side with a wild charge to knock up onto Edward. Luke into the backside with the Bravest Fighter. Looking for OHEB. Gets a stun. But wait, the damage is unloading and Beloyski goes down. Now it's Luke against the world. Markey looking for some free shots. No way Luke goes down. Quite slow as well. Black to turn the game around and take the second Lord.
It doesn't matter if you don't have any turrets, you're down multiple thousands of gold. It only takes the one-team fight, and Blacklist did it.
Like the Viper returning in Survivor Series from out of nowhere. Just like that, tables have been turned, and RMC are electrified yet again. And that came off of information that Beloyski was in the top lane, clearing minion waves. Blacklist said, we go for this now, and we turn it around.
And what a great play at that. Niall all alone. They were able to take him off, and that was it. Luke goes for another, balls against the wall play there, but ends up getting caught off guard. Blacklist with the game back in their hands.
With that, they're going to go ahead and grab a couple more of these turrets in the tier 2. It's now Geek Fam's turn to be on the defense. Backs against the wall here, but one thing's for sure. They have all the items they need to actually win this team fight as they get prepped up for the defense. But it will come down to playing around the full barrage from OHEB like we saw previously. Can they keep it together as the Lord marches in?
All right, Blacklist International. Do they play this safe or do they go for a huge play? Geek Fam definitely going to play a safe. They just need to get the Lord out of here. They've only lost 1 inhibitor, but that will give Blacklist International an advantage over the map.
All right. Okay, Blacklist International can actually continue applying this pressure so they can get inhibitors, as we mentioned, get resources, start choking out.
Oh, there we go! Penalty zone into the backside. Beloyski gonna get the wild charge on the tower, but the full barrage comes out. Luke trying to dodge it, trying to get out of range.
Wow.
Geek Fam with the Netherrealm, able to survive, but still lose 1. Beloyski off the map.
That's literally covering fire. Yeah. Like that full barrage covering fire, immortality popped on Edward, and they keep Geek Fam at bay. So he stays with his life, And now the focus, this last base turret, to fully expose the base of Geek Fam. As they get ready, turret's gonna fall here, and they're happy with that.
Blacklist relentless right now. They've taken everything they can from Geek Fam. How do they respond?
As we look at the instant replay, Geek Fam now have to start dishing out more of the surprises, because now we see Blacklist International telling Geek Fam, hey, we can dish out surprises too. Surprise calls. You think we're going to be slower in terms of the macro? Hey, it looks like that you don't have your roamer in the Lord pit. We're going to go for the Lord. Hey, it looks like our XP laner can get a massive setup with a penalty zone. Hey, we're going to go for it. Look, your roamer's gone again. So now Blacklist are playing Geek Fam's game, and they're saying, we can do better as well, better than great. These two teams are putting on an absolute show, but it has gotten to the point where they have both proven one big play might be the decider.
Yeah, again, as we go ahead, get ready for this Lord take, it's going to be pulled over to Blacklist International side. Geek Fam trying to get a position, but right now, Renegade just keeping them at bay the best he can. Netherrealm being held by UA here. Could change the course of the fight. Lord's going to go ahead and reset for now. Geek Fam can still possibly steal the Lord away in this exchange against Blacklist International. They take things very slowly. Yep. Marky's positioning also going to be crucial here.
Yeah, you see the side lane minions of Blacklist International are going to get pushed out a little bit more. They have minion advantage there. In the mid lane, that's where Luke's Lapu Lapu is getting parked, because he is in the best position to clear way fast, but at the same time go for a gank if Blacklist International decide to push forward. Come off from a pincer angle, 18, 16k, they're going to go for it.
Oh, Sensui is going to get knocked up there. Luke into the backside, locking on OM, but the heavy spin forces now away. It's a 50-50. Who's going to take it? Luke gets a 3-man stun on 3 members of Loyski. Saves the day. The big brain man, but now Geek is on the run. Blacklist want to try to take him down. You take the Lord, but we take your lives. Bam! 2 members fall. Blacklist International. The Lord doesn't matter if we can take you all.
The Lord, but for what? One big play, but it was one big Baloy that got the Lord for Geek Fam. But Blacklist will burn this quick. They will have a 2-man advantage over Geek Fam.
Are they going to go for this? The finish, the knock-up, the penalty zone misses. But boy, takes a ton of damage. UA goes down. Marky trying to save the day. Along with Luke, the full barrage comes out. Marky flickers to the side. He's looking for more. Boy, back up. Luke there. The Shadow Stampede. Renegade looking for the knock-up. Able to lock on. Marky's still there. Sensui in a little bit of trouble. They've saved the day. Geek Fam survive another wave.
What a defense from Geek Fam once again. Marky able to avoid the full barrage from O-Head, keeps them in the game, as they'll know they make their way to the mid lane.
What a flicker that was from Marky.
Yeah, at the right time, Marky is deathless, the solution. They found a problem and they have the Marky to answer it. Now, Blacklist will have to defend. The back and forth, the seesaw, the drama. Is this where it ends? Or will it continue again?
Geek Fam goes in. They crack down the inhibitor and a wild charge paired up with the bravest fighter. Luke looking for the stun, but he's pinned against the wall. Geek Fam now on the run. Edward able to get the penalty zone, but out comes the Netherrealm. They're going to be able to get away from this. Luke in a little bit of trouble, able to dash back. Black there on the chase. The final barrage. Luke takes a shot to the face. Marky as well. Geek Fam in shambles. Blacklist International changing the fate of game 2. UA finds another one. Bloisky all alone. A boy back at the base, back at the crystal. Blacklist International, you mentioned the pendulum. Well, they are the swing.
It doesn't end there. It does go again. And now Blacklist have the right set unless Geek Fam can defend once more.
All right, can Geek Fam do this? They need a little more time. Edward able to get the penalty zone. They want to finish it. The minions locked down. The final barrage just for salt in the wound. And Blacklist International takes game number 2.
And it's 1-1. As we expected in the epic matchup between Geek Fam and Blacklist International.
We do not get Super Bowl halftime shows in MLBB Esports, but this right here is the closest we'll get
sports entertainment at its finest. Two teams not wanting to back down. Welcome to the M5 World Championship yet again. This was one of the greatest games we've had the honor to cast.
Once again, we're going to have this broken down further by our panelists over there on the analyst stand. Leo, Mirko, take it away.
Can you believe it? In a single game of MLBB that lasted somewhat 20 minutes, we were put on a showcase of mechanics. A lot of things happened in that game that I've never seen in my entire career.
It's crazy how we saw so much action across the board from the start all the way to the end, Leo. I mean, it has to start in the drafts, right? Because we did mention that in game number one, it felt like they were just looking to be as creative as they can, that they actually shot overboard, right? They went a bit too creative. Master the basics. You gotta master it. He's done it, and I'm glad to see that Blacklist International just went back to their basics, man. The Akai into the Matilda first phase to get a very strong trio mid setup going, and then picking the nail in the coffin, that Ixia.
That's right. A lot of other marksmen were actually open. You had a Brody still out there. You had the old classic Claude to answer the Faramis, the Beatrix even for the Filipino sniper. But they said, you know what? I think we need that full barrage, and indeed it came into play here in game two, wherein there were so many false collapses, so many feigned ults, wherein you could have sworn, oh, I should have popped the full barrage 10 seconds earlier, but it was all according to plan. And again, this was made possible because of two very key players. I'd like to think they're very strong candidates for MVP, and I'm looking at Yue or Renegade.
Renegade is my choice personally, right? Because of the fact that he was able to screen so much of the map in the early phase to stop a lot of the ganks from happening, saving the Ixia multiple times as well. And it looks like I got it on the dot. The Hitman Renegade, the MVP for game number 2. 2-0 and 16. This is truly a visual representation of when the Hitman becomes a roamer.
It's the perfect example of why he's so good at what he does. For you to be able to protect your cores the way Renegade does, you gotta think like an assassin. You gotta think like a hitman. So he's able to cover Oheb, and of course, even you. And maybe that's why this Valentino was so good at reading bushes, checking in and keeping people where they need to be with the Terrifies. It's because Renegade knows where Luke might be hiding, where even Marky could be hiding. And yeah, Marky went deathless for a good 20 minutes, and then it was too late after the collapse. And all throughout, early, mid to late, even after those swings, even after those comebacks from Geek Fam, Renegade was on point.
I love the stark difference here between the two teams where Blacklist International, once they get the lead, they build it slowly. It's like an investment, right? Meanwhile, for Geek Fam, you could see they were explosive from the get-go. They were able to get an explosive lead in the early game, but then they kept on gambling with that lead, right? Obviously, when you make these crazy plays, two things can happen. You can give the lead over to the enemy team, or you can multiply your lead by a lot. And for the most part in this game, in the early stages, that's what it looked like. Geek Fam were able to snowball, but Blacklist, with the help of Renegade, every single time. Even here, Oheb did die in the end, but Renegade bought so much time just by knocking them up that it actually granted Yue a lot of space, and then they had to burn more of those emblems, more of those spells from the side of Geek.
Yep, and again, the wisps that he uses to check bushes and to help reposition with the guiding winds. Again, you could have sworn that Renegade's Matilda had like 6 skills with the way that he was transporting, covering, couriering his cores to where they needed to be. And even here, towards that last clapback, right? Renegade was even making the shots. It's like, all right, I'm gonna take some hits from Marky. He was peeling here. And then, okay, let's try to save what's left. Oheb back out. There was a ball that was chasing the young prince. And then from there, Renegade just stayed on top of it. That's something I think the Hitman has in spades that he inputs into the Blacklist International mentality, is the fact that no matter how dire straights look, how desperate things are, he's always just ready to catch you, ready to say, you know what, everything's gonna be fine.
We heard about the championship mentality earlier, literally in game number 1, between game 1 and game 2, and we got to see it straight from Renegade himself, the Hitman picking up an MVP and a deathless performance in a chaotic game. I mean, take a look at it again. There was so much action, 19-9 in this entire game. But what I do want to kind of point out later is one of the items here where I found it was really, really interesting, right? But we're going to get back to the emblems first here, where for me, it's the Fredrin going for the concussive blast, right? Ever since the Fredrin got nerfed, some of the base damage, a lot of junglers have then utilized the concussive blast to get better clear across the jungle camps, to get that early lead, to kind of cover for the weakness that Fredrin has right now.
I'm with it. And again, if y'all are wondering how Luke does what Luke does, constantly putting pressure on Oheb and Yue, that's the build right there. The adaptive, the penetration and the early on spell vamp is key. Because if you do not build your Bloodlust Axe early, then you're going to start dying. And again, Luke kept it very close to the chest. Looking at the rest of the item builds, you're going to try to point something out here.
I'll point out at Marky right now, right? Because in game number 1, we actually did give him so much props for going for the offensive route. He didn't care about the win of nature because he was able to shut down his laner. And also, on the other side of the map, the other damage dealer that was dealing physical damage was also shut down. The fact that he did not go for win of nature, I have to say, this is a greedy, greedy move by him. Going for the Sea Halberd, you did see him position really well, but at one point, that full barrage, that range, it's bound to get to you.
Yep, and for the Hitman, again, if you want to build your Matilda the way that he did, that's it. You have that one magic item, the Enchanted Talisman, and then you build full support, full on support and defense. And this was something that bothered me earlier, all right? The moment that Oheb died during that almost final comeback from Geek Fam, I saw, hey, why is he building a halfway all right? He was on his way to an immortality. So again, he understands, Oheb understands that he is a linchpin. He is a very important part of their winning condition that he has to protect himself, compared to Marky, who's just okay to be a little greedy.
Aside from that, I really got to talk a little bit about that final Lord, or not the final Lord, but the Lord that switched everything on its head, right? The complete 180 from Blacklist International when they were able to find Niall. Beloyski was on the other side of the map and Niall dashed in. When that initially happened, I expected, oh, okay, they wanted to try to utilize a boy's nether realm to try to miscalculate, make Blacklist miscalculate. But then you see Beloyski on the other side, and then you really start to question, was it truly a big miscom from the entire team, where they wanted to do some pushes, some more setups before they got to that Lord?
And that's wherein Blacklist now finds their window. In game 1, there was very little bit of a window. And again, it's that same gamble, that playing with the odds and just putting it all on the line that made Geek Fam win game 1 so quickly. Now, this one took a while longer. This one went past the 20-minute mark. But here you'll see that they're investing in the right spots. They are trying to build towards a winning condition that is capable of winning regardless of what happens, even inside their own base, because it was so close. Geek Fam was coming in. And with that, you have to ask, how did Blacklist do that? It's because they were trading very efficiently. They were giving out turtles, letting Edward die, allowing for Renegade to actually check in, buy time, and then move out. Geek Fam weren't picking fights as free, as wanton as they were in game 1.
No, they really weren't, right? But it's almost like, Leo, it's kind of an identity for them at this point, right? We've coined in the term the solution for the entire tournament, even in MPL Indonesia. Now, they're not just looking for solutions, but they're looking for problems, because there can never be a solution when there's no problems. Marky, the rest of the team kept on looking for these crazy, crazy fights across the map. And I get it in game number 2, especially after the adrenaline rush that is game number 1. They dominated Blacklist in game number 1. But now it's about that wake up again. It's that back to reality phase, right? You got to get that reality check, and it comes in the form of a big slap in the face from the Hitman himself.
And just as our desk mentioned, there is a pendulum here, swinging back and forth, back and forth. In game 1, it went all the way even out of that big old grandfather clock and went towards Geek Fam's way. Now, Blacklist able to slow it down. Blacklist able to play to their pace, trade out to the point of inevitability. Where does game 3 bring us? What kind of gameplay and tempo will Geek Fam bring, or will they even be the ones calling the shots? Because again, once Blacklist says it's Ube time, it's their time.
That timing is crucial for both these teams for those power picks, Leo. And honestly, the power spikes to happen, right? I mean, the fact that Blacklist International calculated that so well, that ADP came in really handy.
That's right. And ADP is something that Blacklist is constantly thinking about, anti-disaster protocol. Because in this game alone, they won this game. They won this game. They were always thinking, all right, we got to keep that lead very close. Keep that lead a manageable place so that when we do turn at the Lord with the big ult, it's still worth coming back for?
It's efficiency versus explosiveness. Literally, the visual storytelling for that is literally explosion and also efficiency.
Let's throw it over to our hosts on stage as we go ahead and buy a little bit of time for our players before they get back into Game 3.
Here with us in the crowd, our two icons in Philippine MLBB scene. We have Hall of Legends inductee Dougie.
Hello po, hello po, hello po, hello po.
And Run and Jay's former teammate H2O. How are you guys doing?
Kumusta? Ayos lang.
Ayos lang.
Ayos lang po.
Ayos means good,
Yeah.
okay. So we're holding the biggest MLBB tournament here in the Philippines, the World Championship. How do you guys feel about that?
I feel so excited. Kung titingnan nyo kasi andyan yung isang player na matagal ko nang kasama. Siya naging kakampiyon ni H2O, si Renny J, and I'm rooting for them to win this tournament. Talagang tumataas balahibo ko. I mean, speechless ako. Jay, malapit na, pero malayo pa, puso lang.
Yes!
He's really excited. He's really excited because he's here with somebody that he's been with for a long time, and that's Rane J. He's getting goosebumps right now.
How about
Okay.
you, H2?
Nakaka-proud kasi tayong mga Pinoy nag-a-handle ng gantong event. Lalo na malakas yung MLBB sa Pinas. Tsaka shoutout nga pala sa kay Rene J. Sobrang proud ako sa'yo kasi layo na lang narating mo.
Yeah.
Tsaka yun.
Again, they're just very proud of their former teammate and also player. Boss D, gusto kitang talangin, na-bring up mo na si Rene J. Ang ganda nung Game 2. Important win. Nag-MVP pa siya. Ano pakiramdam na nandyan, di ba? Napapanood. Ayan na. Soft spot, sabi nga ni Boss D sa akin kanina, soft spot daw niya talaga to.
Sa akin, ibang klase. Yung combo nila ni Oheb, yung nag-second skill siya sa Matilda, tapos dagit-dagit niya si Oheb, tumayo na balahibo doon.
Detalyado.
Ibang klase yung mga play na ginagawa ng Blacklist ngayon. Sure ko, men. Proud say Yahweh.
Ay, you know what, Boss D? Panoorin natin to kasi may video tayo na nakita kung paano mo supportahan si Rene J.
Let's watch this.
Tapos na to. Tapos na to. Tapos na to, guys. Tapos na. Tower lang. Let's go! Jay, dalawang panalo pa, Jay. Jay, matataas ko na to, Jay. Magpa-finals ka, M5, Jay. Jay, dalawang panalo na lang, Jay. So, Jay.
Dougie, what's going through your mind right now? You're very emotional. Tell us what you're feeling.
Men, alam ko ito yung... Iniwan sila sa akin ng pag-ulag nila. Nakita ko pa si Rene J. Hindi pa bago yung ilong niya nun. Okay. Pero, binigay sa akin sila na magulang nila, si H2, si Rene J, si Yahweh. Kailangan ko gawan ng paraan yung mga time na wala kami sa MPL. Kaya yung mga bagay na pinapa-stream ko sila, kasi gusto ko yung kung ano yung nakakamit ko sa buhay na nakakamit nila. Tapos ngayon, syempre, nung season 1, nakapag-champion, nakakamit kung awa ko play-8er. Tapos yung sa MSC. Tapos ngayon, andyan na sila. Wish ko lang, men. Tandaan mo, Jay, men. Pamilya mo, kami. H2O, Yahweh, ako, Kaysen. Lahat ng tao sa bootcamp, men. Lagi na sa'yo, men. Lagi na sa likod mo. Andiyan si Hart. Dito kami, men. Sasapakitaan ka namin.
Talagang Rene J. Crew
Marky, Baloy, patalo nyo na yan. Pinoy din naman kayo, di ba?
Quick backstory. Dougie is sharing the story about how he recruited Renegade. And his parents, Renegade's parents, trusted Dougie, brought them to the boot camp, even with all the struggles going to MPL. He saw Renegade's growth, even before all the changes, physically and in the career. So he's just so proud of how far he's gone. Do you have a final message also to Renegade?
Message ko kay Renegade, dito lang ako palagi sa'yo. Sobrang proud ko sa'yo. Alam kong deserve mo tong araw na to and deserve mo rin kung nasan ka man ngayon. Manalo matalo, dito lang ako palagi. And yun, sobrang proud ako sa'yo. And good luck sa mga laban.
Well, yeah, kitang-kita. H2 just telling Renegade how proud he is of him. But I just want to ask, a former teammate, obviously a close friend, ano masasabi mo sa evolution ni Renegade on and off, of course, sa laro?
Yung sobrang laki ng in-improve na Renegade ngayon kasi kampi ko na siya dati pa. So, alam ko na kung ano yung mga in-improve niya. Tsaka, nung nandito na siya sa Team Blacklist, parang sobrang laki pala ng in-improve niya kasi captain siya dito sa Blacklist eh. So, yun.
He's really proud of Renegade. He's been with him for so long, so he saw and he witnessed the growth of Renegade. Even now in Blacklist International, he's grown so much. And now it's time to find out how Blacklist will do against the Geek Fam. We're heading to game number 3. Here we go. Casters, pasok.
You're right there.
Okay, it's just that after what happened to the M2 World Championship Filipino broadcast, I promised I wouldn't cry on broadcast again, but I can't help it. That was really something. As someone who's coached a team before, but with the level of how Dougie has supported like all the players that has gone through him, he's more of a really just a father figure to a lot of the players. One of them being Renegade, and it's a touching story. And especially after that incredibly dramatic game number 2, of course, the tears are going to be flowing. It's emotions all around the Rizal Memorial Coliseum right now.
Which is, it's great that we had that because he was a big part of that, locking in the Matilda, able to make those movements around the map this time and in the team fights, you know. This was what you were saying, the channeling, the heel man, the hit man, everything, right? The improvement over the courses of his career has led him to this world stage. And as you're looking across this, right, the Roamers kill participation, man, he's there at the top against some of the best players, obviously, in the world here.
And it just goes to show his play style, his mechanics, the way he moves around the map. And that's why so bad in Game 2, that's what I wanted to see him do.
And we got to call back to a little reference Wolf and I made together in the MPL Philippines Season 12. We called this the Uber, the Ultimate Bonding Experience Remix. With a hitman in charge, it's a different tune, a different dance, a bit more aggressive, a little bit faster. And the fact that we see that stat really is just numbers being put into facts.
Yeah, and again, you know, I know we've been focusing a lot on Renegade here at Blacklist International, but we also have to paint the picture here. Geek Fam's doing great, right? There was even a moment where
they are.
Heck, they were about to 2-0 things, turn things around. So they're obviously still a threat as they approach Game 3, right? And you really have to kind of look at breaking it down. Even the fact that the way that Beloyski's been playing, you know, a lot of the times we've been talking about this 7-death thing that he needs. Well, for the most part, he's barely died and he's still playing out of his mind, right? So I feel like as you're looking at the Roamers specifically, matching them up, they dictate a lot of the pace of the game, right? I mean, naturally, a lot of the Roamers do, but more so even if you're looking at this matchup, Beloyski and Renegade, how they kind of lead a lot of this charge here. And not to mention, again, the performance from Omaha. How will it be this time around as we get ready once again to head into the draft for game number 3? It's 1-1 across the board. We'll see how teams adjust from the previous games, the game plans, and once again, keeping our eyes on the roamer options here for Renegade and Beloyski.
You mentioned a key thing there, dictating the tempo. And I really think that's why we're not going to see Angela first pick again. Or at least an Angela roam.
That's about as anti-tempo as you
get. Game 2 was just putting proof to the pudding of Renegade and Beloyski want to play fast. That's it. So now Geek Fam, with them now on the blue side, they go with a patented blue side priority pick onto the Lilia. So now Blacklist will go for the Akai here. The Lilia pickup sort of turns off the Faramis getting picked up. Let's see if they're going to go switch it up, but no. They say, you know what, we can play into it. We can still try it. Maybe we can play a little bit faster than Geek Fam before the Lilia will hit that super late game annoying spike.
Not only that, but Geek bans out the Matilda there just to slow them down even more.
Yep.
They don't want to let Blacklist get to that full tempo. So what is left for Renegade? We've seen him pick up the Cho here and there. There's plenty of options still out there. Does he go for something more aggressive? Does he fall back to the Raft? Because that does give them a little bit of movement, a little bit of speed around the map. It's been another fallback pick for Blacklist. So definitely still a few options. Is it going to be here or is it going to be in second phase?
Yeah, one of the more indirect answers to the Lilia is actually the Rafaela that you mentioned. Because of that extra movement speed, you get to negate a little bit of the slows that she can dish out, and at the same time, you can avoid the damage that a Lilia can dish out. And surprisingly enough, heading into this, actually, there's the Rafaela. Beside the Matilda, Rafaela is actually the most picked of Renegade. So there, they lock that in. Now we go to the second phase, EXP lane. You know what would be spicy? If we see now Edward pick up something like the Khalid or the Lapu-Lapu for himself, give Luke a taste of his own medicine.
It's interesting too, you know, the fact that the Faramis was picked up here into that first pick Lilia, right? Because a lot of times the Lilia is the answer for the NetherRealm. You deal with it pretty well, you kind of expend that, but I still like the fact that they went with Rafaela. You work around the fact that you have some extra movement speed, you have sustainability, but you know, that leads us to, XP lane. Where does the focus here? You can already see, too, some respect once again for Beloyski. They're going to take out the Ruby. He still has, of course, the Grok available, too, if he wants to go that route. Edith is being taken out. Now, are we still expecting XP lane matchup with possibly the Lapu-Lapu coming through? You already mentioned the Khalid here.
Yeah. Actually, the last time we saw Rafaela Faramis getting picked up by Blacklist International up against Onyx, they actually picked up the Khalid during that scenario. They had a Guinevere and a Bruno at that time. They might still be able to adjust a pick, so it might be a remix of that kind of draft, if ever.
I think they definitely want to. Khalid is definitely an important pick here for the side of Blacklist, because if they don't, it's a great answer to the Faramis. It's a great answer to that group up strategy that Blacklist is bringing. So I think it's a very solid pick up front. On the side of Black, do they ban more? They take out the Lapu. And then what? They take the Khalid here. And all it really leaves Geek with, he could still pick up the Arlot. Could be a solid answer possibly for Luke.
Arlot, Riz.
Riz.
He's got the Riz.
He's definitely got the Riz.
That's about, I mean, for the most part, if it is Khalid, let's say it is Khalid for Blacklist International, and it seems where it's going.
Unless Geek bans it right here.
Yeah, unless they just take it out right of the picture. And then you're kind of looking at, okay, well, still, what is it? Arlot, Tarizla being open.
Could see something like a Uranus come into play here.
Ooh, might be tough though.
A punch for a punch.
They take out the Pagid. Oh, it really looks like a Khalid here. Could be last two picks Khalid. Carry might be tough, but they might like to pick that up last pick. They can go Khalid fourth pick and then Marksman into the last. If the Marksman gonna come in now, then it's gonna be a carry and then carry or a Brody. Because I don't see a 1-1 slotting into the lineup of Blacklist right now.
Yeah, not only that, we saw how Marky did against the 1-1 last time with the Claude. They are going to lock in the Khalid. Geek Fam now looking for a roam.
Right now, he's lost in the sand.
He's lost in the sand. Oh yeah,
he's not there. So
he's got his head in the sand right now.
That's definitely Khalid. So he's going to be locked in. See what the answer is once again. XP lane, still got the Tarizla. Is that something you'd actually want to pick up? Tarizla into it, though?
Well, then, with the members of Blacklist grouping up together, but the fact that you're up against Atakai might be a little bit difficult to make the Tarizla work. Scratching my head right now. Maybe they'll go to the classic Arlot route.
Minotaur.
Yeah. So it's Arlot Minnow. So I'm really guessing carry here for Blacklist International. Brody would be okay too, but my heart's speaking, yelling carry.
I think the Arlot's a solid pick, right? It gives a big possibility to be able to split Blacklist up a little bit, or if they are all grouped together, you can push everyone in. So there's a few answers with Luke here. It's definitely not the normal dive Tarizla or Lapu-Lapu that we've been seeing him play, but still very solid. He's able to be aggressive on it. And Beloyski as well. This is something I wanted to see, something that can meet Blacklist here head on. I think the major thing they have to do here is just kind of play around the Akai, because if you dive in, as you mentioned, you get caught by that heavy spin.
I've been waiting for too long.
As you mentioned, Renmar on point. There's the carry. picks up, fitting for this situation as well, considering the fact that you got quite tankiness across from you.
Okay, so I'm leaning a little bit more towards the draft of Blacklist International, but again, for me, the biggest factor here for Geek Fam will be Beloyski's play on the Minotaur. How he plays this alongside the timing of Luke's final slashes as the Arlot might actually be enough to disrupt the Faramis-centered composition of Blacklist International. And then at the same time, with the Claude and the Baksha entering, and of course Arlot dashing around, how Geek Fam executes this in the team fight will be the main determinant of who will be winning this game number 3.
We're going to find out once again as we load up into the land of Dawn. It's 1-1 in the series between a Geek Fam, Blacklist International. Who steps closer to that match point? It all unfolds here as things get situated once again, talking about the lineups. Quite a bit of tankiness for a Geek Fam. Does Blacklist International have the answer for it with that carry pick?
It's actually a really interesting play here by Blacklist. They went straight into the mid lane to get a little bit of burst down onto Beloyski, maybe even potentially get a pick off there by sending Edward there with the slashes. Not going to be able to get the kill, but they do send Beloyski back a little bit, which sort of tempers the rotation of Geek Fam.
Yeah, and it sets Geek Fam back, because one of the things I was worried about with Blacklist is they do have, once again, similar to kind of game 1, a softer, supportier mid lane right now. And sending Edward into the mid lane there to kind of already give them a little bit of a boost, a little bit of push into the enemy territory really helps back Blacklist in this tempo.
Yep, I like that. Real quick, emblems, anything sticking out here, Renmar?
Master Assassin of the Khalid. This is the Assassin full damage Khalid that we're going to be getting. So a Khalid that can maybe be the guy to force out the Black Shoes of the Lilia, one of the biggest things that Blacklist International need to do if they want to be a little bit more comfortable in the team fights.
It's like typically, you know, again, when Khalid is picked up, you kind of expect Dolan, Marky, and Oheb just, okay.
Okay.
Marky not exactly getting the better as game 1. This is going to be the second game in a row. Oheb is winning out on some of these trades.
Yeah, going back to the point again, Khalid, I feel like this part is going to be very important, right?
Yeah.
For the fact that usually you see Khalid enter second in some of these team fights, but this time Edward might be making the initiation. As you mentioned, your whole goal is, let's get that Black Shoes out from a boy, let's kind of work around that. Once again, even the fact that you have to work against the Minoan Fury from Beloyski. If that is all expended, then Blacklist International is in a great position to win some of those early skirmishes and team fights later on. Oh, look at that.
A lot of damage on Edward. Forced to use a flicker. Luke looking for the finish. Heavy spin comes. Luke able to flicker to the side. Edward going to get some of his health back with that sand guard. But now Niall going to lock on essentially. They know he doesn't have the heavy spin. Beloyski there as well. The Netherrealm comes out, and now the response waiting on the final slash. Raging Sandstorm from Edward. Able to help to disengage. Luke very low, trying to back off. Rennie J on the chase, but the Turtle still low. Niall able to secure. Beloyski on the front side. A nice stun on 2 members with an Owen's Fury. 2 members taken out. Yue and Rennie J back to base.
Big miscalculation there by Blacklist International. They had their heavy spin forced out in the bottom lane. That means the Geek Fam relatively free turtle, but Sensui able.
That was dangerous. Oh, Edward! Here to equalize.
Is he still going? Okay, no, he's just, look at my sand, man.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool,
sand,
right?
nerd.
Just look at it.
Look
right?
at my sand. Did you just say eat sand, nerd?
Eat sand, nerd.
Yeah, it works, right?
It's Edward.
It is Edward. Now looking at the gold earned here, Marky, though, farming up pretty good in comparison to Oheb. Those two, for the entirety of the series so far, it's been very action-packed. Just to leave them be, right? This is the thing where usually I talk about the gold lane experience, but like these guys have their own version of it. They just duke it out in the gold lane, while the rest of the team kind of puts pressure everywhere else.
Yeah. So now we're going to be seeing a Blacklist International go into the top side jungle of Geek Fam a little bit. Oh,
they're looking for Yue here. Does have the Netherrealm, should be able to get away from this safely, but if they can pop it out, it could help with an advantage. Blacklist, though, all grouped up at the top. They're ready for this.
And right now, Blacklist International are playing like a team where they know and understand the condition of we have to not necessarily win the mid, just control the mid. Because that means our side lanes will be a little bit easier to deal with in terms of like supplementing OHEB, making sure Edward's comfortable with going on the 1v1s against Luke's Arlon. If you look at the items already, the Corrosion Scythe on the carry. Still waiting on the... Oh, wait, no. There it is. The DHS.
Grabbed it, yep.
I just grabbed it for Marky. So still tempered right now as rotation. A little bit slower, a little bit more methodical are what these two teams are doing.
Yeah, still focused in the mid lane.
Ow.
Again, a lot of this, you could see them kind of already getting in position. Turtle's going to be up here. Second one of the game. Both teams where they want to be. Gold laner staying on the bottom side of the map. They're going to go ahead and just not be a part of this. Turtle, take
Niall
it.
able to take it. Geek Fam kind of controlling the pace right now. Nice heavy spin from Luke, trying to lock on to Edward there. Down at the orange buff too, Beloyski. Geek Fam just in itself right now is being so aggressive. Edward forced to use the Raging Sandstorm as a getaway.
Yeah, and now that final slash that we saw earlier from Luke, and with Blacklist International forced back, can't get close enough. Actually, a Retro duel, if I'm not mistaken, won by Niall, or I don't think they just got close. Now they trigger the call for a switch. We're going to be switching things up, the focus. This is classic Blacklist International. Now they're going to be looking into supplementing OHEB. Double laning now, trying to maximize the farm that he can get across the map, because they're going to need that iron.
Oh, Beloyski! But wait, no, the Holy Baptism able to delay Geek Fam. Geek Fam still looking away the Wild Slash! Luke making the play to change the game!
Wow!
Marky locked on Edward, and Edward finally drops. Sensui with a heavy spin just to try to get away. 4 members of Blacklist International fall.
What a play from Luke. The final slash of the day so far. Right on point there.
Another chapter added to the book of Luke. No other analysis needed, man. That was a hell of a final slash.
Yep, we're going to take a look at it once again. The instant replay here, presented by Kadea. If you missed it, now you get to see it again. It all unfolds here under the Tier 1 turret. Here comes Luke.
Flicker, too. Picture perfect positioning as an Arlon. That's what you want to get. And despite them being under tower, Geek Fam can just juggle bodies to ensure that they win that out. Luke, my goodness, still continuing.
Oh, Renegade. Trouble.
Boy.
Gets through with a heal.
Geek Fam just so aggressive right now.
Yeah. In a very quick, decisive play. Now 3K ahead, not to mention objectively. Still in a similar situation where we saw for the previous games, right? Blacklist doesn't have a turret yet. They're kind of restricted in terms of space and movement around the map. Uh-oh.
Sensui trying to get away here. Geek Fam just suffocating. They're playing so well, meticulously aggressive, just so well all over the map, everywhere. Edward now looking for a target. Raging Sandstorm just to get away. Geek Fam want to take this tower.
This is what we were talking about earlier, actually, for the side of Geek Fam. I did say I was leaning a little bit more towards a lineup of Blacklist International, but if Geek Fam layered their abilities well, found their timings, caught Blacklist International caught Blacklist International off guard, they'd be taking their conditions. They'd be the one leading the charge here. So that's exactly what they did. With meticulous, as you mentioned, their treks, gameplay around the map, good macro, and finding those little windows of opportunity to counter-go during the objective team fights, Geek Fam are just doing what they need to do with the lineup they have to make sure Blacklist lineup won't be able to shine as well as it could have.
Yeah, and with this, with the lead they have, you can see them put the pressure here now on the side of Blacklist International, at least trying to force these things out of Sensui even. But again, they'll take the buff. Now, my biggest thing here is the time that it takes for carry, right? To kind of build up to that point, the power spike, if you will. How's that comparison against the Claude? Typically, Claude takes a while too, but with this lead, and we saw the gold difference between gold lane alone, OHEB, it's going to take a little bit longer here. We're only 8.5 minutes in.
Yeah, there's a bit still, they're both built up to a golden staff, so I think it's good news that Carry also has 2 damage. Not going to be good. Well, Aboy now has an Ice Queen wand here, so that's something Blacklist needs to watch out for. Yes, they have that holy healing, but those slows, strong counter punishes.
Boy, gonna respond back though. Edward able to do nothing there. Niall gonna back. Ooh. Gonna back off. I think it's smart. You mentioned the Claude and the carry. One of the things about the Claude, though, is even if he's not like fully online, unloading a ton of damage, he still has so much utility outside of that with the split pushing, with being able to still melt down the Nether Realm.
Exactly,
Whereas carry, you just have one job, really. It's try to shred down, you know, the front liners. And until carry can do that, there's not much else she can do.
Man, look at this already. They force Ensui less than half health. They go ahead and give the go signal for the Lord. I don't think Blacklist International can even get here in time.
Yep. And I don't think they have the opportunity to find a counterplay, but I think they're going to try to go for Beloyski.
Oh, Beloyski able to get the knock-up, though, on 2 members. Another Realm comes out from Yue. Marky trying to unload, but Geek Fam maybe just want to disengage here. Edward misses, whips into the backside, and now Geek Fam smell blood. Luke looking for one. The final slash to knock Edward out of the sand guard. And Wade, Marky to the backside with a blazing weapon. He's taking a lot of damage. He'll flick back with the BMI. Blacklist International might have to lose this tower for the sake of the team.
What a play there by Geek Fam, again, finding opportunity. Even though Blacklist International sniffed blood, thought they could get Beloyski. Geek Fam was able to chase Oheb.
Another wild slash on Oheb. The flicker! Luke, the stone, under the tower. He's going to go down for that, but it is worth it today.
Oh, again, Luke has been on point this entire game. Actually, the entire series so far, and right now it's Blacklist International trying to struggle to stay in this game. Nearly 7,000 gold deficit to work from.
Stone cold. Mr. 315. Add another chapter to the book of Luke as his legacy grows here in the series against Blacklist International. Committing the flicker just to ensure that kill. He goes down. But now Geek Fam, they have a little bit more space to work with in terms of getting turrets, getting inhibitors down.
All right, Geek Fam trying to move in. They get the stun on to Sensui. Sensui gets heavy spin though, but then Owen's Fury helps Geek Fam. Blacklist International finds Nile though. And now Edward with the Raging Sandstorm looking for a boy. The black shoes are already gone. He will go down. Marky in with the Blazing Duet. Blacklist doesn't want to keep the fight going, but at least they keep Geek Fam away.
So there's still some fight back from Blacklist International. They're trying once again to allow Oheb to get online here. Real quick, how's the items looking?
All right, so it's still an advantage for the Claude here. Up to, okay, so since we actually had the Rush of Blade Armor there, also up to a Radiant Blade Armor on the Baksha. The 2 Dominance Isis on the side of Geek Fam are causing a bit of trouble here for Blacklist. We see, I believe that's a rush into the Malefic Roar by that Khalid. So once that Malefic Roar goes up, he's going to be like one of the biggest damage dealers for Blacklist International. Well, International has to be because Yue had to go for a more utility route, deciding to prioritize the Necklace of Durance as his first item, which was understandable, and then going to a Lightning Truncheon.
This is crazy too, as you're looking just the damage dealt so far from the members from Geek Fam. That's something that they have to work from, right? Again, when you have this kind of lead, that's kind of what you expect, but itemization-wise will fall into place the further they get into the game, especially if Blacklist International can kind of stall things out a little bit longer, right? We're still working with the fact that you really have to allow Oheb to get to this point in this carry. You already saw that Wind of Nature being picked up by Marky, going to give him some of this upper hand in a lot of these skirmishes and team fights as they break out, not to mention working around the Minoan Fury and avoiding the final slash from Luke, which has been on point. Edward also trying to bring up some of the damage, right? Picks up a Malefic Roar here to provide, once again, that burst potential to possibly put pressure on Geek Fam as this second Lord is now worked on. Blacklist trying to get in position here. Edwards staying in that mid lane, trying to clear that out. As the Lord dance ensues, we got to keep a track of the positioning. Luke, not even a part of this so far.
Yeah, one thing about Oheb is he's got the Trinity locked in. He's got his 3rd item locked in. He is officially a threat to the team, but Marky trying to lock on you, maybe force out that Nether Realm a little bit early. Geek Fam taking this slow. They know they have the advantage in the lanes. Blacklist International doesn't want to give this Lord up, though. Nice final slash. Lands on a Sensui. Bloisky able to get the knockup as well. Oheb now making the charge in. Wait, a 5-man knockup. Luke into the backside, though, locked on to Marky. Marky forced to be away. Bloisky goes down first, and Oheb's unloading. Niall looking for it. Can he get the retribution? No, Sensui takes it. Blacklist International back-to-back games, turning things around.
We talked about the Book of Luke.
but add another chapter to the book of the Lord, knocking up people at the worst possible time. You saw there, Geek Fam, Beloyski had the setup with the Minoan Fury, but then the Lord said, hey, I could set people up too. Doesn't matter who I knock up. And then add Edward entering into the back line of Geek Fam. What looked to be really great for Geek turned out to be an unintended disaster just because the Lord's knockup went up in time for Blacklist.
And now they make their way down the mid lane. Lord marching in the bottom. Geek Fam still ahead here in terms of economy, but you can feel that bite now from Blacklist International. You saw it too. Edward picking up that Malefic Roar helped put pressure enough to have Marky pop the Wind of Nature. Get a boy to use that Black Shoes. That's part of the plan here for Blacklist International. And then the follow through from UA with the Nether Realm really helped them get that advantage. Lord's gonna go down here, not before it gets that charge in, but now Blacklist International has some space to work around.
My boy doing a good job at trying to fend off the mid side there as well. Blacklist International just equalized this game.
Are we going to see another Game 2 situation here, lads?
Oh,
Back
yeah.
and forth, pendulum. You want that, Trex?
It's already been there. We're already there.
We just met that criteria.
Yep. Gold
Boxes are
lead
checked.
gone.
Yeah, this is the reality we live in, and I couldn't ask for anything better. Now, let's see how these two teams will tell another beautiful story of who wins a crucial game number 3 in this elimination match here in M5. As we look at the items, full build, no, still waiting on the last one there for the carry. Already up to a Sea Halberd, actually, is that Claude. So Marky's damage will hurt his poke damage. Sensui, and of course him being one of the frontline vision givers for Blacklist International, has to be a little bit more careful now. Make sure that he has Renegade with him when he goes for those vision plays, and the timing of Edward. This Khalid becomes deadlier and deadlier as the sands of time falls down the hourglass.
Already looking at this damage dealt, the boy has been on top of things here. Picks up a Divine Glaive on top of it. So he's going to hurt even more a lot of these team fights. Once again, as you look at these team fights unfold, which are at this point, we're probably only going to see them really around the Lord, right, for the dance, because both these teams, even looking at that head-to-head earlier, we saw how much they kind of prioritize that. And with Blacklist International favored for a lot of those utility dances, those fights going on, that's even where Edward becomes more crucial, right? His patience to use this Raging Sandstorm is going to change a course of a lot of these fights. The same can even be said for Beloyski on the other side, or Luke, right? It leaves up to the roamers, these XP laners. How do they unfold from there and initiate? And that's why you see, if they can get a pick off, it's even better. But so far, the stalemate happens. Lord's up, both teams rotating there to get there for this dance.
All right, Geek Fam. I feel like this is a kind of, we're getting to do or die for them a little bit, right? Oheb is coming online. Edward just locked in the Blade of Despair. Geek Fam does have some great answers to Blacklist International's comps, but so far when we get into this late game, Blacklist International does seem to control the pace a little bit. Now with Lord down to 50%, Edward into the backside looking for a boy able to pop the Black Shoes. Luke holding Blacklist at bay, but they don't want to stop here. Netherrealm is still in play, but there comes Minoan's Fury.
A boy!
Respawn back at Edward, able to find a boy. Marky to the backside with a blazing duet. Beloyski goes down. Luke is going to be next on the chopping block as Edward picks up the double. Niall trying to get the play, but Sensui takes it from his fingers. Marky all alone against Blacklist International now.
Patience is the key here. And once again, Blacklist International turns things around and they march into the base.
You mentioned do or die. It looks like it's due for Blacklist.
All right, Blacklist coming in. They've locked onto the base. Marky with all he can. Cannot withhold against the agents.
They did it again. The pendulum swung, but this time back to Blacklist International it goes. 2-1 in the series. They get to match point.
Patience. Again, we were waiting for the timing, the timers. Khalid having that. BOD, him going to the back line to force out the Black Shoes. The perfect positioning, the perfect Nether Realm. Though it looked good for Geek Fam, they could have had a shot. It was Blacklist who takes that game.
Again, as things settle here, we're going to have it further broken down over on the analyst stand. Leo, Mirko, what happened here?
Do you really want me to do the thing again?
It's match point for Blacklist International, and your thing isn't working. You can try all you can, but it's in the hands of our athletes right now as Geek Fam push the tempo, play really fast in the early game with Blacklist, again, much like in Game 2, figuring out the tempo, trading where it matters, allowing for them to recover and make for a run, a final turn, a huge comeback in the mid-game to take game number 3. Sitting now at match point in this best of 5.
Is that adaptation, that really quick adaptation from Blacklist International, where they weren't able to completely utilize the ADP, the anti-disaster protocol in game number 1 due to the tempo that Geek Fam were taking the game in game number 2 and especially game number 3. You could definitely see that minimalized losses kind of gameplay start to work out. They were waiting for those power spikes, and when it hit Leo, it made the MVP go crazy.
It was ham when Sensui actually pushed back where he needed to push back, pinned down who he needed to pin down, and hit the retry and even give Nile a run for his money where it mattered. If you'll remember, there were moments in this game where Nile was trying to, force Sensui. See how sharp, really, his retribution was. And, he learned.
He definitely learned, right? Despite game number 1, game number 2 not being the best Sensui we've gotten so far, especially after seeing MPLPH, game number 3, he's back. Sensui, the Sensui that I said is going to be the retreat god of the tournament. It really seems like you give him the tools, you give him that space, you give him a 50-50 even, and he'll do it, just as long as he ain't stunned down. And I really like the choice of the blade armor here for Sensui, right? He knows he's gonna get hit hard by the likes of Geek Fam. Anyone from Geek Fam, especially the Claude, will try to poke him down, will try to get him off and try to force out a heavy spin. So the fact that he had that blade armor, might as well. If you're gonna dish out damage to me, I'm gonna poke you back.
You're liking that item build. I like his emblems, man, especially his talent. The concussive blast might be the secret to how he's so good at hitting retributions, big ticket objectives. We'll see here in the highlights that the early game wasn't really for Blacklist. There was a spotlight final slash here by Luke. All right. Oh! Even I felt it. Even I here at the stand, you and me were like, ooh.
And this was the exact moment where Mr. Wagner himself gave Luke the new moniker.
That's right.
The Stone. If we can have Dwayne The Rock Johnson, it's only fair that we get Luke the Stone Jackson.
That's him now. He is him. But unfortunately,
he isn't him enough.
That kind of tempo was quelled by Blacklist International, not only by Sensui, because again, he had key hits on the heavy spin, but also Yue with the NetherRealm, and of course here, that turn, that miraculous turn, wherein the Lord helped Blacklist International. You know what else Mr. Trek said, Mr. Wagner?
What did he say?
The divine retribution. It was with the help of the Lord that Sensui secured it and turned the fight around.
That was truly the divine retribution coming in from Blacklist International. But really what it all comes down to in these Lord dances isn't really anything too deep, right? There was nothing, there's no even feints coming in from Blacklist. They just stayed true to that efficient gameplay. One man makes a call, go in, fight for the Lord, the entire team goes in. It ain't that deep, but it's what works. For Blacklist International, they have been more, I would say, decisive compared to Geek Fam. It always seems like Geek Fam are so confused during the Lord dances. They want to go for it, but then they also want to pull back and reset. And in the end, when you're indecisive, up against a decisive Blacklist International, they're going to take it from your hands.
Yep, what comes into play here is it doesn't matter who's first. Because again, for 9 out of 10 objectives in this game, it was Geek Fam pulling the trigger first. But what actually matters is who does it best. And so far, Blacklist have read into the situation so well, and as you can see here, this is the Blacklist special. You put Wilderness Blessing on the roamer and the mid laner, and it's this duo that protects what matters. It's what allows Oheb to double lane very effectively, and what allows Blacklist to answer back again, set up for these amazing trades.
And I love the fact that Edward here, we also see a bit of adaptation from him. In both the games, even in this game, I would say Luke had a little bit of a better laning phase, but you could see here with the choice of the emblems, going for the Master Assassin definitely helped him get on his foot a bit earlier in the game to get that Khalid rolling across the map, and that's exactly what we saw. The Khalid turned out to be an assassin in that late game. It was no longer the fighter Edward. We're seeing Agent Zero go full assassin mode. Look at those items.
He's taken a few pages from the book of the Hitman. Now, check this out. Aboy, 2 of these deaths, a majority of them, if not the kill directly going to Edward, was caused by Edward. So if you want to play a Khalid the way Edward does, check it out. Get his emblems, get his items, is because it was such a lethal threat. I think the fact that he can get away with it and even survive because of the quick sand guard and the way he can disengage and engage with the Raging Sandstorm allows him to be such an important part. Because look, Luke, as soon as he gets the final slash, he's done. Edward can go in and out.
Back and forth. Not only because of the quick sand guard here, but this is why you can definitely see the masterfully crafted draft by the coaches of Blacklist International, because how they were able to go back and forth, aside from the quick sand guard, was also the Rafaela pick that literally just goes to show you the full circle of the draft. That's why Edward was given the opportunity to go full damage. Sustain, they've got it. The whole team's got it with that holy healing, always connecting to 4 or more.
And not to mention the Netherrealm. You put the Purify on Yue just to make sure that he's the final line of defense between a disastrous team fight and a winning one. And then you also have the likes of, again, Renegade setting it up, helping go in for these finishing maneuvers, which, by the way, I saw a good, solid 2 or 3 FHBs. Flicker Holy Baptisms really turned team fights around.
It really did, right? It's such a small ultimate. It's very hard to find a big moment, but Renegade just finds it. Maybe it's the Hitman in it, but if we take a look at the DD, the damage dealt here, definitely Edward. Like, what the heck? This isn't what you're gonna see usually in your ranked games, in competitive games. It's ridiculous. The fact that a boy, by the way, was the main damage dealer gives the Khalid even more value, right? The fact that he was able to bait out so many of these black shoes early on basically forces a boy to do no damage in these team fights. He's always going to try to just poke Edward down, try to focus on the front. He can never dive to the back, and that's why you can even see Oheb get a lot of damage dealt going behind him as well.
And not just that, the fact that Renegade was there to make Edward's job a little easier. We were talking about how Aboy, with his little DPS, DOTs, was almost doing close to nothing in the late game. Talk about Marky. Marky was trying to gun down Khalid, trying to gun down Edward, and it's as if the damage reduction from the quicksanding wasn't enough. You get the healing from Renegade. What's crazy exacerbates the situation.
And what's crazy is the fact that Leo, Beloyski loves this hero, right? The Rafaela. You would expect Beloyski and GeekFam to be able to understand how to play around the Rafaela. It has to be something different that Blacklist is doing with this Rafaela composition. Don't know if it's just the individual spacing or the fact that they clump up and make those decisive maneuvers together so well.
There were layers upon layers of big ticket ults in GeekFam's lineup. And again, in the early game, as soon as they got those green dots, as soon as they hit level 4, they got the go signal. But think about it. If you spend all of your ults and your opponents have the answer for it, a well-placed flicker or a purify to find the re-engage, they got you checked. And I think that's why the swing came in mid-game. Because if you look at Blacklist International's lineup, it's super layered. There's so many ways for them to back off, find the re-engage, and then clap back. So now the question is, what does GeekFam do now that it's match point?
For GeekFam, I honestly feel like they need to just start getting more decisive, right? They need to find the proper call and follow it through to the end.
With that said, let's throw it back over to our casters on desk. Let's get into game 4.
Thank you very much, Leo, Mirko. Great breakdown there once again. It's been a great series. If you're just joining us, I'm Naisu. This is Trex and Renmar, and we are now facing a match point here for Blacklist International. How are we feeling?
I mean, what more could we ask for right now? It's 2-1. Hopefully it goes all the way, but these teams are duking it out right now. I mean, just full-on blows.
Yeah, the Filipino in me is kind of wishing, let's please end it here. My heart can't take it anymore.
Yeah.
But the MLBB esports fan in me says we deserve a Game 5 after what these two teams have shown. It's been a fantastic series.
I'm expecting a Game 5, right? But let's see if they can adjust, because there has to be adjustments from Geek Fam. But before we talk more about what's ahead of us, of course, we want to once again mention the TikTok drops happening right now. All you guys have to do is pull up M5 on TikTok and just watch for 5 whole minutes if you want to. There's a TikTok viewer chest. But if you want to go further, watch for 20 minutes and you can grab a deluxe chest for you guys. So again, big shout out TikTok, watch over there and join us once again, because there's only a couple days left here from M5. Now, as we reel it back in, Game 4 ahead of us, Geek Fam. Of course, throughout the series, we have to pretty much talk about the fact that it's been a back and forth, right? There isn't just one team obviously dominating one game or another from back to back, but really, when you're at this point in the game, knockouts too, is that what you expect? Are we seeing the series here unfold as we've expected between these two teams?
I mean, there is one thing to definitely pull out, and that is, yes, it's been a back and forth, but the 2 games that it's gone into late game, Blacklist has come out on top. I feel like the side of Geek Fam needs to work on those closeouts.
Yeah, now let's take a look at the evolution of the Hitman. Of course, his career history and achievements started off under Next Play Solid and Next Play Eve, was a long time loyal member there. Season 8, they peaked, a 4th place finish there. Now, starting Season 11, of course, he joined Blacklist International. Still, we didn't know if he was more XP laner or more roamer, but then now here he is, shining in the role of the roam, being able to fill in the shoes of the queen in his own name, in his own style. Blacklist International, and I know the agents are very lucky to have, and very proud to have Renegade in their squad.
You know, when you look at that achievement list, right, and really where Renegade's kind of fallen into a place here, you have to look at those earlier seasons when, yeah, they were, 4th to 6th place finishes, 7th to 8th, but really, if you talk about the whole mental state of these players and what they go through from, the challenges, the adversity, right, when you're placing, though, and being able to stay consistent, stay with, this sport, the esport, the drive to get better. Like, that's what that is, right? And then, again, look at the fact that Renegade himself said, well, I adopted this championship mindset. That was one of the big things, and I think even though he went through, the ringer through his early career, it was establishing that foundation of who he is as a player and really letting him shine, right? This is where personality comes into play, the play style, and then when you refine it with a championship mindset, when he came into Blacklist Season 11 and then 12 and where he is now, you see it unfold, right? And when you're watching them play as a unit, they have adapted themselves. They have evolved themselves throughout the course of just this roster alone, right? So once again, as they kind of get ready here for this next game, this is another big step for the whole team as a whole here.
Yeah, I mean, and when you talk about consistency, Blacklist is definitely the epitome of it. Back to back to back, showing up in World Stage, 2 back-to-back grand finalists. I mean, just all over the map, this is the team to look at. Now, can Geek Fam actually pull off the upset of their lifetime right here? First time on the world stage, going up against the Titan of Blacklist International. This has to be one of the hardest feats they ever try to compete.
Well, we'll find out. Once again, jumping in the draft here. The next game is going to be crucial for both these teams as the band's already coming out. You can already see it, the Valentina, Guinevere. Going to be taken out from Geek Fam as they're on the blue. We have Blacklist International on the red. Joy already going out of here. Once again, priority being the question for Geek Fam. Or do they want to go ahead and take Nolan out of the picture?
Okay, their Assassins still getting taken out here. In terms of priority first picks, let's see how different it is going to be this time around. I'm trying to go through the picks in my head. Usually it's a... look at the bands. Valentina, Guinevere, Matilda. Nolan's been taken out. Might end up being a unique first pick here.
What if they actually just went Lilia again?
I mean, it's,
it worked. Technically, it was working pretty good.
Lilia or Bruno? Actually?
Lilia Bruno, yeah. That's what I'm feeling, right? Yeah. Really given the last band here from Blacklist International, priority-wise, that's typically what you're seeing. Bruno's, Lilia's.
It's definitely been up front, and I don't think, Geek Fam, the draft wasn't really the problem last time, right? There was definitely something. Ooh,
There's the
Blacklist
ban.
says no, you're not going to get that this time. But it could be actually good for Geek because even though they had a good early game, there was still some issues with the overall draft. Yue was a huge problem. In the end, Oheb was a huge problem. Edward was a huge problem. And Blacklist knew those things were going to be problems. It just wasn't going to be a problem in the first 5 minutes, right? And they were able to buy time. So I think Geek Fam needs to also consistently think about what are they going to have as answers in the late game to deal with Blacklist.
Yeah, you mentioned something there, first 5 minutes. If ever there's going to be a Bruno or Baksha first pick for Geek Fam, Blacklist will take the other. So, like for example, first pick Bruno, then one of the first picks on the side of Blacklist is the Baksha, but no, it's none of that. They go Faramis. They're going into their favorite picks here. A boy made a name for himself in MPL Indonesia Season 12 with that Faramis pickup as one of the staple and signature Geek Fam picks that led them to the grand finals of MPL IDS 12.
I think it's a good choice, especially considering the fact that they banned out the Valentino, right? You go ahead and pick up the Faramis. You don't have to worry about going against another NetherRealm for now, right? And interestingly enough, too, usually the answer, once again, one of the answers for the NetherRealm is the Lilia, but it was Blacklist International that banned it out. So interesting how that interaction goes. Now, once again, Blacklist, how do they want to deal with that? Do they lock up their jungler already? They're going to take the Bruno, and once again, they go with the Akai here.
I was honestly expecting them to possibly pick up the Claude there as an answer to the Faramis, but Blacklist have faith in Oheb. They decide to go for the Bruno. We know the damage is there, but in my mind, Blacklist still kind of lacking an answer to the NetherRealm.
Yeah, so that's where we might actually see the XP lane pickup being something like high damage in terms of the Lapu Lapu or displacement in terms of the Arlot, but then paired up with the Akai, that's where you get your answer for the NetherRealm of Geek Fam. So Geek Fam take the next two best picks up on the board. They get the Baksha. So now you have the Baksha Faramis combo that of course want to set the tempo, go around quickly, and then you have Marky on the Claude here, which we've seen him perform very well so far with in this series.
Okay, again, the XP lane has been a constant question throughout the series. We know the impact that it can have. We saw the Khalid the previous game, how much it can turn the tide of some of these fights. Is that something once again? Wow!
Oh, nice.
All right, I wasn't expecting this. Hey, but I'm happy. We're still in the knockouts too, and Gord's still coming to play.
And it's still a 50-50 win rate. So I mean, it's not like it's a horrible pick. I mean, it's not the best pick, but it's not the worst either.
So now Blacklist, alongside taking those out, now have to watch out for some very terrifying picks on the side of Geek Fam. They can go Yutong, something that can chase out the Gord and the Bruno, make sure they can make the most out of that Petrify. They can then... anyone with Dive, really, who could just easily get to that Gord.
The only thing that bothers me about the Gord here is the fact that, like, pressure-wise,
priestess of primal lightning,
in terms of, you know, when you try to set up with a Mystic Gush, you're working around a very mobile lineup, right? Claude, you have to work around the fact that Faramis is probably going to pull you around. You can have, of course, Nile rolling in from different directions. So, you know, timing, positioning, even more important here with the Gord locked in. But yes, it does also solve a pretty good problem and provides quite a bit of damage, you know, early to mid-game especially these objectives they're going to be focusing on. But you can already see it too. A lot of these roamers being taken out. Again, what is Beloyski going to bring to the table? The Ruby pick is gone here.
So usually Gord is an answer to heroes such as Valentina that of course you'll have to expand dashes and things like that, mobility to get away from the range of his Mystic Gush. So it feels like Blacklist International are just turning off the idea of Beloyski picking up something like that, you know, or something to counter it. It's like they're thinking ahead already of whatever Beloyski will pick, and that's their tackle. So with the Minotaur taken out, Kali taken out here, could be Lapu or
Geek.
Yeah, Lapu or the Paquito for Edward looks and sounds good.
Because Geek having a Lapu in Luke's hands right now looks great against a Gord, right? He's just and he's much easier to reach than many other long ranges, but instead they go for the Terizla, also solid. I think we definitely see the Lapu from Luke.
Yeah, you know what hurts? Getting a penalty zone and then a Mystic Gush into it, right? So that can line things up really well, especially when you're just playing around the NetherRealm itself. If you don't want to wait for it, then just force it out, you know, for the most part. And a lot of times that penalty zone initiation, let's say you get 3-4 members, 2 or even 3, you're going to force, you know, possibly that NetherRealm, and then the Mystic Gush is there. Not to mention Worldy. Now, Worldy doesn't do that much damage, but it's still definitely a threat. And once again, the only thing that could backfire so far from Blacklist International is usually the heavy spin, right? You really have to kind of play around that. Make sure that you're not messing up with the positioning either.
Sensui does pretty well at that, though, I do have to say.
Yep.
There's a Lapu, as we talked about. And there is the Arlot. They get the displacement.
Wait,
Will
Rome
it be-
Arlot, huh?
Yeah, it looks like it. A Rome Arlot for Baloyski. Does this mean we'll see another Rafaela for Blacklist? But the problem is, it's going to be difficult. They
Hey,
need something
this-
a little bit tankier, and Blacklist, Geek Fam took out the best pick possible in the Minotaur.
This is where the KDA thing happened, too.
Ah,
It was with Rome Arlot. Well, it was one of the instances, right?
Don't you put that in the air, Ricky Bobby.
It's there. It's in the air. It's got to be. We got to get to a game 5, Trex.
My friend.
Right? Last pick here.
Oh!
Right. Of course.
You can hear that the
agents
crowd
go
likes it.
wild.
Yep. They love this hero.
Can he do it again? Can Renegade win the hearts and minds of people and say that I can play a hell of an Estes as well? He did it already earlier this Sem 5. Can he do it again in this crucial game?
The heel man.
The heel man is back. Gonna be quite difficult though. This needs perfect Ube playstyle by Blacklist. There's so many pieces on the side of Geek Fam that will give them a lot of trouble.
A lot of answers.
A lot of answers, a lot of questions here. Rizal Memorial Coliseum, we're getting ready. We're at match point for Blacklist International against Geek Fam. If they're able to win here, they move on. They send Geek Fam out.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the
And they are ready as we get prepped up in the land of Dawn. Once again, can Geek Fam answer to extend the series to Game 5, or will Blacklist International end it here?
Ube Classic by Blacklist International. This might take some time until we see some big plays, but we already see Renegade and Baloyski. As Renegade is just helping out Sensui in the jungle, taking a fair bit of damage as expected from a Rome Arlot. So we're just gonna be waiting for the next turtle. Honestly, it's like the next turtle or the next few seconds before the next turtle, because that means someone's gonna be going into the EXP lane, pressuring out an XP laner, a little skirmish, and then that determines who gets the turtle, or that doesn't happen, it's just a full-on fight on the turtle. Full sustain for the Arlot, by the way.
You know, seeing Renegade on this, it just goes to show his evolution as a roamer overall and how much he has grown with this team, with the rest of these players. Definitely the story to be told, but when we look at the map, Geek Fam, this is kind of where they like to be in this laning phase. Blacklist forced to take a much more passive approach due to the SDs and due to the gore.
Yeah, I like the fact, too, that he plays with Quantum Charge, because it also allows a little bit of aggression, for the most part, on how you're trying to position this SS pick once again and really follow through on a lot of things. Even if it's just to catch, the members from Geek Fam and slow them down a little bit, could work in their favor. Now, once again, you're working with a lot of just AoE pressure here. For them, for against Geek Fam, and they have to kind of work around that. Now, the tools are there. We've seen them do it before, and even having, already exchanges, Baloyski, that's the thing.
Ooh, the stun connects. Forced to use a flicker. Will be able to get away, but that will put Blacklist at an advantage for this first turtle.
Yep, you and Edward helping each other clear lane. They want level 4s across the board. Aboy already level 4, Renegade. When he clears that menu wave, let's see if it hit 4. Who'll get this first turtle? Game number 4.
Oh boy, gonna try to keep Edward away. Niall keeping close to the turtle. Baloyski looking for a little bit of an engage into the backside loop there as well. Baloyski gonna make his mark, gonna try to come in, but Niall takes it. And now sends away. Luke with the bravest fighter looking for Edward, but he's taking a face full of magic gush right now. But he finds it! Renegade goes down, and so does Sensui! Geek Fam coming out on top.
Right out of the gate, again, it's Luke. He is him right now. And Geek Fam able to sniff out an opportunity. Again, the layering of abilities. When you're up against a heal comp that wants to stick together, you have a lot of displacement and crowd control. If you can time those together, you give a lot of difficulty for a lineup that Blacklist International drafted. And again, it's the same story so far in the first 3 minutes of this game compared to the previous game, wherein Geek Fam acknowledged the strength of their lineup against Blacklist lineup.
All right, not only because I'm a Gord stan here, but I'm really curious on the build path this time around for UA, right? Usually when we see Gord pop up throughout M5, we actually see some variation, some flexibility in that build that they approach the game, right? The fact that a lot of this, you're going to try to land those projectiles, get those little stuns out, of course, kind of work around that. And they're still going to be putting the pressure here once again, top side. All of this really allowing OHEB to farm up the best he can against Marky, who, as we've said throughout the series, has been quite the lane to be in, right? The duking it out against each other.
Okay.
Right.
Ooh, good start.
Ooh, nice pullback on a Sensui there. Luke brings out the bravest fighter, able to get right through that heavy spin. Blacklist are able to disengage though, but it's 20 seconds till the turtle, and Geek Fam are going to take control of the pit. A little more back and forth in the mid side. Geek Fam showing who's boss.
Getting another example of just Beloyski holding on to that final slash so well. They almost caught out Sensui, forced out the heavy spin. So this turtle looks like a free one for Geek Fam. It's going to be difficult for Blacklist International to get there in time.
Okay, already just going to go ahead and use that Mystic Gush, put the pressure where he can, but they might just be given the call, right? Just go ahead, give up these turtles for now. We are not where we need to be to team fight yet, but they're actually going to make a line towards this bottom lane. Might be looking for their own play here.
Oh, Marky with the Blazing Duet, just trying to clear out these waves and get back to safety. Able to pull it off. Geek Fam's rotation matching Blacklist.
Yeah, and now, good defense there by Geek Fam. Next rotation and sequence might be around the mid lane. Let's see if Blacklist will actually continue the... Oh, Edward!
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Approval.
That was nasty, bro. That was oh, this is nasty.
Beloyski forced to use a flicker right before the fight comes with a final slash on a Sensui. He is going to get pinned against the wall. Able to dash back. OHEB takes the tower, and Blacklist walk away safely.
That's all part of the plan, right? They got the turret. They made it work. Not to mention, once again, UA. He might not be getting kills right now on this Gord, but he's definitely putting pressure where he has to. Sometimes it's a flicker. Sometimes it's an ultimate. He's doing what he has to do.
Again, it goes back to the idea that we posed in MPL Philippines Season 12 before, wherein we said that the Gord is sort of like a new age version of Eve. It's static, it's an ultimate that zones out, it's not a big box. But then with how US playing it, it's also playing it a little bit like a Farsa, committing the ultimate just to make sure you have an advantage in the tower dives, clearing the minion waves, zoning out. So, yes, as a Gord in these scenarios, you don't just hold into your ult, you make the most out of it every time with your team.
Oh, final slash. Speaking of team, Geek trying to close in on Blacklist. They're unable to get the finish. Renegade comes in the nick of time.
Okay, the heal's there, but they know it's not available anymore. Geek Fam might want to still put the pressure here under the turret, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and call it off. No point even for UA to get there already. Renegade doing quite a bit of healing. Marky gets checked here as well from Edward. They'll have to go back to lane. Turtle going to be up shortly. That's not going to connect to
hunting right now. Renegade taking a little bit too much damage, and the flicker from Luke takes 2 lives from Blacklist International.
There's UA. Nothing he can do though.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, again, they stayed up there for quite a while.
Yeah, great tower diving, great call by Geek Fam, not giving up on the play. Despite Beloyski missing that final slash, Luke said, hey, I'm him, I got this. And he set that up for Geek Fam really well. Again, another patented tower dive, a thing that we see here in the Philippines, teams such as RSG Philippines, but it is an Indonesian playstyle working very well for them right now as they get the third and final turtle of this game.
Yeah, another great call there from Niall, able to put the pressure on Sensui around the buff, gets the retry out and easily rotates to get the third turtle. Clean sweeping it right now for the Turtles, for a Geek Fam. That's what's giving them a little bit of this edge to work around, right? And with that, Blacklist has to keep that in check because when it gets to these Lords in about under 2 minutes from here, they don't want to just give those up, right? The plan so far is, all right, we give those up, we farm up the best we can. A top lane again.
Oh, big final slash. Sensui gonna get the double man pin on the 2 members. Luke taking a couple shots to the face, gonna have to back off the worldie, bouncing between a boy and Beloyski. Blacklist safe for today.
Surprisingly enough, that it felt like that final slash actually put OHEB in a better position to be able to go away. He was able to just slide tackle on out of there easily, a bit closer to the turret. I understood what Beloyski and Geek Fam were going for there, but it felt like in that scenario that final slash just helped OHEB a little bit better.
Okay, so Renegade just picked up the Flask of the Oasis. So this will, in terms of, because we already saw the necklace of Durance picked up, right? So how does this help out the healing situation here, Renmar, for Blacklist?
Well, of course, that allows Blacklist International to just really pop the ultimate of the Estes, and then, oh, wait!
Oh, they're closing in. Oheb taking off the map. A nice Nether Realm does come from Geek. They're going to get stunned up. A boy able to get away, though. Blacklist International move a member, and this is what Geek Fam's doing. Just find one, then one more. Blazing Duet does come in. Yue taking a little bit of damage.
Here's Luke.
Niall looking for more. Luke into the backside with the Bravest Fighter.
Oh!
The penalty zone response from Edward. A nice final slash from Loyski. Luke able to get a stun. Renny J goes down. Blacklist International lose 2 members.
Well, I was going to say, the healing coming out from that Flask of the Oasis, although it might take some time until we feel the full healing effect of that Estes, should be able to help with the initial burst of damage and crowd control that Geek Fam dish out. But again, sequence after sequence, we're seeing Geek Fam layering their abilities so well, timing everything together, that even though Renegade gets a good timing with the use of the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, then suddenly Geek Fam just overload the Estes and the heal of Blacklist.
Yeah, well, they actually want to fight this once again. Now that Lord's up, they want to join these fights. Still waiting. Once again, Yue doesn't have too much damage just yet on this board. He's got the Talisman, he's got the Ice Queen wand. They're going to want to fight again.
Move on to Renegade there. Edward does drop the penalty zone. Yu brings out the Magic Gush. Now the Realm comes out from a boy.
Oh,
Luke taking a lot of damage. Oheb able to get the final shot. And now Edward pushing the engage. Sensui pushes Marky away. A boy goes down. Sensui down. Beloyski down. 2 members of Geek Fam drop. Marky and Niall now on the defensive. Blacklist International with a nostalgic feeling of the last game. Turn things around.
What a great positioning choice there from Sensui to keep Marky at bay.
It's like he told Marky, I can spin better than you. We're both going to be spinning like tops. But the heavy spin, you saw what Geek Fam wanted to do. Set up Marky for a big blazing duet. But it took one big panda and a heavy spin to stop that.
Oh, again, it doesn't matter if the 3 turtles are giving up. Blacklist International, with their team fighting prowess, they're able to pull through, get this Lord, and now they're going to be in charge here. But we're going to take a quick breather from this game as things get situated. Once again, talking about how that team fight unfolded. You saw exactly how it happened, right? Things fell into place. They fell into a certain part of the jungle. It was a choke point, but with the covering of that Mystic Gush, focusing on a boy, keeping a boy back, the Nether Realm was worked through. And even when Marky came in, if Sensui wasn't on that side to block him out, that would have been so much damage being spread across a already belittled lineup. They had half health, maybe the heals were already done, and it was a struggle there. So once again, Sensui in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, so far we're going to be seeing a lot of highlights from Sensui, Renegade, but I really want to commend Yue here and his positioning and timing with that gourd, making the most out of the Mystic Gush, the projectile as well, making sure he's getting those stunts in. Dude, Yue right now is just absolutely shining on this gourd, and we really thought that he'd struggle here. He'd have a lot of trouble, but he's timing everything and standing in the right spots, and Blacklist are covering for him so well.
And as we get a little bit further, I'm pretty sure the next item he'd go is probably the glowing wand. He's already got the Ice Queen, so next would typically be glowing. So as it gets further, that's where it starts to provide a little more damage, of course. He is a little more utility, trying to get those stuns off right now, but eventually it gets to a point where, he is pumping out, as I like to call it, the big dam.
One of the important things to notice right here is Beloyski and Luke are heavily focused on the Renegade. Almost every time they engage, they're trying to single out Renegade, trying to get rid of that Estes, and then hopefully the rest of the team collapses. So that's one of the reasons why Yue has been able to just kind of sit there. He's not getting targeted that much. So what do? Do they switch it up? Do they go for Luke and try to get through the Blessing of the Moon Goddess? They're kind of in a little bit of a conundrum here.
Yeah, it's not perfect standing for... Oh, wait, no, it is a perfect standing for Yue right now. Wow. So if this continues on, suddenly Geek Fam are just going to feel the problem of that gourd as we get a great look at our beautiful fans here in the South Memorial Coliseum. Sorry, I just needed to
Are they the ones that shout, Yue?
I think Yue! Yue!
I don't know if she's here in attendance today, but I think it's become a thing.
It has been a thing.
There
we
got
go,
the call. Thank you once again. We're going to be jumping into the game. Lord going down the bottom side. It's Blacklist on the play here. Once again, Niall going to go ahead and stop it there in that bottom side. Trying to clear up as fast as they can. Once again, economy-wise, it's pretty even. But right now with Blacklist International able to make their moves around the map, they're going to get some space advantage to work from.
Now they're going to take the opposite lane, get as much as they can out of this push. One thing to note that though is Blacklist International still hasn't cracked into that mid lane at all. It is going to help Geek Fam in some of these rotations. Look at Beloyski too, just hanging out on the backside. He's waiting for a moment. He's waiting for the team to say go.
Waiting for that 4-5-man final slash.
Yeah, a big one there. If UF falls down early, if that Gord falls down early in a team fight or a skirmish, it might actually be a big struggle for Blacklist International. They will have Oheb, but then that applies so much pressure onto Edward and Sensui to make the most out of their abilities, to create space, to buy time. So let's see if Geek Fam can get the key target. Right now, it's Yue. Once Yue falls, it might be a little bit easier to actually take down the Bruno, to take down Oheb.
Yep, you can already see it too, as we were talking about. Yue on this Gord, he's getting the items he needs now to lead up into the damage meters. Already, I believe, completing that glowing one as he did, working on the next. So depending on how he decides to build those last two items, if it's the Holy Crystal, if it's Divine Glaive even to pump out a little more damage, to put the pressure on NetherRealm alone, will be troublesome for Geek Fam. So they want to make a decisive action already early on, right? Lord, 30 seconds away or so here, so nothing too much happening. Beloyski, if he somehow, some way, gets a final slash, even if it's just Yue before the next Lord, that is a huge advantage for that Lord dance.
Here comes Niall, looking for the engage here. They know Yue's over by the mid side. Could be a time to get some skills out. Lord's gonna be up in 15 seconds. Gold sitting at, I mean, an exact standstill. Never have these games been so close.
Yeah. It could be up to anyone. Goes down again, similar to what happened in game number 2. One big play, one big moment. As they now go for the Lord dance, we have to watch how the middle minion waves are managed. If anyone will decide to force out or push that topside minion wave, someone on the opposing team has to answer. Niall pushes forward, finds the information where Oheb is at. That's going to call for a quick little reset by Blacklist. Now that they actually have shown Oheb or have seen Oheb, Blacklist can clear up that lane because they're not like trying to hide or anything. So now they're just going to settle around the Lord again. Watch the minion wave management. That's the biggest story here, topside and middle.
This is one of the advantages as well, having a Gord. You can check the bushes with the projectiles, the injunctions, whichever way you want to have it. Concealed play going to come from Geek Fam.
Royski making his way in, looking for the final slash. Niall on the backside, locking on Oheb. Maybe get out of Blessing of the Moon Goddess. There it is. Penalty zone. The heavy spin. Niall and Luke in a little bit of trouble here, but Sensui going to kind of push them the wrong way. Beloyski looking for the re-engage. Gets the final slash in the backside. Marky with a blazing duet. Logging on to 4 members. Going to get knocked up. Marky forced to back off. Bloy taking a stun. A shot. A ball in the face, and he's down. Geek Fam still trying to come back up. Boy will be up in about 3 seconds. Death counter not too high. Lord still on the field. We're going back and forth.
Back and forth, but right now, Blacklist International in control of this Lord. They should be able to make quick work. Beloyski and Luke waiting patiently, though. Can they get it?
Yue! Taken out. Oheb finds Beloyski. Luke looking for something, but not today. You will not survive. Oheb finds a kill, and the Lord goes down. It's a 3-for-0 trade. Blacklist taking it all.
It feels like a recurring nightmare for Beloyski and Marky and the rest of Geek Fam. Ube, an Estes, a mid lane they can't catch, a Filipino sniper with hella damage, and a Blacklist knocking at the door of their base, about to eliminate the Miracle of Indonesia.
All right, the boy brings out the NetherRealm. They're just trying to buy time at this point, but Edward able to take him out. Blacklist decide not to go for it because Marky and Beloyski are back up.
They still have the Lord.
Don't want to end it just yet. Lord coming down the top side, but enough time is bought. Geek Fam may live to see a few more waves.
Geek Fam stays in it. They keep things under control. They have to get ready, though, for this defense.
It's not over yet. Quick item check. Dreadnought Already built up by that Baksha, the damage, Holy Crystal for that Faramis. I'd like to see Divine Glaive rushed already onto there. It's Bloodlust Axe, actually, Radiant Armor, Dom Eyes, and the Fury Hammer for that Lapu Lapu. 5,000, close enough for a turnaround. But again, can they get to Yue? They can't reach him right now, can Geek Fam. And that Gord is the problem. Can they find the solution?
Ooh, Edward uses a penalty zone, does not connect onto anybody there. He does have time to try to get another one on Marky. Will be able to melt down this Lord, and Blacklist walk away.
They're happy with the 2 turrets in the base. They still hold on to that one in the bottom side for Geek Fam, but Blacklist getting in position, making their way with the next waves that will be pushing in. We could possibly see another force and interaction from Blacklist. Geek Fam, once again, everything available. They have to be ready. Immortality's also going to be online here.
They're making their way downtown, walking fast as Blacklist.
Boy does take a stun. Niall trying to make his
Boy
way around the mountain. Looking for something. For the blessing of the moon goddess, and Luke finds a stun. Edward trying to respond, but the magic does come from Yue. Sensui able to get the pin onto Veloci. The immortality pops, but the boy keeps going. Niall there as well. Boy able to find Oheb. Geek Fam coming out for the defense. But wait, Veloci in trouble, gets another final slash. Can he dash away? He's buying time for his team though. Blacklist are hungry. 3 down, 1 down as well for Blacklist. A boy and Niall all alone against 4. Blacklist International know what's on the line here. Geek Fam as well. A few cannon minions, another wave, but it's 20 seconds until the rest of the team is there. Blacklist International trying to get the finish. Edward able to make the pin onto a boy. Niall against 4, but another wave of minions is coming down the backside. Geek Fam does have the defense. Blacklist trying to close it out. A dynasty may continue today. Blacklist International make it forward.
The stadium erupts as Blacklist International continues on for the M5, taking out Geek Fam.
The clock strikes midnight on the Cinderella story of Geek Fam. A tale as old as time. Another code broken. Blacklist remains standing.
Give it up. Blacklist International showing why they are who they are. A young roster, new faces, but it doesn't change that the org is one of the strongest in the world.
And of course, it's important there, the sportsmanship between the 2 teams, well fought from Geek Fam. An amazing performance nonetheless, but at this point, someone has to go home. Let's go ahead, throw it over to our hosts on stage with our teams.
Wow! Blacklist International is now sharing a few words with Geek Fam.
But
Geek Fam?
What a comeback para sa ating Blacklist International. And right now we have our Geek Fam from Indonesia. Palakpakan naman natin ang Geek Fam.
Everybody give him a big round of applause. Geek Fam, ikaw na lang Baloyski. What would you like to say to all your supporters and everybody watching from Indonesia? What else can we expect from you next year?
Buat Geek community, terima kasih yang udah dukung kita. And to all the fans here supporting us, the Blacklist fans, thank you guys. And to my family, sorry I didn't give the win, but yeah, I love you guys. Sorry, we will try harder next time.
Maraming salamat po sa nanood sa amin, sa pamilya ko, tsaka sa girlfriend ko. Salamat po, pasensya na, babawi kami next season, mas gagalingan namin.
Sorry for Geek community and thank you.
Thank you for the support and sorry for everything.
Thank you for the support. We will come back stronger.
And I just want to say for the Geek fans out there, there are no losses, only lessons. Congratulations to Geek Fam for making it all the way to this point. Palakpakan natin ang Geek Fam.
We hope to see you stronger next year. Geek Fam, you may now take your final bow. Your journey ends here.
Congratulations.
And now, let's welcome on stage the winner of this match, Blacklist International.
What a comeback! Wow! Down 0-1. 3 straight para sa Blacklist International. Huwag kayong mahiya, huwag kayong mahiya. Nanalo kayo, nanalo kayo. Yui, unahin na kita. Yui, unahin na kita. Yui, come on. Yui, what can you say about those 3 straight wins? What were the adjustments made starting game 2 at tumuloy-tuloy kayo?
Siguro yung paglalaro namin sa early to late game. Kung paano namin laruin yung laro namin.
Kita mo naman yung adjustment. How about anyone else? Sige, ano tayo? Anyone else? Can you talk about the adjustments that were made after the first match, which really shifted the momentum towards you guys? Yung anong adjustments na ginawa ninyo after game 1 or match number 1, kaya nag-shift yung momentum papunta sa inyo?
Siguro po nung di namin po sinabayan yung aggressiveness po nila inanap lang po inantay lang po namin yung mga namin power spike na mga hero namin.
They didn't go up against the aggression of their opponent. Instead, they're waiting for the right moment, for the power spikes. And that's what Blacklist International do. Now, Rana J, your family is here, your parents are here, Dougie and H2 are here. You can see him waving at you. He actually elbowed H2 right there. You saw Dougie earlier, he got really emotional. In fact, your journey throughout MLBB is such an emotional experience. Now, you get to move on the next round. What can you say, Rana J?
Boss D, next time wag kang iiyak. Naiiyak din ako, mawawala ako sa laro niyan.
He's saying, Dougie, next time don't cry because he's gonna cry and he's gonna lose his mind in the game.
Sobrang thankful po kami lahat ngayon kasi simula nung pinaghirapan namin since MPL, lahat po worth it siya kasi unti-unti namin nakukuha yung namin, pangarap namin, malapit na kami and konti na lang. Yan.
All their sacrifices that they've made in MPL, it's all worth it. And their dream is getting closer and closer. Malapit na!
Oheb, ikaw naman, pwede nating tanungin. How do you stay composed? How do you stay composed after ng matches? You had to win that second match na importante para makuha niyo yung momentum. How do you stay composed? And ano yung pinagsamahan niyo? What does it mean to all of you na you go together and then lalaban kayo hanggang dulo?
Mindset lang namin every game, parang every game kasi mindset namin game 1 lahat ng games. Reset lang. Parang game 1 lang ulit kahit matalo, manalo. Game 1 lang ulit next game. Reset kada game, mangyari, manalo, matalo, reset lang talaga. Dun siguro kami nakakabawi.
So they treat every game, they don't look at the scoreboard, they treat every game the same way. They start it the same way, and obviously, what a win.
Ito naman, baby brother Edward, hiding at the back.
Nakatago.
Edward!
Nakatago si Edward.
Edward, you have a lot of supporters here. Let's invite them to support you for your next match. And what do you want to say to everybody?
Ayun. Maraming salamat sa pumunta kayan. Guys, bukas ulit. Note kayo. Tsaka shoutout nga pala sa tropa ko. Nasaan yung mga tropa ko dyan?
Where
kasi
is
ng bataan
friends? You have a lot of friends.
Ayun! Shoutout sa inyo.
He's
Yun lang,
saying
thank you.
this is all for his friends over there, thanking everybody who's supporting them, and come watch them again next time. All right, everybody, one more time, give it up for Blacklist International. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. We're gonna break that down for you, so we're gonna throw it over to our casters. Casters, pasok.
An emotional series. Congratulations to Blacks International. Their journey continues. As for Geek Fam, GG well played. We look forward to seeing you bounce back stronger than ever.
It's so amazing that Blacklist International were able to adapt and then completely take over the series. Game number 1, that dominant victory. Usually after a game like that, teams tend to take the slow route, right? Maybe they'll get better in game number 2 and then game number 3, then we'll see this level. But no, it clicked after game number 1, instantly to game number 2. Despite a few mistakes that they were able, Geek Fam were able to capitalize against Blacklist International, especially that 7-minute lane swap. It didn't really matter. Blacklist team fighting prowess shined through.
We will see more of that in detail later on through the highlights. Something to note that was actually made real via that interview was the fact that Blacks International adjustment after Game 1 was something that rang true and was made more efficient and effective because of the fact that they looked at each game as another Game 1. It's just one game after another, and all the learnings from the previous one just made all the more sense. With that said, let's give out our MVP. The nod goes to none other than Blacklist's very own Renegade, the Hitman, of course. A marquee performance coming in, repping the Blacks International hero. Their skin from M3 is the Estes. He showed us one from the groups. Now, what do you like better, this performance or the last?
This one for sure, because this was truly the Hitman's Estes, right? When we look at the Estes, especially for Blacklist International, we remember the Queen. But he truly has made this pick his own as well. That flicker, that risky gameplay on the Estes, utilizing the blessing of the Moon Goddess all the way to the end. It is as Hitman as it gets, Leo, and we're definitely going to see it all played in again for this highlight.
Yep, something to note, if you're loving the play style, the flicker, here's that that moment, that failed lane swap, as we would like to say. I like the Quantum Charge. I like how it keeps him on his toes, and it allows him to actually reposition, get the heals to where Blacklist needs it.
And you can definitely see it from time to time again. That flicker really paid dividends towards Blacklist International. Renegade doesn't need the Purify. The Purify needs him. He's the man who's always positioning on point. And it's exactly as you mentioned it in game number 3, I believe, Leo. He's got the mind of a hitman on a healer.
That's right. He's able to protect where it's needed, and he can sniff out these flanks. There was a moment here, if I'm not mistaken, around the
Baloyski's flank later.
16-minute mark. Yes, no. Baloyski was setting it up way before. This is the payoff finally, but even with that, because of Renegade's positioning, because of how Renegade is able to keep everyone topped up, Baloyski's hero play was made null. Baloyski's hero play, as amazing as it was, Blacklist was able to clap back and overload the base. Finish at under 18 minutes. Something to note, Renegade decided to go flicker. It was scary, to be honest, because I'm thinking, Geek Fam super aggressive. No Purify? But he made it work because of, again, the mind of a hitman.
And even to add more onto the mind of a hitman, he was the guy who actually assassinated Marquis in towards that end, right? With the passive hit, Leo, he was able to find that final kill onto Marquis, and that literally just was the nail in the coffin for Geek Fam. They were not able to defend from that. And now we're going to take a look at the emblems here. Anything that piques your interest, Leo?
Something that I'm looking at is, dare I say, he might be the star player for any Lapu-Lapu in M5, Luke. This is the emblem set. Again, the penetration, the spell vamp. He's been doing this all series long, and it's given Oheb and Yue a tough time, but the fact that Renegade is there makes it all the more worth it. Yue was another key player for Blacklist, and as soon as they found him, it all crumbled, except for when Sensui was able to help them disengage.
And this is where I have to give props again to the Hitman himself to go for agility and the Wilderness Blessing here on top of the QC. It gives him so much more maneuverability, and this is where we really get to understand why the Wilderness Blessing is so important to Blacklist International, a team who runs on neutral objective team fights, not on neutral objective control, which differs from the old Blacklist, right? Usually, you expect them to go for turtles, take the snowball route. This Blacklist can come back with one big team fight, and it's all facilitated through the maneuverability. They're able to force decisive initiations, but also fall back when it matters most.
And that's done through not winning these objectives, because again, if you'll notice, the first 9 minutes, it was all Geek Fam. They were sitting at 4-0 with a solid gold lead, but this Blacklist, again, from Game 2 onwards till they finished in Game 4, they were looking at the economy. They were masters of economy. Not only are they able to force out longer games against Geek Fam, who, if Geek Fam had their way, they would be done in 10 minutes. Blacks International are able to hold it down, pace themselves, and then build up to these items. These items that you put on Oheb, that you put on Yue, are key to stopping this super aggressive lineup.
And there was a moment as well where Sensui just used a heavy spin to stop Marky from getting to the Prio members, and that is literally what Leo was just saying, right? The fact that Blacklist International here, they lost in the early game, and all 3 of the games that they actually won in the sweep, technically, it didn't really matter because they were able to always come back from it in these team fights. The ADP in combination with their phenomenal team fighting skills gave them the best route possible to beat a team like Geek Fam.
Yep, looking at our carry here, of course, a boy. If you're looking at a lineup that's always going Ube as early as possible, you can expect those Burst Bursters to deal damage. And then from there, you have the rich guy on Oheb. As soon as Blacks International took control, they're able to just keep putting farm on this Bruno, and the rest is history, man. Look at this. Teamfight participation, because of that patch that recently counted heals as KP, Renegade was there all the way.
139,000 total healing coming in from Renegade. This goes to show you that not only is it a big number, obviously, but he was free in almost every single one of these team fights. That's why he's able to dish out so much healing for the rest of the team to sustain back up for the team to look for that win. It was super risky that they went for a Gord and a Bruno. Didn't matter though, as long as you have someone in the back constantly babysitting you and giving you the right amount of sustain, a risky comp turns to a very safe comp.
Yep, it's a glass cannon comp, because look, there's only an asterisk amount of peel. Check it out, Edward is your only real frontliner given the BOS, the body of Smith. But that aside, everyone else is a softie. So with that, you have your glass cannons in the Gord and the Bruno. You wrap it in a nice bubble wrap that is the Estes. So that's what made this lineup work.
I think you just nailed it there. The bubble wrap, everything. It was just perfect for the side of Blacklist International for this draft especially. We were thinking about the final pick being maybe, oh, the Diggy could work here, but we completely forgot the signature Blacklist pick. That Estes turned out to be the best pick they could look for in that moment, not only for the game, but for the fans as well.
Yep, and not to mention one more bit about Geek Fam's lineup. They stayed true to their identity. It's a dive-on-dive, front-to-front. And you saw that it worked in the early game, but as soon as Blacklist got a stronghold, a grip onto the situation, there was nowhere to go, even if Baloyski was able to find that flank multiple times.
The off angles, the off tempo, countered by what stayed true, the pillar for Blacklist International. There was a lot of chaos, but in the end, order was found by Blacklist, and that's what literally happened in the game. And I feel like, again, that's what makes Blacklist really, really scary. The fact that they can lose out in these early game skirmishes, give out neutral objectives, and even sometimes make very big mistakes in the laning phase. If they can all count on that team fighting, and if it gets them wins, then it's a W.
You can change the names, you can change the positions, you can change the metagame, but the Ube stands strong. Whoever Blacks International faces in their journey throughout the lower bracket has to watch this series very closely. And who that is will be decided in the next match. I can't wait. Another elimination. Miracle, it's bittersweet, but I'm expecting that one to go all the way.
Deus Volt and See You Soon. There's no other way for it to go than all the way, Leo. Let's be honest here. We want to see You Soon. We want to see Deus Volt. We want to see them bring pride to their nations, their regions. They've worked so hard to get here. but only one can prevail. Only one can go to the next stage of the knockouts.
With that said, we're going to have to call it a close here for this best of 5. Again, the journey ends for one of the 2 Indonesian representatives here in M5. The miracle of Indonesia, the ultimate underdogs, the Cinderella run came at the end via the hands of the multi-time grand finalists in Blacklist International. On behalf of everyone at the desk from all over the world, and my partner here, Mirko, my name is Leo at your service. You're watching the M5 World Championships. We'll be right back.
#1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back. The world's first city, built for play, is coming to Saudi Arabia. Don't just live life. Play life. Qiddiya.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Qiddiya's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, you know, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
камбэк. Что мы друг другу скажи мне, мы вместе на пути к вершине. Наши глаза горят, и воздух накален невыносимо. Нет, мы не заплачем, потому что здесь мы что-то значим. Ногами высекаем искры, за спиной наша удача. Устали мы вечно ждать, сидеть с трибун, все наблюдать. Гладиаторы мы в этот раз. Наконец настал наш час. Мы вернулись вновь, чтобы побеждать. Трофей над головой своей поднять. Эта арена вызывает в голове флешбэк, и мы готовы к бою. Это наш камбэк. Кто ты, воин, как твое имя? Взмываешь небеса, как Чонг. Воля твоя нерушима, снова слышен битвы гон. Но только соло ты не сможешь таланты все свои раскрыть. Команда верная поможет твои слабые места закрыть. Устали мы вечно ждать, сидеть с трибун, все наблюдать. Гладиаторы мы в этот раз. Наконец настал наш час.
Много раз ощутить боль падения, вновь находим мы силы воспрять. Снова на языке вкус сражения, снова сможем себе доказать.
Давайте, ребята, Руслан! Это победа! Мужчина стоит рядом, ее не вытаскивает. Сейчас Саня, может быть, стоит продолжить? Получится ли ульта от Лолиты? Есть ульта от Лолиты! Ты должны доигрывать! Какая уверенность в своей игре!
Все вместе, в системе, дойдем мы к победе. Мы встретим проблемы, но это путь верный. Против всех заочно, но я знаю точно, что на пьедестале стоять мы будем с вами. Мы вернулись вновь, чтобы побеждать. Трофей над головой своей поднять. Эта арена вызывает в голове флешбэк, и мы готовы к бою. Это наш камбэк.
puso'y di mapapawi. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban, babangon babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin, Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban, babangon babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin, Pilipinong may giting nagniningning.
Dami mo daw sinasabi pero ba't ngayon di ka mapakali? Panay lang ang kamot sa anit at kahit alam mo na di naman tumakate. Dugo pati laway at pawis tumulo, akala mo ba lahat tumadali? Hindi nagmamadali, akyatin ng hagdan na talagang matare. Ganyan talaga ang mga batang Pinas, talagang malakas kahit anong meta, wala kang ligtas. Talagang matigas na parang daliri ng mga kalaban. Sa gitna ng laban, shooters namin talagang savage. Di papaawa sa aming lupang sinilangan. Ang dami ng binilangan, ng isa, dalawa, tatlo. Handala ba kayo? Ito na pang-apat. Kaya dami na naman iyakin kahit dadaanin pa sa mga tipi-tipi-tipikal. Paano kami hahabulin? Marami itong gasolina, lalamunin ang lahat ng dipidal.
Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban, babangon babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin, Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban, babangon babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong dughan kay dili mawakli. Sanay sa ating maandog kung palaban, babangon babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin, Pilipino may giting nagnininig. Sanay sa ating maandog kung palaban, babangon babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin, Pilipino may giting nagnininig.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Oh! Just it.
Welcome to M5 Gala. Guess the Hero Challenge.
Lapu-lapu. Iritel. Franco. Nana.
Nana, go! Best dressed team. Best dressed Super Marco.
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage.
The hours of sacrifice.
Shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, Seasoned Titans returning to reclaim glory.
Jangan.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik. Kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through. Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The Kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia.
Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon. Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
In every tournament, pros fight not only for glory, family, and their country, but also for the heart of every game. The fans. Are you one of them?
Hello everyone, my name is Queenie Tornis and I am representing Blacklist International Agent!
Perjalanan Sonic ini udah berdiri sejak 5 tahun yang lalu. Sampai kita kalah, sampai apa itu Onyx udah ada.
Homeboys sebenarnya sangat penting sebab dia bukan saja untuk Homeboys, dia untuk tingkatkan komuniti MLBB dekat Malaysia ni.
Kita nak kalau boleh komuniti tim lain bersama juga semangatnya macam Flameboys.
Hal yang bisa kita berikan secara maksimal itu adalah dukungan.
Bila moral player tengah down, tapi kita orang tak tengah down. Kita orang tengah hype. Kita apa-apa pun, kita sebagai macam Homeboys ada 5 player, kita orang Flameboys adalah player ke-6.
And I can say that I'm the correct fandom because they really value their fans. I can feel that this is not just like playing games or what, but this is like a family, a whole family.
Player Homeboys punya gameplay every season macam improve.
Like wins or losses, like they're really not take it seriously, but they just take it as a room of improvements.
Menang atau kalah, still support.
Kalau mereka kalah meski sedih tapi tetap dukung.
Kekalahan itu awal dari kemenangan yang lebih besar.
We wanted to make sure and ensure that they still feel that we are still here for them no matter what happens.
Jadi ada 8 kota yang bakal kita adain Mus Party.
Let's go Blacklist! Blacklist will only improve and they won't give up!
Even if they lose, they will win the next game.
Blacklist, break the code!
They have always felt your unwavering support and love.
Maraming salamat po sa pagsuporta niyo sa amin palagi. Sobrang namomotivate kami lalo lumaban sa mga next games namin dahil sa pagsupport niyo sa amin. Kaya po sana tuloy-tuloy lang. And yun, thank you so much.
Maraming salamat sa mga agents na walang sawang sumusuporta sa amin kahit na manalo man o matalo, dyan pa rin kayo para sa amin. Yun. Isa kayo sa mga
rason kung bakit pa kami nagpapartner. Thank you sa inyo.
Pertama, makasih banyak yang udah dukung dimanapun kalian, dari Manado, dari semuanya lah pokoknya. Dukungan kalian sangat berarti buat kita, bikin kita semangat, bikin kita lebih konsisten juga biar menang terus. Guys, dukung kita dan kita juga nggak akan bosan buat juara. Terus yang terakhir mungkin selalu doain kita terus. Terima kasih.
Thank you to all Sonics for supporting us. It really is touching, and we really appreciate all of you guys from wherever you guys are. And I hope you continue supporting us and don't be bored. We will try our best to win every tournament for you guys.
What is undeniable, though, are the meteoric stats in the middle or in the mobile gaming industry, and the Esports Mobile Game of the Year celebrates the best of the best. It is my pleasure to announce the 2023 Mobile Game of the Year, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Congratulations. Oh my god. Thank you guys.
And then, okay, yeah, sure. And then put it.
Hello guys, hari ni kita nak rate player Rob tank dekat dalam M5.
Kon. Bu sezon favori tank oyuncularımdan biri. Malezya'da bayağı izleme şansım olmuştu. S'e koyuyorum.
Dekat saya ada Apex 47 Apex 47 daripada tim, kalau tak ingat, B guys.
Keyboy. No. Keyboy. She here. For sure.
My classes is Keyboy.
Keyboy, my idol. I'm gonna put also in here.
Oh, my idol, Baloiski. The macro god, I think here. Oh, I think here. S+.
First off, me. I'm going to put it like 8 here. I don't want to overrate myself. Okay. It's okay. Oh. It's okay.
Betul. D. Sebab orang cakap dia tak tahu pun.
Me. Because I'm bad, I'm gonna put F. Sorry, Baloy.
And me. Okay.
Oh, Luna. Luna. Luna B.
Apex, I think here. Here. It's okay. Here.
Actually, Sorn. On my level. Sorn is like a mechanical player and also likes to taunt people.
Ogun, idol. S.
Oh, NJ will lose. NJ will lose. For me, F. Sorn. My enemy. With me. Sorry, you're my enemy.
When fighting at the pinnacle of competition, various emotions will always be on display. And welcome to the 4th day of the M5 World Championship Knockout Phase.
Last day of Knockout Stage Phase 1 had set the plot for an amazing Phase 2. Now let's recap on some astonishing MLBB actions. The Sky Kings asserted dominance against Deus Bolt, the dark horse from the get-go. That gold lead. You're gonna look for a play here in the bottom. Carvey gonna be in trouble. Gets taken out. Savo next. Go in from backside, trying to find Carvey. Carvey could be in trouble. This Augusto gonna come down as Onyx takes game number 1. Not slowing down the pace, Onyx extended the lead to 2-0 without much resistance. on it. Boots now has to flicker out. Totem Arm never going to be used. Keeper goes in with Way of the Dragon. Hard guard there. There's the final slash again. Carvey going to be taken out. CW jumps in. Guns blazing. And it's Sour to follow now. Kid Bomba going to be in trouble as he's taken down mid lane. The Indonesian champions dominated the series by using his full signature Diki against them. Looking for Carvey as he gets the Maniac. Works on the Crystal. Mapster's got the immortality. Will he get the Savage? He couldn't get it.
The Sky King Kyrie's back.
It was buzzing victory for the home team as AP Brand outplayed the Geeks. AP Brand takes game 1. It was tooth and nail in game 2 until Luke pulled off a series of heroic plays.
Pops later. The one who pops later is going to have a little bit of an advantage.
It takes the game for Geek Fam! Then the Beast shifted their gears in game 3. The battle in the jungle. Luke, though, goes in with Raging Sandstorm. He has to go, but he can't heal up half enough. As a body after body will fall for Geek Fam. And Marky, the last one to go. AP Bren wipes out Geek Fam. Looks like they're going to try to trade here. Flap Cheesy goes in with Sandstorm. And it was all according to the Hive's plan to gentleman sweep the Indonesian powerhouse 3-1. With phase 1 of the M5 knockout stage done and dusted, what can we expect in the next tournament phase?
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. Into this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel. I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way.
#1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid that you will lose everything.
excitement of each game, not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back. The world's first city, built for play, is coming to Saudi Arabia. Don't just live life. Play life. Qiddiya. Boing, 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 boing.
Grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 2 4 4 alright.
Boing, 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 boing.
gentlemen.
feel like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I be kinda greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe, we can make it, you and me. With a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Welcome back to the M5 World Championships. It's the knockout stages. The second stage is upon us and we're broadcasting you live from the Rizal Memorial Coliseum at your service. My name is Leo, here with Mirko, and of course our very special guest hailing from Malaysia. He's part Khmer, it's Popo G.
Hello, Philippines. How are you? And today I'm with two handsome guy, but for today I think I'm gonna rooting for See You Soon. I'm very sorry for this team, but Kon Khmer, Kom Chai.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Yeah.
Actually, I'm saying for the Cambodian people, don't lose.
I can do some Cambodian myself, you know?
Yeah.
Ho Moi Mao.
Ho Moi Mao.
Yeah.
Actually, for you to say Ho Moi Mao, you need a very large crowd. For the Ho Moi Mao, then they all will go Ho, everyone.
There you go.
That's what we did in Phnom Penh.
That's exactly what we did in Phnom Penh. And that's what Mr. Poji here wants See You Soon to do. He wants See You Soon to roar across the stadium here and show what they've got. But hey man, Deus Full are pretty good.
That
pretty
I have
scary.
to accept because for Kid Bomba, because he's been a phenomenal for M5 itself. So, but then again, they have also to respect for the See You Soon players. Got Ra and sorry to say, MP the King. He's the man.
He's the king.
He's the king.
He's repping both Cambodia and the Philippines.
Correct.
Again, there's nothing wrong with that. And with that said, it seems like our panel here is outweighed by the Khmer spirit. So one of us has to root for Deus Vult.
Don't worry, I'll do it.
Your name, Mirko, that's from the region, right?
Croatian, yeah. I mean, it's like European.
Thereabouts?
Yeah, thereabouts.
All right, how do you feel about Deus Vult? Because again, See You Soon has been a team for quite a while. Again, I think the better part of the past 6 months, they did win a season championships. But based on what I heard, Deus Vult has only been a team for, 3 months?
Yeah, they've literally been shifting their rosters. They've been changing here and there, right? They've got some new recruits, like Kid Bomba, actually, a new recruit from the previously known team in the EU servers. Very dominant Rogue. He's the leader of that group, and now we're seeing him finally get to say something on the world stage, and he's not just saying, he's slaying.
Boboji, did See You Soon dominate MPLKH?
See You Soon is dominating MPLKH, and right now, deep in my heart, I believe See You Soon will dominate M5 for sure.
All right, we're gonna see how they're feeling and what they look like as they entered the stadium earlier today. Check out See You Soon.
We'll see you soon.
Tingnan mo nila, hindi ka ba nilalamig?
Hindi po. Nag-iinit na po ako para sa laban namin sa Diaz Vault.
I love the confidence. I asked him if he's feeling cold because it's raining here in Manila, and he's feeling hot right now for their match against Diaz Vault. And how are you feeling that you're going up against them? They came all the way from the upper bracket.
Confident naman po kami sa kaya namin gawin. Tapos alam naman namin na kayang-kaya namin silang talunin.
They're confident about themselves and they know that they can win against Diaz Vault. Ikaw yung Tankselot, ah. He's been the Tankselot user. And securing the top 6 in the M Series has been Cambodia's best placement so far. How do you feel about that?
Masarap sa feeling kasi kami nag-cement ng pinakamagandang place sa M5 sa buong Cambodia.
He loves the feeling that they secured the top 6 and they cemented the best place for Cambodia so far. And any predictions that you have for this game against Diaz Vault?
I think my prediction is 3-1 and in favor of us, of course.
Of course, I'm talking to you. Good luck, MP the King. Thank you so much for your time. Let's head back to our casters.
Popoji, that's your man. He was MP the King. Why would you say he's the man?
As you just said before, he's part Philippine, but now he's part Cambodian. So as we all have to agree, any team that got Philippine player, they for sure gonna win.
Miracle?
I mean, so far that's true, right? Blacklist just made it against Geek Fam. They have more Filipinos.
Just by numbers.
By numbers, it's 5 against 2, right? So, well, maybe 5 against 3. You never know who the shadow analyst really is, right?
Triggered.
Do you know?
No, who
you
is
know?
Who is he?
Does See You Soon have a shadow analyst, bro?
I don't think so.
No, they don't, Mil.
Well,
they just have
here's a
Cat
team
God.
that I know for sure has a Filipino coach. It's Diaz Vault representing the EECA. Here's a talk with Kid Bomba.
Kid Bomba, come with me before you enter the match. Hi guys, we're here at the Hall of Greatness and I'm with Kid Bomba of Diaz Vault. I'm your very own Odin, and let's have some few words from you before you go into the match. Kid Bomba, how does this game mean to you? You are in the elimination match against See You Soon.
Means a lot for us. I'm hoping we can close it out pretty quickly. We respect See You Soon. They're a very formidable opponent, but I think we're ready to have a good match versus them.
Wow, he's ready. How ready are you? How are you feeling right now?
Feeling great. I really hope that we can. I really hope that we can win since it's a lower bracket. We don't have another chance, and we're super ready. It's like I already said, it's our last chance. Now we have to show everything that we've got.
Yeah, it's the last chance, but although you've gained a lot of fans here in the Philippines. Coming off from a loss against Onyx from the last match, what can we expect from you against your match against Yisu?
For sure, more discipline and also just better timings, I guess.
Okay, we can't wait any longer, Kid Bomba. Last word, any prediction for this game? How long is this gonna take?
For us, against See
Yeah.
You Soon, no prediction, just let's see.
Oh, let's see. Let's see what's gonna happen in the Land of Dawn. Thank you so much, Kid Bomba. We're excited to see what you can offer in the Land of Dawn. This is your very own Odin. Back to you guys.
Always a pleasure to hear from Kid Bomba. On your screens right now, this is the ROG ping test by Deus Vult. In case you didn't know, ROG Phone 6 is M5's official gaming phone, and it packs the game-winning power of Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 chipset with a class-leading GameCool 6 thermal system that lets you break every limit. It also comes with a spectacular 165Hz AMOLED display and a monster 6,000 milliamp hour battery life to power through your gaming needs. Check out Deus Vult as they go ahead and swipe away at their ROG Phone 6s. As you can see now, Popo G, you've seen them in the group stage, you've seen them in the knockouts. What does Daewoo do? What are they good at?
I think they are good in everything that they do, but for now, I think Kid Bomba is making the teams very, very strong. But because for M3 and 4, we know it's that other guy that's always dancing and everything. But now for M5, it's Kid Bomba himself.
There's always got to be a Bombanatic on the stage, right? There's always got to be someone that steps across and gets everybody's heart's attention. Wait, what are you, Popoji? No, that is a sign officially to join the Bombanatics. You're a See You Soon fan, man.
Actually, I don't saw anything that say that I have to be any
Look,
Bombanatic.
He's trying to trick you, man. He's trying to make you a Bombanatic.
But you have to understand one more thing.
Okay.
In Malaysia, we got a curse that any KOL, talent that sign or support any other team, that particular team will for sure 99.99999% lose.
So do we do it? Okay,
I have to sign.
He's getting rid of it. I'm so sorry, man. I fumbled your plan. I'm so sorry, Papa G. But do you have a prediction curse like LaFell?
No.
No.
For that part, I don't have.
Okay, so he doesn't, Leo. He can't control the odds anymore. I took it away from him.
But what the KOL, the talent, sign or cheer, the team will for sure lose.
All right. You're cheering for See You Soon.
I'm cheering for See You Soon. But in my heart, please, please lose.
Okay.
There you go. We'll give it back and we'll let the athletes, we'll let the teams do their thing because they are coming from
don't play seriously, please.
emerging regions. You're looking at Deus Vult, again from the ECA. It's been told multiple times throughout the knockouts in the group stage that they are a region that needs a little bit more exposure. Compare that to Cambodia, MPLKH, they've been running for a few seasons now.
Correct.
So what kind of X factor do these two bring as they're trying to put the regions on the map?
Now, for me, I don't want to think more about the world. For me right now, See You Soon. Deep down inside, See You Soon. Gonna slay them.
That's it, Leo.
That's it.
He's a man of simple and little words, man. All he needs to do is that. See You Soon are going to slay Daewoo.
Just faith. And just a belief.
But at the meantime, please don't try too hard because this is the first time ever Cambodian team is at this kind of stage.
You're right.
Right, please.
You're right, because look, here's the history of these two regions, these countries being represented now. Burnex Flash, See You Soon in M3, Impunity. These are years back. Compare that to the very few performances and appearances by the ECA, Deus Vult, Daewoo, now VNM3.
Right, but now right now they are top 6 team at the top. This is like a dream come true. It's like a Cinderella story for See You Soon. But believe me, right now in Cambodia itself, all the people are cheering and also praying to the God. Please See You Soon win.
And we've seen that, Leo, right? The support that the Cambodians give to their team, it's explosive, it's amazing. We saw that from Burnex Flash in MSC.
Right.
And man, you could really feel that home crowd turf gave them a big buff. But now, technically, do they have a bit of a home crowd advantage as well? They have 2 Filipinos.
Yeah,
right?
MP the King and Kusei. Talk to us about how those Filipinos have been working to make See You Soon successful. Because look, hail to the King. He's not just the man, he's the King.
As for now, there's no word to describe MP the King. But for his teammate, ខំចាញ់ជាមួយពួកវានេះយើងនេះពួកខ្មែរថាទៅអានេះគេទៅលេងឲ្យឈ្នះឲ្យឈ្មោះខ្មែរនេះទឹកអស់ស្រកនៅយ៉ាងនៅហ្វីលីពីននៅខ្មែរដឹងទីមខ្មែរនេះ the very number 1 strong team.
All right, Popoji got a little intimate with the Khmer viewers all around the world. Again, no words except for that.
Yes, but if for some reason they are losing this game, no worries. I will rooting for the world.
Okay.
Just change the team.
So
it's so simple.
So you just swap the teams.
Just swap
it's
the team.
as easy as that. And then, okay, let's say, right, See You Soon loses, and then you move to Daewoo.
Yes.
Daewoo loses to Blacklist, and then
I'm gonna support whoever gonna win the M5.
Okay, so he's gonna support Onyx, right?
Excuse me?
You heard me right.
That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow. MP the King here. Quick glance at his stats shows that he is better than the average jungler, and the average jungler isn't competing at M5. The average jungler is not a player under Siu Soon pushing the advantage. I don't know if you gentlemen would agree with me. Siu Soon, one of the most aggressive, one of the fastest teams in all of M5 so far.
I think so. I mean, looking at the way that they've been playing, right, with the Angela mid as well, they're one of the teams who actually go for utility mid laners instead of utility roamers. The fact of the matter is, for the most part, when you see a Matilda, when you see an Angela especially, you put it in the roam position, but they want to utilize boxy, super aggressive gameplay on top of MP's very aggressive as well playstyle. On assassins, on fighters, if they snowball, it's not going to be a snowball, it's going to be a death ball.
Oh my god, that's a bit harsh to say like that, but losers is gonna accept the fate they're gonna lose the game.
That's right. And for Daewoo, you got Kid Bomba and Sunset Lover, and of course Carvey carving their way throughout victory, no matter how long it takes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and watch this video before we get into the series. It's a video that talks about family.
Челики, на связи Алекс, бомба, немного родной зимы вам в ленту, ребят. И мало кто знает, я из будущего, и Деву уже победили, потому что мы нереально вас поддерживаем, спамим пятюни в чат, и, конечно же, щиты за Деусвуль. Су!
Hello, my name is Destroyer from Asia region. I would like to tell some support words to the Deus Vult. Guys, you already impressed our region. You made a lot of efforts to go where you are, and we trust in you. We trust in you, and we believe that you can go even further. So, you are the best.
When you successfully made it to playoff, you have gifted our region a small miracle. Right now, we do not expect wonders. We expect to see your inspiring, high-level play in this series again. We now clearly see you are much stronger. So do it and get another record for our region.
We are very proud that Devo climbed so high in M5, and I hope you will make it to the top. CIS region supports you. I see it everywhere, on YouTube comments, in Telegram, and everyone wishes you good luck. Go Devo, show your best, and make an epic comeback from the lower bracket.
Devo упали в нижнюю сетку, им действительно нужна поддержка нашего региона, поэтому мы в вас верим. Вот, вы город нашего региона, и вы очень достойно выступаете. Вот.
Everyone, we support Team Deus Vult. We believe in the guys and we will stop believing regardless from the result. Су!
Всем здорово! Хочу от всей души поддержать наших пацанов из Деву. Вы лучшие, вы гордость региона. Рвите, побеждайте, забирайте топ-1 и торжественное СУ!
Guys, there are no adjectives to describe the scale of your success. You made a literally powerful comeback to the international stage, and it has always been an honor to cast your games on the M-Series tournaments. The whole EECA region is proud of you. You have already proved us a lot. But now, prove yourself that you are better than great. Now, Magister, Sunset, Sava, Carvi, Kid Bomba, Fly Solo. This message is for you. Долби, comrades! Good luck! And show us a good fight.
Деву, ваш регион вас очень сильно поддерживает и верит, что у вас все получится. По вашей игре видно, что вы очень сильно спрогрессировали и достойны победить в этом турнире. А мы вас будем поддерживать и дальше.
Здорово, челики! Знаете, проиграть Оником — это совершенно не стыдно. Надеюсь, вы за это время набрались опыта, поиграли с сильными противниками, займете минимум 3-е место, потому что мы в вас верим. 2-е место было бы классно, а 1-е место было бы вообще идеально. Успехов вам!
Alright, Popoji, it looks like there's a lot of friends and family rooting for Daewoo there.
But it's alright, family is supposed to support their families. But it's alright, then it's alright. For now, I'm gonna 50% support for Daewoo and 50% for See You Soon.
So by the logic of the curse, it'll come down to their skills.
It's as if the athletes are the ones competing.
No, it's not gonna depend on the skills.
Okay.
It's gonna depend on whoever doing the mistake, they're gonna lose.
Oh, okay. So it depends on the mistakes, Leo.
That makes sense. All right, we're going to throw it over to our casters from all around the world. They'll be taking care of y'all and bringing you through this best of 5. Expect a lot of action here in Daewoo versus See You Soon. Be better than great.
And that we will. Thank you so much, guys, over there on the panel. Now, once again, the family support is real for these teams. It's very important here for this matchup alone. It is another crucial matchup. One team will be going home. Again, I'm Nice, joined here on the desk with Trex, Renmar, and wow, you're in a different suit, man.
What? I don't know. I've been wearing this all day. What have you guys been talking about?
Well, regardless, you look great.
Thank
How are we
you.
feeling?
I'm feeling good. This is real, yeah. I'm feeling great. And honestly, I felt like that video of the families, especially from Deus Volt, and of course, Popo G and his support for See You Soon, really warmed my heart, man, during a cold night here in Manila.
I didn't know there were cold nights in Manila.
It's pretty cold outside, guys.
Okay, well,
I'm feeling good as well.
do you feel cold?
I do
you're
not
from
feel
Florida.
cold. Yeah, sure, it's freezing.
But warm you up. Warm you
Thank
up
you.
real nice. There you go.
You've got Renmar
Me and
up
Renmar
there.
have been hanging out a lot, so he keeps me warm.
That's good, right?
Body heat.
Before we talk about this heated matchup, we do, of course, have to thank our sponsors once again. M5, the World Championship would not be possible without them. Moonton, it is presented also by Kadia, supported by ROG, the official gaming partner, Grab, the official Super App partner, and of course, Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you guys to all our lovely sponsors. M5 would not be possible without them.
And a special shout out as well to our global presenting partner, Kadia. Kadia is a giga project, a city that is being built in Saudi Arabia. It is the future capital of entertainment, sports, and culture.
Yeah, I've been seeing the clips and the videos about Qiddiya. I can't wait to go there one of these days. It's going to be great.
Yeah, again, it's a mega, or giga, sorry.
Giga,
that's even
yeah.
higher.
Whoa,
Not just
giga.
mega, it's giga.
Giga city that we can't wait to see. We've seen glimpses of it, so who knows if we end up there in the future once again. But the matchup here once again, Deus Volt versus See You Soon. Which team will move on? Which team will unfortunately have to stop their M5 journey? But before all that, we have to, of course, welcome out our marshals to go ahead and officiate the M5 World Championship. We have our marshals, of course, doing an amazing job making their way to the stage. They are here to ensure the fairness and integrity of the game. They're probably behind us. There they are, coming through once again. You guys have done an amazing job up to this point, still on it. These four guys keeping things together, the integrity of the game, the fairness. Rain, Wilbert, Ivan, Shun, thank you very much.
I think at this point you can call him Shun!
Shun! Speaking of, let's go ahead and welcome, knocked down by the Sky Kings, the Dark Horses return to continue their run. Let's make some noise for Deus Volt.
So, Deus Volt hold a special place in my heart personally. I'm a fan of the underdog regions, the Dark Horses, aka the Dark Knights. I gotta give it up for these guys.
And now across from them, backed by the momentum from finishing off the Ghouls, the Tireless Owls continue to fight from the lower bracket. They are See You Soon.
Sue versus See You Soon. The dream of an entire country against the dream of an entire region. The Cambodians have been making a name themselves all throughout this calendar year. Can they pull off another victory for the proud kingdom?
And of course, to guide the teams to victory, we have their head coaches and their analysts. For Daewoo, it's Coach Fly Solo, Worono WM, and also for See You Soon, Coach Cat God. As both teams get prepped and ready, fist bumps all around. Can't wait to see what unfolds here.
Yeah, you know, we're gonna have another team going home, but another team moving forward. I feel like there's such a storyline for these two teams. This is the farthest a Cambodian representative has ever made it in the M Series, and Deus Volt also breaking records I'm excited to see how this one goes.
Yeah, they're both breaking records and they're both breaking dreams. Now this is EECA's Deus Vult, Carvey, Magister, Kid Bomba, Sunset Lover, and Zawo. There have been a lot of eyes on Kid Bomba, but my goodness, Sunset Lover on the mid lane, his wide hero pool, and the fact that he can just pull off some great MVP performances, one of the veterans and one of the hearts of Deus Vult, one of the hearts of EECA, has had a hell of a M5 performance. Will it continue or will it end? Here today is the biggest question for Deus Vult.
And even in that matchup in the jungle alone, Magister has made waves up to this point. Really, you can point out so many members from this squad and just look at the head-to-head across from them, right? Him, Magister against MP the King. We know exactly kind of the play style that Deus Vult has gone with. We'll see how it adjusts once again with an opponent like this that likes to move fast and momentum-based. For See You Soon, it's Kosei, MP the King, Sariam Felix, Ra, and Boxy the King.
Most definitely. You mentioned Sunset Lover. I want to bring up Ra, because I think that mid lane is going to be intense. Ra's definitely performed recently, and See You Soon in Cambodia in general has really just come on to the map. A lot of us also have our eyes on MP the King. We just saw the interview of him. He looks prepared. He looks ready. He looks comfortable.
Yeah, comfort. The twin kings of Cambodia, MP the King and Boxy the King, man, they are going to have their work cut off for them up against Magister and especially Zawo on the side of Deus Vult. But Kosei, my eyes are going to be on him as well. How well is he going to fare against one of the main conditions of Deus Vult in terms of their success in Carvey? A lot of the situations that Deus Vult find themselves in, Carvey is one of the reasons why they win. Kosei can be one of the reasons why Deus Vult loses.
That's interesting, right? When you break it down like that, really. And the other part is, you know, we're waiting for the draft to go forth, but we know there's signature picks at this point that we've seen throughout M5. You know, for Zawo, it's that Diggy pick, and just kind of playing around that. As we look at the team head-to-head here, though, this is interesting. There's so much stats-wise on the aggression favor for Daewoo.
Definitely a lot on the aggression favor for Daewoo. Even the KDA, we know some of their games have gone very long. We know that they might have the lower KDA, but I think it just goes to show how much they like to push the envelope here. Yeah. Damage per minute as well. Definitely just an aggressive team overall.
Pushing the envelope, very well said there, Trex, because I feel like these two teams, that's going to be the main story here. I imagine two heavyweights who never block, who never dodge, just constantly throwing haymakers at each other, body shots. That's the vibe I get when I think about Deus Vult, and especially See You Soon. We've talked about their Echo-esque snowball playstyle that they like to pull off, but Deus Vult can do that as well.
Well, taking a look at the talent predictions here, we've got two sweeps on the board there. Trex, you went 3-0 with Deus Vult. Mirko went the opposite. He's going 3-0 for See You Soon.
Listen, man, I'm a Daewoo fan now.
Yeah?
Yep, I'm a full-on Deus Vult fan. I'll be watching their EECA championship next year. I'll definitely be tuning in. They have won me over. You know, I come from an underdog region myself.
Yeah.
So when I see a region like this just shining on the M stage, I can't help but gravitate towards them.
You know, it's funny because you point that out, right? And I feel like there's a similar thing there where for a while, NA was kind of slept on, right? And then you guys had made waves.
And now we're slept on again.
Well, no, not really. You don't have to go there. I mean, you know, at one point, there was a I don't want to call it the peak, but there was a point where, you know, NA was up there and then it got some attention. You guys now have, of course, your leagues there, right? Have formed.
All right, next
EECA.
subject, Renmar.
Hey, we have to talk about it, Trex.
I want to give everyone in NA a hug now after that. I want to give you a hug, man.
It's okay.
Are you okay?
We're here for Daewoo.
Trex is all right.
Trex is all right.
Yeah, he's all right.
He's found a new heart in Daewoo.
Yeah, but that's the thing. No, like
a big Kid Bomba shaped heart.
Kid Bomba works, but Daewoo, the fact that they're here, you know, and we saw the history that they had back in even M1 and leading up to this, right? Now, new faces and everything else, but for the most part, the impact that has on the scene for the EECA region is it's very apparent, right? As there now are a ton of eyes. You guys already said yourself, hey, I'm going to actually go and watch some of their tournaments and how that unfolds. Yeah. And really, I think a lot of people can say that now. So with all that being said, we're going to be jumping here into the draft as we get prepped and ready for game number one. Again, a best of 5. between Deus Volt and See You Soon. One team has to go home again as we round out the day here for Knockouts 2. And it starts here already. You can see the bands coming out. The Angela, respect still, I believe, towards See You Soon. Of course, we saw that. So Deus Volt takes out the Joy, the Angela, the 1-1, and on the other side, See You Soon. They don't want to deal with the Nolan. They take out the Guinevere. We'll see what their last band's going to be.
Yeah. On the side of See You Soon here, I want them to take away another hero that will allow Deus Volt to play really quickly. So if they can even consider taking out the Bruno, because honestly, Carvey is really great with that hero. But then again, there's a lot of marksmen on the board right now that Carvey just positions so well that it seems like everything's so deadly. So they can even consider taking out something that, well, stops the tempo. They can take away the Matilda if they want to, but no, it's the Faramis from Sunset Lover. That is a signature pickup there by Sunset.
I like it from both teams. Definitely some target bands. It's not all just the typical old same six. Both teams know what the other team is good at. Both teams know some of their favorites, and they're going to take that off the board. And you mentioned tempo, and I think that's going to be very important here. And even getting rid of the Faramis can really, disrupt a team's tempo. If a team wants to try to drag fights out, if a team wants to try to, buy some time in the laning phase, that is an answer a lot of the time. But they don't just want to be, they don't think they can just use that. They're going to put Sunset Lover on this Valentina.
All right, with the Valentina picked up there could be a chance of Basha pickup for See You Soon. If they want to, they can go with the fighter route. They can go into the Basha and the Bruno. That is a combo that we have seen in the past. If See You Soon feel like Daewoo are going to be playing a slow front to back type of lineup, they can actually pick up the Lilia early on if they're vibing with it. But only if right now they strongly feel that Daewoo's lineup will be susceptible to that. Let's see, a lot of options still available on the board.
Okay, well, as we wait for these picks to come up here from See You Soon, there it is, the interesting thing, Kadita. One of those heroes, there's the Bruno, that's kind of expected, right? It was open, it wasn't taken from Daewoo, so now that the Kadita's locked in, this is interesting because does Kadita fit in the current meta, right? I mean, a lot of times we see her paired up, I would say, with Kaja, probably as one of those, heroes that typically is picked up there for pick-off potential.
I think it could be a little bit early, right? Just maybe slightly early, because it automatically lets Daewoo know, like, okay, we know we're going to have pressure. We maybe need to be careful with our gold laner. We maybe now something, Claude could be smooth, something that can kind of move away, something you want to put Purify on. Yeah. Same thing with whatever roam. Maybe they don't want to pick a super supportive roam at that point.
Yeah, something that allows them to move a little bit more around the map, try to really check out those key areas. It's going to be an Akai. So it might mess up the combo there of the Kadita. And there goes the Brody as well. So that's another signature Carvey pickup. I actually, for me, I understand the Kadita. I kind of agree with you kind of early there. But then at the same time, yes, you could slot it into Boxy's hands, roam Kadita. That's a long time Cambodia a favorite. But at the same time, it's also one of Raw's best mages, if I'm not mistaken. So I kind of see why they picked it early. But I am on the same boat of maybe could have gone a little bit later, just a surprise pickup. That's kind of surprising, but at the same time not. It's MP the King with a Lancelot.
Yeah.
That rhyme.
Hey, you know what's funny is both the junglers can actually opt for this. Magister also could pick this up, but now the matchup being the Akai versus the Lancelot, and also knowing that typically Lancelot himself as this hero has developed, right? It's pretty flexible in the way that you build it, but matchup-wise, Redmar, like, since we have such a focus on utility, and we saw the team head-to-head too, how's this looking based on what they already have in this first phase for See You Soon?
Well, for the side of See You Soon, if Daewoo aren't careful, they have a chance to actually run away with it. Going to be up to how well that Kadita's combo and burst is used and utilized. And of course, See You Soon immediately take away the Diggy. One of the things that can really stop this Kadita flowing. So the Kadita and the Lancelot together can work out really well. They can snowball alongside the Bruno. But I want to see them pair it up with an XP laner that can actually deal a little bit more control here, or another roamer that can deal more control, or mid if ever that is going to be a roam Kadita. Control is something that's lacking the side of See You Soon.
Okay, control being one of them, and that's where I think, like you said, even from the previous series, XP lane's so impactful, right? Well, for the most part, that's why we'll probably see at least another XP ban, or even actually the one of the first ones here, probably from Daewoo, how they want to play that out. Actually, it's the Tigreal who is also a hero that has kind of risen through, even back from the wild card and throughout the course of M5. But so far, still a lot of XP laners being open, and typically, you know, we see a lot of focus on that, even ban-wise from the previous series.
I will say this, Kid Bomba's had a great run on the Terizla.
Yeah.
Essentially undefeated on it. It's been a great pick for him. Definitely something that can try to lock on to Kusei here. Does See You Soon try to first pick that? You mentioned they're lacking a little bit of control. It would be a nice pick for them in the XP lane. Add a bit more CC, add a bit more layers, something that can kind of help MP the King out while he's on this Lancelot. Do they want to ban it? I definitely think we've seen it so much, EXP laners have been so pivotal, especially for Daewoo.
Oh, yeah. I could see not the Uranus.
You just thought about the legs, didn't you?
Yeah, I thought about the legs. The Lapu Lapu be able to slot in. However, that would make quite a chaotic lineup. When you think of those heroes, like, let's say Lapu, Lance, Kadena, Bruno, it's like, all right, so who's protecting the Bruno? So it's going to take a lot of, how do you call this, coordination. I would see it work. Yeah, I like the chaos idea of it all. It's very Cambodian if they're going to go like that. So, yeah. Take that away from the hands of Kid Bomba if you can. But then, yeah, as you mentioned, the Terizla is still available. His two best picks, Terizla, Lapu Lapu, still up on the board.
Yeah, so I think they're okay with that, right? Given the fact that they decided to go ahead and ban out two roams, Minotaur and the Tigreal, which actually a lot of teams like to kind of work around too. We even saw a surprise interaction between the Tigreal and the Lui Yi, right? Back in, was that Knockout 1, I think, where we saw it.
Which one?
I think it was Knockout 1, Lui Yi and Tigreal. The combination, the implosion with the Lui Yi. So, you know, again, Tigreal, if he pops up, I think that leaves room for a lot of kind of variation and opportunity. But See You Soon takes the Lapu Lapu.
Chaos is what they're choosing today, it seems.
What they're choosing. That was a great prediction, Trex. That was you, man. I love it. This is so Cambodian.
Is this Terizla?
I'm thinking, what if they go for something a bit more supportive for Sawo, something like the Raft, something that can give them some movement to kind of dance around here?
Oh, yeah.
I'm wondering if that's kind of the route they want to go. We know Sawo can play the support, but is it in their arsenal?
Yeah, if it's not the Rafaela, then maybe they can go something along the lines of a Kufra just so that they can stop all the dashes. And at the same time, you have someone who can dive the back line. For Deus Vote, dive the back line. If it's not the Terizla and all that tankiness, get a Yu Zhong if you want to. Because while everyone's diving, you go for the Bruno. But no, they go for damage, they go for pick-off. I like it. We talked about two heavyweights just not blocking, throwing punches. This is exactly that. This is what I see down with this matchup.
Is this also to kind of cover the base of not having the Kaja and Kadita combination? You know, like going that route, okay, we have it. Not only that, but we have a lot of usage now with the Dairoth. We can lock in that penetration to deal with some of the tankiness, especially when Lapu Lapu jumps in with the Bravest Fighter, right?
Yeah.
You can you have an answer for that now.
So now we see if this Kadita is going to be roam or mid, right?
Yeah.
Now we get to see if it's going to be flexed, which way it's going to be flexed. And See You Soon, I think it was actually a good idea to pick it up front. Maybe put it in a third pick, but still, they have so much time now. They can see all of Daewoo's lineup. They do end up going for the roam, and they pick up the coup for themselves.
All right, so we're making predictions, but also like for the other team, we're like a step ahead and behind at the same time.
We're just that good.
That's high IQ.
Yeah, we're just that good.
We have foresight, but we just don't know exactly what's happening.
Yeah,
we're still honing it in.
Yeah, it's like we're analyzing from a different universe, but we're also still in here.
Yeah,
that works.
Huh?
So
chaos.
Looking at, is it chaos? That's my question. Is this chaos enough from what we were talking about, especially the fact that See You Soon wants to start momentum-based against what we have for Daewoo?
Yeah, exactly. See You Soon gets chaos. Now that you have the Kaja and Dairoth together, and the fact that they're going to also be playing around the heavy spin of the Akai, Deus Vote give more of still that calculated aggression. Like, they can be aggressors, they can be the ones leading the charge, but it's going to be a little bit more calculated. Well, See You Soon, you have a lot of room for, okay, Karata, go make a play, we'll follow up. Oh, Kufra, go make a play, we'll follow up. While Deus Vote is a little bit more, hey, we'll do this together.
Well, we'll find out. It's Deus Vault and See You Soon. Tournament Lives of M5 on the line here. As we take a quick break, once again, both teams, a lot at stake. M5 Lives, we got to make sure, hey, everything is situated as it should be for both of them. Now, this gives us the opportunity, once again, we we threw a lot of predictions out there, right, for draft. They fell into place on different sides, some of them. So really, Trex, I guess since Renmar gave some of his insights here, where are you leaning towards? Do you like the chaos of CSU based on what you've seen, even the past matches they've had?
Definitely a lot of chaos with them. I'm not against the draft. The Kufra is definitely, you know, it's a very all or nothing. The whole draft, I guess, is very all or nothing, right?
Yeah.
For the side of Daewoo, if they can get those picks, if they can make sure it all works together, there's definitely a lot of possibility there. They have a nice early game with the Dairoth, with the Brody, very snowbally. If that happens, then I think it could be a sure win for them. If CU Soon is able to maybe slow down any of them, get a kill onto the Dairoth early game, get a kill or two onto Brody early game, it seems like it's a very hard hole to climb out of for Daewoo.
Well, we'll see how it all unfolds. Once again, we're jumping back into the game. Deus Vult and CU Soon. Game number one. One thing that really points out here, too, and both of you guys kind of touched on this, too, they're playing around the Kaja or the Kadita, right? Yeah. Either team has this, all right, let's get a pick. If we can get a pick, great. If not, we have other tools to work around with. Boxy, that's why one of the opportunities he has.
Oh,
hold on. Okay,
already a
Sawo.
lot of damage. Sawo wants to keep on pushing in. Kid Bomba. He's going to have to flicker for that one, but you already see the aggression.
Yeah. Forced out, calculated, doing it together as a team. A lot of assassin emblem sets there for CU Soon. So it's so clear what they want to do. We snowball, we'll fight, we'll pick you off. Ruptures across the board. Even a master assassin on that Bruno. CU Soon know their style.
Oh, first blood though for MP the King.
Wow, very quickly. Yes, you were just saying that you know what both these teams want to go for in terms of the game plan based off the picks, the emblems, and already first blood under the 2-minute mark.
And as we look at the early set, so it's going to be a rush Dreadnought here for Magister. A lot of physical damage, of course, should help temper the physical scaling, the quicker physical scaling of CU Soon just a little bit.
Okay, you can already see pressure as well.
Yeah.
Top side. Kinbomba's going to be someone that they really wanted to shut down or at least keep control, right? Even if they don't shut him down, try to keep him from making these plays. But Turtle's going to be up now. Sunset Lover also up here to get that level 4. Vital to have that available as they approach these objectives. It's going to go ahead and have a reset. But right now, CU Soon getting in position. Sawo nearly level 4 too. So this is where you see the interaction, right? The Kadita versus the Kaja. Pick potential.
Oh, it's a bad spot to be walking. Kid Bomba is going to try to come in though, but Sawo will go down. Can they get the terrify? Oh, Felix goes down. Sunset Lover able to pick up the kill. A nice response. A good kill into the Valentina, and they take out the XP laner.
Yeah, good trades across the board there. Let's see if Boxy the King and Ra. Boxy still has his ultimate. It's going to be difficult for them to actually contest this. Lancelot's a little bit too far.
Okay, Boxy going to go ahead and charge up here, but MP the King.
Oh! The King comes in and gives them his namesake. Able to steal the turtle.
Wasn't sure if he would get there in time, but hey, it's a Lancelot.
Yep.
It's MP the King.
Oh, but they pull back. Boxy the King goes down. The other King falls. It's 2 for 2 right now. See you soon. Holding a small gold lead.
I'm so speechless that MP the King was able to pull that off. It's like he heard me and was like, no, I can still do this. Great teamwork there by CU Soon, and you really got to commend their frontliners and, of course, their vision getters for being able to tell MP the King, dude, just come in here. You're going to be able to retrieve this away. A bit of hesitation from the side of Magister, though. I felt like he could retribution that a little bit quicker. He was playing with fire a bit, holding on to that. I get the hesitation. Maybe it's because we can see what's happening in the game more, but I felt like he could have just retributioned that already.
Yeah. Either way, though, right now still pretty much even across the board, right? Nothing major happening, but real quick, anything out of the ordinary from the items?
A lot of Dreadnoughts actually on the side of Deus Vult. One of the Dairoths, so a little bit more utility there. He's just going to be there, more to shared armor to help out the Brody, dish out the burst while the Valentina and Brody finish it off. And even the Dreadnought for the Kaja. So Deus Vult, itemization-wise, they're really respecting the early physical scaling of CU Soon, and you love to see it.
Yeah, not only that, but you know when they deal with that, the physical damage pressure, they should be able to play around that. And the fact, too, that Sunset Lover, right, has his own rough waves. This gives them another opportunity as well as he takes a little bit of damage from MP the King. You have two options now. You can use Sao, you can use the Divine Judgment. You now have your own version of the Rough Waves.
Yeah.
You have multiple options, but there's the focus.
Carvey in trouble, gonna get knocked against the wall and taken out. Boxy the King picking up the kill.
Okay, Season are getting kills. It's a slower tempo, but it's a bit more efficient how they're playing. But here comes Deus Vult with a potential clap.
Okay, they're gonna poke.
Just poke.
Once again, Turtle already up. It's gonna be started. Magister.
Felix gets a stun onto Magister. Magister in a little bit of trouble here. Gonna get knocked up, taken out again. Sorry, I'm Felix. Oh, Kid Bomba though! Woo! With the Abyssal Strike, able to take him out. But the Turtle will go to the side of See You Soon.
And now we see their Deus Vult and See You Soon, the rotations. But See You Soon just seem to be a step ahead now in terms of the rotations. Losing that tower is going to be big. Kid Bomba.
Kid Bomba having a little bit of trouble, forces to use a flicker, but MP the King doesn't want to let him through.
Wow.
Does go down, Felix picking up the kill.
Man, this is very quick, right?
Yeah.
I mean, in a matter of a minute and a half or so, there's a response and there's now momentum built up for See You Soon. That's exactly, really mirrored across with the lineups that they have. Both teams kind of wanted to start this way, right? That's why they drafted these pick-off potential heroes. But right now with See You Soon garnering themselves this lead, still putting the pressure even around the map, Deus Vult is finding themselves kind of trying to catch up, right? Where are we getting our pickoffs? That's what we kind of need to do if you're Daewoo. But even looking at the gold earned, it's starting to scale up already very quickly, you know, as we lead into the next objective.
Yeah, a little bit of damage control will be great here for Deus Vult if they can find it. It seems like rotation-wise, Boxy the King has a slight edge over Sao. But here's the funny thing about the Ku Prakaja matchup. There's a chance that if Boxy misses the initial entry with the Tyrant's Revenge, Sao's just going to pull him. And now I like the game of chicken that they're playing here right now.
Like I was saying, it's like a mirror lineup, right?
Yeah.
With a similar game plan as this game unfolds.
Yeah, Antique Ras already up for the D-Raw. So a lot more defensive-minded really is Deus Vult. I wouldn't be surprised if they're not going to be going for a more counter play.
Magister.
Magister and the Tri-Bus trying to lock on to Kusei there. Should be okay. Boxy the King lining up, going to get the knock-up onto Magister. Sunset Lover getting terrified, the pullback. And down, Felix still up, finally goes down. Carvey picking up the kill. Carvey able to go through the wall. MP the King gonna get knocked back by the heavy spin, pinned to the wall. Can Sunset Lover get the final shots? MP the King finally able to puncture through. He's gonna try to contest for this even with the amount of health he has. Kid Bomba pushed into the mid lane. The rest will See You Soon. Trying to get some damage out. He gets knocked up, takes some damage. Oh, the Phantom Execution. King looking for, you can already see where that Antique Karas is starting to help out. Kid Bomba able to survive the push.
Yeah. So right now, Deus Vult are weathering the storm of See You Soon with smart itemization, but rotation and movement-wise, it's like they can't seem to find the opening that they're looking for, that they really need. Yes, they're counterplaying. Yes, they were able to get a few kills here and there to punish, but it seems like there's always one or two members of See You Soon left alive to just trade it back eventually. This is what you get. Again, it's a styles clash, and it's interesting to see that we're seeing how we've known these two teams to fight as already on in this game number one. Deus Vult, imagine a row of knights marching together on horses, while See You Soon are those mercenaries that you got from different countries just doing whatever and they're making it work.
Be the King in a little bit of trouble here.
No way.
Kid Bomba looking for him, gets stuck. Boxy the King saving the day there. Now everyone's gonna get knocked up for Rough Waves. And two members taking out Raw, picking up the kills. Sunset Lover looking for Raw.
Be the King.
Be the King. Able to dash through. How does he do it? Carvey goes down to Kusei, and now Felix terrified under the tower, looks for the bravest fighter, but he feels confident. He gets the stun, and now Kusei's here to help out. Sawo taking a couple balls to the face. This is looking rough for Deus Vult.
MP the King, how many times did he defy the death there?
Yeah. One with a Phantom Execution, the next with a Thorned Rose. I'm pretty sure there were a lot more that we didn't see. But wow, he's going up against someone named Magister, but it's MP the King with his own magic. And Ra with the Rough Waves on this Kadita.
Rough Waves.
Great timing to enter.
Those are pretty rough.
Rough Waves, man.
Pretty rough wave, man.
You know what's funny? Like the thing is when you see Deus Vult actually take the Rough Waves, the Raw Waves themselves. Oh, hold on, Master.
A little bit of damage on a Magister once again, forced to use a heavy spin just to get away. And now MP the King gonna start taking away buffs. See You Soon, closing in the grass more and more.
Okay, so going back to the point, the thing is like when you have the Divine Judgment with a Kaja, and then you have the Rough Waves, you throw so much to actually get a kill, and then you're left with nothing else, really. You know, you have to kind of rely on the Garvey to pop out the damage, Kid Bomba to get the setup himself, and again, working around the heavy spin. So with this gold lead now kind of getting out of control, you're kind of left to the whims, right? Deus Vult has to give up this Lord, get prepped up and ready to defend against it. Yes, it's only the first one, but they need this.
Watch the King getting the Tyrant's Revenge on a Kid Bomba. He gets petrified as well. Able to just dash away. Daewoo doesn't want to try to re-engage. They just take what they can. At this time, it's just build up time. Just try to get more gold. Try to close this distance.
Yeah. And now we're also seeing the effect of how one lineup that's very ult dependent on the Roamer's ult, the Divine Judgment of the Kaja here, versus a lineup that, again, as we were mentioning earlier, when you have so many options to initiate or make your own play, that when you're up against that one ult-dependent lineup, it's so easy for you to just respond. Because after the Divine Judgment, what's next? The heavy spin. But then there's so many bodies being thrown by Seiyu, and that one heavy spin, it's going to be more defensive. It's hard to set with it, hard to follow up as well. So now this is just Seiyu understanding the strength of their lineup. Now they're playing the macro game after playing a lot of the playing around the middle, finding control there. Now the fruits of their labor, they can finally sow it.
Okay, with that, once again, Lord making its way there on the top. Massive lead right now, nearly 8,000. Boxy getting charged up.
Oh, another one. Luckily, the heavy spin does come out. Siren Felix gonna get pulled in. No, that is the bravest fighter. Disrupting on Deus Vult. MP the King dashing through, puncturing through. Looking for the next target. Phantom Execution just misses. Sunset Lover has to use the IMU just to get away there. Sawo. I don't think he wants to go for that, but he might try to pull in MP the King. Can't quite catch on. Deus Vult just survived.
Just surviving here. They're still working on these turrets. They should be able to get this mid one. It's one hit away. MP the King gonna put the pressure. Ultimately,
MP is feeling good right now,
yeah.
man. He is just moving 2-0-5. He feels invincible.
Flow state is what it looks like right now for Seiyu. MP the King, smooth moves, dash in, dash out. Trying to catch me, no, he won't be able to. And then Boxy as well stepping up. And speaking of stepping up, I really want to praise I'm Felix here. I really thought going to this series, Felix would really struggle up against Kid Bomba. But in this game number 1, he's done his job well. Clear minion wave, join us here in the center of the map. Do a little thing there, you're done. All right, go back to the minion wave, and he's kept Kid Bomba in check. You got to respect what Felix has done here.
Yeah, again, the momentum being in favor of Seiyu for the majority of the game. It's just like their lineup ended up executing better. Magister, again.
Oh, man. Magister constantly getting caught off, able to use the heavy spin. The Petrify comes out, Kid Bomba can't connect. Magister does go down. Kid Bomba's still on the run, but they get to pull back. MP the King finally takes some damage. Able to throw Rose away, and Kid Bomba finally finds him, but he takes a death for it, and they're all smashed against the wall. 4 members of Deus Vult taken out. As 3 still stand, a nice killing spree for Sunset Lover, but will it be enough? 3 members now possibly trying to end the game. 1 cannon minion shouldn't be enough. I'm gonna try to zone away Sunset Lover. Kusei gets a couple more shots, but another wave is coming. See you soon, trying to end this. Rough waves come out, they're locked onto the base. Sunset Lover doing everything he can, but they're gonna get the final shots on. No, wait! The minions are there to save the day, and Sunset Lover defends all alone.
It feels like deja vu from Daewoo. Sunset Lover did this before, but with a Faramis, and he's done it again. Terrified, the rough waves. Bro, Sunset Lover, man. You keep doing this, and there's a reason now you're showing us why there's so many eyes on you as one of the best mid laners here in M5 to watch out for.
Oh man, Daewoo's gonna go ahead and give the Lord a go. MP the King and Sarion Felix are both here though. They have to be able to pull this off. MP the King ready with the retribution. They go in.
Find him. Bomba locks on to MP the King. A big airborne on a Magister. Can Magister try to secure this? They got to push him away. MP the King takes it from his fingers once again, and now Daewoo's on the run as MP the King is on the hunt. See you soon. Doesn't want to let it up with just the Lord. Kid Bomba trying to buy a little bit of time. The King comes in, looking for something, punctures through. Boxy goes down, and MP finds Kid Bomba. He wants more. The Thorn Rose and Raw finds one. The King finds Carvey. 3 members of Deus Vult have now bitten the bullet. King is okay because Kusei's here to back him up. Sawo now alone. Can he match Sunset Lover's valiant effort? This should be it.
Sawo.
See you soon. will move on and take game number 1.
After a styling performance from See You Soon and MP the King, they take game 1 against Deus Vult.
This is usually the part where I say something dramatic, something intense to highlight the story. All I'm going to say is, MP the King's the MVP.
Yeah, he was definitely a monster. I mean, honestly, they just they stomped that game. See You Soon came in swinging. It didn't feel very dramatic.
Yeah, it was, again, just flow state by See You Soon.
Yeah.
They were hitting all the right cylinders. It's like I was watching them perform in MPL Cambodia.
Well, we're going to have to see if our analysts have something to break down here for us. Gentlemen, take it away.
True to their identity, even as far back as the group stage of M5, See You Soon end this game, the first in the best of 5 in a blitzing victory, 1-0.
It was a stop, right? From the early game all the way to the late stages, even when you thought Daewoo could look for something back, the Lord play, the very desperate Lord play, still went to the hands of MP the King, who, I think Reptar said it best. That's the only thing you should say in this game. MP the King played phenomenally, but also, though, giving the Kadita over to Ra, that was amazing.
What did you say?
Ra.
Exactly. Changed his name to MVP the King because as soon as he got his kit, even his second skill, level 2, he was already pushing the advantage and going in like Lancelot is always the #1 pick in the jungle. Like, it didn't even seem like it was an off-meta pick. Here we go. MP the King, rocking that Lancelot 4, 1, and 9. And yep, can confirm it's a hybrid build. It's tanks a lot in 2023.
I love it, right? The fact that you are so ahead in the game, do it. Just go for damage, man. Be a Chad, and he absolutely was the Chad here. Even in the emblem setup, you could definitely see that with the Thrill, Seasoned Hunter obvious, but the Thrill, he knows that he was going to get ahead. He knows that he was going to deal damage. Right after the War Axe, into the Thunderbelt, went straight for the Endless Battle, and then for some good old penetration. MP the King was truly the king. He wasn't just the man.
The reason why tank slots these days still build the Sky Guardian helmet, or just what it's called now, the Guardian helmet, is because all of those times that you're weaving in and out of battle, you're healing back up. And here you see as early as the first turtle, See You Soon actually delayed it. Because again, it's not like Daewoo aren't playing with a good lineup. They have a solid lineup. Again, you saw in their emblems that they meant to be aggressive with it. They meant to go for kills. But if you're going up against a lineup like See You Soon, who again is rocking just but one bit of hold, and I'm talking about Boxy's Kufra, they're just dealing with pure damage. It's just walk into this, try, see how long you can survive.
Big props to Boxy, though. Finally on his comfort pick again, Leo. It feels like it's been a while since we've seen Boxy perform at this level. And honestly, on this Kufra, no wonder he's at 100% win rate in MPL Cambodia, setting things up for everyone, for Kusei, for Boxy himself, and for the other king in the team. Don't forget, the Kadita as well, though Sunset Lover was able to pull this off again. He doesn't just love sunsets, he loves defenses as well.
Which is, I think, the Daewoo's strength. A lot of their games actually go the distance, and here against their antithesis, their Venom, it's a lineup that wants to go quick. It's a team that is super aggressive. So already, I'm gonna jump the gun here to give Daewoo a chance in this series, for them to switch up the gears and step on that clutch. What they gotta do is what Blacklist International did in the first series of the day. Find those windows wherein it's their turn to actually get some economic gains, because they can't step toe-to-toe with See You Soon. Their aggression is just next level, man.
And you can definitely see it from the side of MP the King and also from the side of Deus Vult. Firstly, I want to talk about Carvey, because when the game started, I literally just pointed it out to Leo. It's a Thrill and a Master Assassin Carvey on a Brody. So he wanted to get ahead in the lane against that Bruno. Unfortunately, for some reason, there was just not a lot of rotations across the map over to the gold lane to facilitate Carvey's already very aggressive emblem setup. And we've all seen it, right? When the Brody doesn't get that snowball going from the start, it is really hard to find the mid-game power spike when you're up against a Lancelot who can dive you and is untargetable.
Not just. The fact that Ra is actually also rocking Purify means that no matter what kind of hold, save for the Divine Judgment, Deus Volt puts on him, he's able to weave in and out and actually deal the damage to Carvey, which makes it all the more worse, the fact that Carvey decided to go aggressive. There are many ways you can build a Brody or play a Brody going up against a lineup like See You Soon, but here, he picked the right choice to punish Deus Volt. Looking at the item builds, again, the MVP performance on MP the King. It's a hybrid tanks a lot in late 2023. Anything else that you find here that actually pushed See You Soon over the edge here and made them just finish all the more quicker?
I think it's all the carries here who all got shutdowns, but also knew exactly how to calculate their damage, right? In a lot of scenarios, even for Brunos, when they are ahead, they want to play it a bit safer. Considering that Deus Volt, the entire team, wasn't really dealing any or not a lot of damage, you can definitely see for Kusei's itemization here is spot on perfect, right? He went for full damage, doesn't need any Wind of Natures, doesn't need any Rose Gold Meteors, even though maybe that's what he was going for the very last item. Even Ra over here, you can see it, it's just full on damage. Divine Glaive, more magic penetration with the Genius Wand.
Just right before we switched over to the overall stat highlights, I gotta commend Kid Bomba. His build, again, everything Kid Bomba does is just regardless, his build was full on tank plus that casual Fury Hammer. That's how you build a Dairoth these days. That's how I have crossed the line between a Dairoth hater and a Dairoth lover. You'll see here that there were times that he was just almost there to turn things around, but it was just too little too late. See You Soon just dealt a little too much damage. MP the King, farming heroes, farming waves, farming creeps, and the rest was all just follow through for See You Soon.
If it was a Sunset Lover, they literally had 0 damage, and that's why we didn't see the Wind of Nature built up. But also, if we take a look at how Deus Volt decided to play this matchup, it was completely front to back. With a composition like this, you would expect it to be a bit more chaotic. You'd expect them to look for a little bit more of these random skirmishes across the map. Pickoffs, even just random 3v3s, little fights around the map, but you really weren't able to find that at all. Their train got derailed very early on due to, I would say, a few of the neutral objectives getting stolen away and them just losing out on a lot of these lanes. I mean, when Magister got that turtle stolen away from him from MP the King, right? I mean, the vision, it just doesn't feel right for Deus Volt. They didn't really have any vision to play with. It's almost like they didn't have anyone to get vision.
Vision getters. They were lacking vision getters because look, it's not free. They have to have Sawal actually walk up the bushes and clear, or for Sunset Lover to actually throw out the magic damage that you would like to keep for the finishers. Looking at the damage taken though, check it out. See You Soon, they were actually playing with their vision getters. You have Boxy the King jumping in, Wonton just stopping people from actually walking in the bushes, leaving bushes safely. Sorry, I'm Felix as well, just throwing out those blades and then jumping in, if ever, right? There were somebody there. And I think it was mentioned by our desk here in RMC that Sorium Felix actually proved himself. I actually enjoyed this Lapu Lapu.
And you can see the target acquisition here from the side of Deus Volt being a bit wrong, right? You'd expect Ra or even, I mean, Kusei to be the targeted player here for Deus Volt. And in that final fight, not final, but the Lord fight, the final Desperate Lord, I would say the only one who made the right call was Kid Bomba. He jumped onto MP, he was looking for him. The rest of the team was distracted by the other dude, Boxy the King, right? The other king.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're playing with a lineup that has very little vision, that's very committal, if you snowball, you got away with it. But if not, that's a fundamental flaw that doesn't allow you to bounce back, and that's why this ended under 15 minutes. That's just the nature of the beast. So with that said, looking at game 2, for them to clap back and then stop an immediate match point, they have to fundamentally cover those bases. Here's what Moba Zane actually said about Kid Bomba.
Moba Zane is the only player that goes to a tournament, and here's how he encourages his team. If we win this NACT Spring Grand Final, you guys can keep all my prize money.
There you go. So he's that kind of leader. Now, Dave, they were with us earlier today. Zane is not the only kind of player that actually that goes to a tournament and encourages the team. It's interesting to see how Zane actually also supports Kid Bomba.
Yeah. And here we do have a quote as well, right? I feel like just doing something in another region is better than rotting in a place where you can't develop anymore. In EECA, I can develop more. I can become the best version of myself. That's Mr. Bomba himself.
That's right. These walls of text here describe exactly how Kid Bomba might actually be the Zayn of ECA. Do you agree?
I do. I think for Kid Bomba, especially, he's captured a lot of the hearts, not just of the Filipinos here in RMC, but also everyone else watching around the world. Hey, even got you, man, to join the Bombanatics and to form the Bombanatics. What is the Bombanatics? I've already joined, but I will join again, my friend.
It's the unofficial, official Kid Bomba fan club established in the Philippines. If you guys want to sign in, come find me. But with that said, we've already laid out our thoughts as to how Deus Vult can actually even the odds and what Seosun did very well to push the advantage, go into match point in this best of 5. We're going to throw it over to our casters all around the world for Game 2.
Whoa. Got it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Leo.
So we learned something. They need vision getters, Renmar.
Yeah.
Vision getters, right? Not only that, but yes,
like
you guys,
metaphorically, or
that, and I think
spiritually,
emotionally.
Emotionally.
Go in there, but hey, that works, right? And also, do join the what is it called? The Bombanatics.
The fan club, but it's spelled PHAN.
The unofficially official.
Yeah. Bombanatics PH.
Did you guys sign that?
I did.
You did?
Of course I would.
Bro, what did I tell you? I'm a Dave Wu fan.
Hey, that works, right? But so I'm sure you're hoping that after seeing that game 1, there's got to be some adjustments here.
It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan.
So is that
for excitement?
What's the plan here?
That's up to them.
That's up to them.
Yeah.
Renmar, what do they need to do? I mean, they had a mirrored lineup.
Yeah, it looked like they were really operating blind and trying to be a little bit more defensive, counter punish. For them, set the tempo. Go alongside the Seosun in terms of the aggro if you can, because you have shown it in the past that you can do that.
Yeah. Well, again, before we wait for Game 2's draft, we want to go ahead and mention to everybody watching right now the December Starlight. It's officially available for all you guys. Currently, the Starlight skin is all about Arlott. There's Arlott, the Fury of the Deep. Upgrade your Starlight level to unlock the painted skin Arlott, the Scorn of the Deep. And in addition, Starlight members only need to spend an additional 100 diamonds. That's all it costs to unlock the bonus December Starlight painted skin, Arlott, the Ire of the Deep.
Whoa.
The special Starlight perks at the end of 2023. Don't miss the beautiful rewards. Thank you all for your continued support. Of course, don't forget the hashtags as well. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Hashtag MLBB New Skin. There's more out there, Trex.
There's a whole lot more. The M5 Pass is still ongoing. Unlock Yuzong's M5 exclusive Dragon... I don't mind my glasses on.
Dragon
I don't have my glasses on.
I'll help you out.
Dragon Shade skin and Prime Cosmic Dragon skin when you buy the M5 Pass. Accomplish all activity tasks to reach level 75 for free. A ton of M5 exclusive rewards are also waiting for you. Get yours or gift a friend now.
I'm sorry, I didn't notice that your glasses weren't on. That was like a level.
I tried.
Yeah.
Well, again, go ahead and grab that M5 Pass. There's not much time left, basically. So if you guys want
sounded so dire. I'm so sorry.
No, it is dire.
Not much time left for who?
For the M5 Pass.
All right. Yeah.
You have to.
So it's dire that you need to get yours.
Yes, because I'm only about level 40 or so.
Oh my God, you're such a noob.
I know. I'm gonna have to spend some diamonds, man. Hey, have you seen the gourd?
The gourd what?
My gourd.
You just seen your gourd. I've seen your magic gush.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, there.
Well,
All right.
As we get ready for Game 2's draft, I already asked it, right? Exactly what can kind of unfold from here. Mirrored lineup-wise, I think it could have worked, but the downside of it is like what Mirko and Leo were saying. When you get the momentum with that kind of lineup too, it's tough to come back from. And they just started much faster than Deus Vult this time.
All right, I have the answer. You got to give Kid Bomba a Bomba pick.
What's a Bomba pick?
Not a Dairoth.
That's not Bomba enough.
That's definitely not Bomba enough. I said it already. They gave us the stats. He's got like 100% win rate on Terizla. Terizla was open. Let him be comfortable. Give him something that he can get into the back line on. I get the Dairoth in a sense of that it can chase down the Lancelot. Like once you hit that skill, you're just following.
Yeah.
But still, the MP is so smooth with it that he was dodging out of those abyssal strikes. You need something that he can bully with, that he can try to get to Kusei, that he can try to get to some of those back lines on.
Well, give him a Bomba pick, contest the Lancelot. Maybe there's a lot of things that they can adjust from as we get ready for the draft. Game number 2, once again, first game going to the hands of Seosun very decisively with a statement as we jump into the draft, we'll take a look at what the bans are going to be coming through. Already see the Nolan taken out, the Joy as well on the other side. Things fall into place. Lancelot finally also going to be taken out, won't be contested. Angela, we saw so many great things from Seosun's Angela in play. And the response so far, the Nolan the Ferrum is taken out.
Oh, respect. That's how you know you played a hell of a Lancelot game. It gets banned in the next one. So now there's still some assassins up on the board for See You Soon. It's been a long while, but if I'm not mistaken, also respect on the side of See You Soon. See You Soon and MP the King, they have a mage build Karina option for MP the King. But that's like if they're really feeling in the zone, you know, and they're feeling creative. So up against Guinevere might be quite tough. So Deus Vult, they go ahead and pick up a strong one there. Let's see if they are gonna be considering the Martis, because I know the Martis does relatively well up against the Guinevere jungle because of his crowd control immunity that he has.
Bruno again, maybe. They locked it in first pick last time. I think it's solid. I mean, Bruno's always solid. Doesn't really matter what draft he's on. He's just always going to unload the damage.
Mr. Consistent, basically, at this point. Like for the gold lane, it's Bruno.
Yeah.
I would say secondly, it's probably Brody. Brody or Claude.
Yeah. Bruno, Brody, Claude. Yeah. It's like they're like the
Bruno,
Trinity
Brody,
now. Yeah.
Bruno, Brody, Claude.
Bruno,
BBB.
Brody, and Claude. Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Yep. There's the 1-1 though. It's neither. So 1-1 comes through.
The other
Valentina.
Brody Brody Wan.
Yeah, I just want to shout out a Clock from Miracle, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
We miss you, man.
We miss you, man.
1-1 in Valentina. So they go for the route of, okay, one of the strongest utility mages alongside, well, one of the best marksmen in terms of laning, actually. And at the same time, now Deus Vult have to pick up something that takes something out of the 1-1, forces out the needles and flowers, forces them to use a utility spell. Honestly, Deus Vult, if they want to, I would not knock them for picking up a Khalid now. We've seen Khalid as a pickup against the 1-1. Those quick early slashes force her to panic. See.
And I think that would also match Kid Bomba's style, right?
Yeah.
It also matches his being able to dive into the back line. I think just those are the EXP laners that have been doing so well, like the Khalid, the Lapu, the Terizla. Those EXP laners that can get aggressive and get to the back line. You don't want something that's just going to sit up front and just kind of be a walking turret at some point. You know? You need something that can actually move and that can cause disruption.
Not only that too, but this is something we don't see too often, I feel like, when that Minotaur actually goes through in the first phase, right? Typically, it's either banned out, sometimes it gets picked up in the second phase, but the fact that now Daewoo went this way, they lock that in, they get a good goal lane option. The Guinevere is kind of, I would say in teams, like for teams, Guinevere is kind of hit or miss, right? This was the Martiz you picked up earlier, that you mentioned earlier, Renmar. Plays really well into the Guinevere for the most part, and then it becomes, of course, that timing matchup, that skill matchup between the two.
All right. See You Soon. Interestingly enough, actually, with the Diggy banned out, Novari getting taken out as well, Deus Vult might even consider taking out a Tigrew. Because it would slot in really well for the lineup of See You Soon. If they had a Tig, Martis, 1-1, Valentina, those mesh really well together.
Lilia's still open for the side of Daewoo if they want to try to run that. Couple options still there, definitely. I don't know, have we seen Sunset Lover on the Lilia, really? I'm trying to recall. I don't know if it's been a huge pick for him. We might have saw them when they went up against Onyx. He might have played it then.
Yeah, we have seen it played by Sunset Lover. Not really an iconic here, but it is an option for him. He has it.
My only concern too, as we get through this second phase here, is the fact that Valentina's across from you, you know, and you're trying to play around the Minoan Fury, but if you have some yourself to work against too, See You Soon grabs it themselves, they play around it, and now you have that option. Also, the fact that Martis can play relatively safe against a lot of this crowd control. If it is a See You Soon Minoan Fury, right, it makes it a lot easier to get that crossbow of Tang off as well and get that airtime. So still, they need to kind of round this out with those last two picks, but real quick, what do we think in the last ban?
Maybe they just keep going into the roam, ban out the Kufra.
Ban out the Tig for me.
Oh.
Kufra Tig. Honestly, think See You Soon could play the Tig.
Ah, there it is. You got it.
Yeah.
You got that one.
Yeah. But hey, now that the Tig's gone, they can play the Kufra.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It helps mess with the Guinevere a little bit, those dashes. We've seen it picked up before in that nature. So yeah, definitely a possibility.
Yeah, looks good. Healing? Nah, healing's not going to mesh well here. It has to be something like tankier frontline. Classic boxy playmaking that we've seen. Trying to see if they actually have room for a Cho if they want to.
Maybe the Cho.
Yeah, Cho Mardis. Go for it. Oh, they take the Lapu. So this could be the
Rizla. Give me the Riz.
Rizla or the
Bomba
Kali.
pick.
Riz Lilia?
I'm okay with that.
Riz Lilia.
Yeah. Well, sounds good. And especially if See You Soon are thinking about playing set-up playmaking. There it is. Great call there, Trex.
There it is.
Oh, nice one, Trex.
Call me the NA Wolf. No.
Well, yeah, you did spend a lot of time in that chair, leading up to this point. So
yeah,
that's what happens, man.
All right, Siren Felix. Do you think they just pick up the Kufra again?
Go for a Cho, yeah.
I think they could, yeah.
Cho would be nice just because you get to Shumpo out of the Guinevere if you need to. Like, as long as you see it coming, you can easily dodge.
Yeah. There it is. We're getting it. We're on a roll.
I don't know how many that is, but you're on a roll.
That was really that was a Renmar.
So both these lineups, how's it working? Because still, even with the Cho here, right? Yes, you can avoid some of that Guinevere, but you're still trying to play around that Way of the Dragon, right? Trying to get these setups here from what we saw even last time. Now, in a similar fashion, how's this looking, Renmar?
All right. Interestingly enough, having a Martas and Cho together means that now See You Soon can be. They're still the one setting the tempo here. However, Deus Vult would not find themselves as behind as game number 1 because now they are playing with the Guinevere too as well. So again, we're gonna be focusing a lot on the roam 3, the roam, the mid, and the jungle.
Okay, roam mid jungle, and seeing how it all unfolds once again. Game 1. Very decisive for See You Soon. Deus Vult has to readjust here as they get ready for the second game. We go into the Land of Dawn. Can Deus Vult extend it to the 1-1 in this best of 5 with the tournament lives on the line? They have an interesting draft this time around. Kid Bomba on his signature pick as well as things get situated.
Feeling like Magister could have a little bit of trouble here because just a lot of See You Soon's picks kind of answer that Violent Requiem from being able to nullify CC with the King, the Shunpo from Boxy. Then on the side of Wanwan, you also have a way out of that. So not a lot of targets. I feel like someone's going to be the baiter of the first skill, right? Someone needs to bait it out, and then in comes No One's Fury, in comes the penalty zone, something of that nature. But the only way they're really going to be able to get those hard lock CCs on is if they're layering.
Yeah, and because the Cho presence means forced retreat out of the Guinevere, that's going to be a little bit behind. No contest on the Litho Wanderer. It seems like both teams are just going to be giving it to the mid laners. See You Soon takes it. And in terms of the emblems, nothing too crazy here. Although, yeah, double boots for the mid and the roam of See You Soon.
They're fast boys.
Yeah.
Fast boys, yeah.
Fast boys.
This is exactly what they're doing already.
Oh, and MP the King going to try to move in under the tower. They're locking on to Carby. Carby in a little bit of trouble. MP the King finds it with the Decimate. And they're going to get some gold plating on top of that one. Down on the boss side, at least Kid Bomba's having an okay lane.
Man, that is tough already. Even before the 2-minute mark again, See You Soon finds himself a little gold lead. 2 kills on the board as well. All this before that first objective comes up.
Flexing on them right now. And this is what we were talking about. But Deus Vult, they can mitigate the damage being caused by See You Soon, but right now, they can't give up any more situations like that. It seems like See You Soon are coming into this really with a full understanding of how Deus Vult want to play across the map. This early on, that's a team that did their homework.
I mean, Boxy.
Oh, again.
Oh! A little bit of damage onto Boxy there. Nothing too major, but here comes Raw. Now they could be in trouble the way the Dragon Lock's on. The Terrify Sawo trying to get the knockout back. Magister finds Boxy the King. Usei, though, with the crossbow of Tang ready to go. All he's got to do is click the button and unload. There it is. Magister going to go down. He's going to move on to Sunset Lover. See You Soon taking a strong lead in the first 3 minutes.
And the response time from See You Soon is on point. Not only did they get the objective, they got a kill as well. Then the bottom side, Sarium Felix feeling very confident right now. 2 kills on this Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, Felix is just playing out of his mind right now. Again, we commended him in game number 1. It's still very early on here. There's still a way for Deusvolt to climb back. Not that dire, but again, the fact that he is doing this, again, showing why he's made it to the world stage, why he is a champion in Cambodia. We're seeing the shades of the MPL Cambodia Felix popping off now. He's sort of been a sleeping dragon, but now he's fully awakened.
Harvey having a little bit of trouble on this top side, and it's forcing Sawo to come up. See you soon, completely controlling the tempo right now. It feels like Deusvolt is pretty much just following their rotations around, just trying to defend.
This is crazy because already, right, the gold lead, it kind of surprisingly strong. Kid Bomba.
Kid Bomba in a little bit of trouble. The Bravest Fighter does land on. Wow. Watching for the decimation. There it is. The King finds another kill.
Wow, more gold, more kills here for See You Soon. That's also going to be a turret that is taken down now on the bottom side. Very quick here. And it's evenly dispersed, too, when you look at the gold.
Wow, See You Soon. They are just, again, still in that state. Corrosion Scythe already first item of the 1-1. We did talk about this 1-1. Pretty much almost up against anyone in lane. The opponent of the 1-1 is going to struggle. That's how good she is. That's why she's become a highly rated pick, even though there are scenarios where it's so difficult to play her and why she is so prioritized. And I'll see you soon. Enchanted Talisman, they're up on Ra. They can just continue this, honestly. They're just bullying Deusvolt at this point. No other way to put it. You can't sugarcoat it.
And just like they talked about in the panel, right now, Boxy is doing work as a vision getter. A lot of times on the show, he's just there to provide the information, right? Hey, there's multiple members of Daewoo here. You guys can go ahead and work around the map on the bottom side towards that turtle if you want to. And again, holding on to this Way of the Dragon, able to give the go signal when everybody's ready, is also what's tough to deal with. And even this.
Oh my god. This is becoming very bad for Magister. He's already got 2 deaths. He's losing buffs at this point. The only people on Deusvolt that are even relatively okay in gold right now have to be Sunset Lover and I guess Sawo for being a roam.
Yep. 400 deficit compared to the Cho for the Minotaur, and then just roughly 300 for the Lilia. Yeah, it's a big struggle right now for Carvey. And again, See You Soon. We mentioned vision getting, so did the panel.
Oh, big kick on a Magister. They're going to take him out with that one. Raw picking up the kill. See You Soon are decimating Deusvolt.
Very similar once again to even what happened in the previous game. Now at this point, 5.5 minutes in, 6k gold ahead. Look at the damage already, even on Sunset Lover. Has to use the black shoes. Still dealing with them in the mid lane. Kosei, confident enough himself to be on that side of the jungle.
Oh my god, not Carvey. Carvey having a little bit of trouble forced about to Purify. Might not be able to get away. Kusei picks up the kill. Magister looking for something. Pops a Violent Requiem, but unable to connect. Kusei able to dance away very quickly. Sawo looking for the knockup onto Ra. Ra, Felix, and King all just controlling the map.
Oh wow, See You Soon. An absolute clinic. The tempo set by Boxy the King. Everyone just doing everything right. Again, this is just close to perfection performance by the champions of MPL Cambodia. I'm sure the Cambodians all over the world, back home in Cambodia as well, are just making a lot of noise right now.
Yeah, they can't even catch anybody. See You Soon is just all over the map. We talk about smothering, but this feels worse. Sunset Lover in a bad spot, gonna get cornered out here, pops black shoes. Sorry, and Felix looks for something in the back line. Luckily, Deusvolt doesn't lose anybody there, but See You Soon is relentless.
Now they're gonna make their way to the turtle here. A lot already expended, even in that exchange in the mid lane. So another objective, most likely gonna go in the hands here. I don't even think Magister wants to get close to this. Once again, when you're talking about this deficit in the economy here, just kind of spread once again across the board here for See You Soon. It's really tough to fight back at this point. It's better to give ahead this turtle and try to farm up as much as you can.
So we can start talking about conditions, I feel like, in terms of how Deusvolt can come back. It's one of those scenarios of just punish something that See You Soon isn't able to do really well. In terms of priorities of who you can punish, number 1, it's Boxy. After that, it's Felix. Maybe MP or Ra gets a little bit too close to get that. It's going to be a while until you can get a kill onto Kusei. Here's Magister.
There's a nice knockup on a Ra. Should be able to get that kill. Carvey able to pick it up. Now, Daewoo just wants to get away, but a big wave of Dragon locks in. Long with the penalty zone. Kid Bomba to the backside. Sunset Lover picks up King, but Magister falls. Kid Bomba looking for more here. Taking a little bit of damage from Kusei. Kusei pops off. with the crossbow of Tang. Nobody goes down to it though. Luckily it's a 4-1. Oh! Deus Vult gets the wipeout right around the 8-minute mark.
Want to talk about conditions? There's one.
Yep.
It
Just
happened.
wipe them all out.
Just wipe them all out. That's the one we didn't get to mention. It's like, you listed a kill list in terms of priority order, Reptar. We'll just get all of them. Deus Vult. But yeah, exactly. They were able to do that out of a see you soon initiation, or a see you soon counter initiation. Again, it was Magister who checked that shrub, found Raw first, but then see you soon, we're just a little bit too out of position, a little bit too late. Deus will play that really well. Kid Bomba with a great penalty zone. Let's see if he can get away from the members of see you soon now.
Great usage of the DPZ, the defensive penalty zone there, able to stay alive, keep them together. Again, they don't want to lose anybody at this point. They're doing great work around the map, macro style, right? They grabbed a couple turrets, they whittled down that gold lead that Seosun had. It was nearly 7,000 at the 7-minute mark, so they've done work. And this should actually allow them, as they get another turret, great push here from Carvey, to go ahead and actually possibly contest this Lord. Is that the right thinking here, Redmark?
Yeah, great macro play here by Deus Vult to recover presence in the map. It's going to be a knock-up. I also really want to commend Sawa for what happened to the last Magister again.
Magister gets a knock-up once again onto the King. Kusei is there to unload. He knows he's got to back off. Magister going to start working on this Lord. Deus Vult have evened out the turrets as well. They've taken the mid one. They're going to have a little bit more rotation on the side of See You Soon, but this Lord is what's really going to count. Look at See You Soon just hiding out in this mid brush, waiting for a moment to strike. Keep her eyes on Sunset Lover as well. I gotta bring some light to Sunset Lover. He's just been a monster, 2-0-3. He's gone almost deathless in the past 2 games. I think he died once last game, maybe twice. Just does such a great job in the laning phase. See You Soon now going for the steal play. Big kick on a Magister, gonna bring. Penalty zone from Kid Bomba. Empty the King able to take out Magister. Boxing the King goes down to Kid Bomba. Salvo with the crossbow of Tang, but a double kill falls in the hands of Empty the King. Sunset Lover picks it up, trying to save the day. Can he find more? 1v3. Sunset Lover with the black shoes. A double kill for the Sunset Lover.
It's only Sunset.
But
he did work.
Sun's not down just yet.
It's getting relow.
It's getting relow.
Lover boy looking for more. Can he take out Raw? No, he goes down. See You Soon gets the wipe.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. He's not loving that.
So, hey, he did work. He did as much as that he could, given the situation. Again, it was a great setup as well from Boxy. So they're going to get in a position. They will be here in time for this Lord.
Okay. No one going for the reset just yet. Boxy. Can he find the Boxy, the kick again?
No. Good play with the Requiem. Try to get it, but King might just get punished. How does he get away? The King takes the Lord. See You Soon are just coming out on top in these micro mechanics.
They just look like they hesitated. I'm pretty sure they could have gotten the kill there, but, well, it would have been risky. Let's just say, let's put it like that. Maybe it could have been risky. See You Soon, they just decide to rush down the Lord, and now they can defend. We still got a game in our hands here, folks. Right now, See You Soon are in the lead, and it's Boxy the King. Can he find another kick? Is the biggest question for See You Soon, because so far he's been the one making the biggest sequences for SYS.
Yeah, and as we kind of get ready for this Lord to push in on the top side, itemization-wise, is it looking a little more even now? I know there's still quite a bit of a gap for some of these.
Not another kick. Terrify on a Kid Bomba. Kusei, look at the crossbow of Tang. Airtime is right. Madison are going to get melted down as well. See You Soon looking for this mid-tier tower. The Lord still marching down the top side, coming soon.
You know what I'm reminded of here right now? That clip of Hoon going, yeah, wee. But now in my voice I hear Boxy.
Boxy.
He keeps finding those kicks, man. And he's making it look easy. Deus Vult, you see them trying to react, but he's just making the most out of the combo.
Sawo. We still haven't seen a big No One's Fury from him, but he's going to get stunned up. Sarm Felix going to get the last hit. Kusei does get knocked out, but it's only enough to buy time for the side of Deus Vult.
No way.
Carvey going to be able to melt down the Lord. See You Soon, look for something. Look at Boxy the King, man. He's always looking for the shot. More minions coming. Deus Vult will be able to clear these waves.
Yeah, they're still... Hold on to it.
The King. They go down here, getting slowed down. Sunset Lover picks up another one. But Kid Bomba's going to get stunned by the bravest fighter. Terrified by Hurrah, but they're able to get away.
Man, that's a big punish there by Deus Vult. A little bit too eager to break down the tower, and he wasn't able to take it. Magister.
Nice knock up. He can't even go in right now.
Yeah.
He goes in, he has to stand still for a second. Kusei just melts him down.
Yeah. So difficult right now for Deus Volt. At this point, they need to find the 1-1 alongside everyone else. But again, you have to talk about the layering of abilities. You have to make sure Needles and Flowers has been used by the 1-1 first. Once that class is gone, that's when you can go in, try to make a play to burst her down. Easier said than done, honestly, for Deus Volt. SeeYouSoon are just playing really well around the 1-1, and hey, we gotta commend Kusei. He's been playing really well individually.
Yeah, the hard part too is the fact that, really, you have a Minotaur, but you really haven't been able to set those things up yet, right? And even when you get close and you're trying to get a position, Sal's trying to be there, he gets to half health before he even gets in position. That's again, that's the course of the game when you had that lead for SeeYouSoon, and they were able to build up really quickly. So if you're Deus Volt, you want to buy some more time. Maybe you get to a point again, another 5 minutes or so. You should be able to contest this and be comfortable contesting this Lord and not giving it up to SeeYouSoon. But really, Boxy has been on point. You have to be able to protect Carvey especially, right? The pressure is going to be there. And then once again, the answer starts to get to the point. All right, how do we play around the crossbow of Tang? If it's popped up, that's why you see right now, too, the Winter Tranche being picked up.
Is going to get the knock-up on Asari on Felix. But the crossbow Tang's ready to unload once again. Madison are going to go down. Kusei able to pick up the kill, but Sawo finally getting the 4-man knock-up. Felix in the midst of them all. Sawo trying to get away, but he can't. Asari and Felix picks up the kill. And now Kid Bomba will fall next. Felix with the double. Sunset Lover all alone once again. Going to go down. A triple kill for Kusei.
Looks like, man. The flex coming through. It looks like they're just going to go ahead and run it down mid. SeeYouSoon.
I don't think there's going to be a defense for this one. Everyone in the grave. SeeYouSoon showing who's the better team right now and take game number 2.
This one was a little bit closer, but SeeYouSoon comes out swinging once again. Ends the game under 15.
Sheesh. Counterplay again is what Deus Volt wanted, while SeeYouSoon are still continuing to set the tempo. There needs to be some big changes in Deus Volt because right now SeeYouSoon have changed for the better, more aggressive, more free-flowing, and it looks like they're having a whole lot of fun right now. Match point, 1 win away from moving forward.
What can they do now? It's going to be a long road ahead of them if they even want to try to reverse sweep this. Deus Volt have a lot to think about.
Well, let's see what our analysts have to think about this game once again for SeeYouSoon. Gentlemen, take it away.
Some signs of life from Deus Volt in that series as they clap back in the mid-game, but just as quickly, SeeYouSoon regain hold of this game in this series as they go into match point 2-0.
It's just crazy to see that CYS was able to snowball all the way with, I would say, their MPLI drafting strategy. This is the SeeYouSoon that I was looking forward to see at M5, but unfortunately, in the group stages and even in the first few matches of the knockout stages, we weren't able to see the super ultra aggressive CYS.
You're going from good to great, and so far, they're looking better than great because they are now just 1 game away from moving on through the lower bracket, and it's with no short effort from our MVP here in game number 2. It's your boy Kusei ending the series, rather the game, well, one more for the series, in a flashy way with that 1-1. His 1 death is where he took his most damage. Like just clean up straight his life bar, 1 death, and then that was it. From there, he was just always in the skies.
Great itemization, great plays made across the map, and obviously, again, the Master Assassin that's just, at this point, Kusei always goes for Master Assassin. He loves winning in that lane individually 1v1, especially in this game. That's how the snowball really started, right? The fact that Kusei was able to win so hard in that lane. Take a look at this. He's level 4. Carvey's still level 3. And that's it. Carvey's not able to do much here. He has to go and get some farmer up top. If he joins this fight, he's kind of useless compared to that level 4 1-1.
That's right. Again, our points from game 1 is Deus Volt need to figure out how to solve this issue, right? The fact that SeeYouSoon are so aggressive, they can't go toe-to-toe. Again, you can't put Carvey on these emblem sets wherein you're expecting to win against Crusade because Siusun are already a step ahead. And again, there was a Lord here that clearly should have belonged to Deus Vu, but Siusun just kicked him out. Siusun just said, you know what? We have enough damage. Our collapse is better because of how far ahead we are. Again, just where the gold is and how that matters. And already, again, just as soon as you thought they had it under control, Siusun just puts it up back to 11.
And it's just really strange to see Deus Vult play in a very one-dimensional kind of playstyle, right? You expect Deus Vult with the draft that they have, being so dynamic, having a lot of secondary carries, having a lot of plan Bs, even in the laning phase. Sure, you want to play for the Bruno, you want to get him snowballed, but if it doesn't work, play the Kid Bomba. He was winning his lane up until he was ganked by 2 and more members, and that's what shifted the tides again. So in the end, what Deus Vult got from their early game commitment through the gold lane was a losing gold lane, a losing XP lane, and then no more playmakers to help Magister around the neutral objective.
In a simpler way, again, the story of Deus Vult from game 1 and 2 is they seem to always be just clogging up holes in a sinking ship. The way Siusun keeps attacking from different angles allows for them to push forward. Deus Vult, it's always 2 steps forward, maybe a step and a half back. And that allows for them to always be just slightly behind and have somewhat of a comeback for Siusun to just grab it from out underneath them. Again, the aforementioned emblem set for Carvey, alongside, again, this is respectable. The fact that he picked up Purify means that he knows Siusun's gonna get him.
But also for the side of CY Soon, right? I mean, just looking at the way that MP the King decided to go for the emblems, it's amazing. He knows he's going to get ahead in this game. He knows that with the composition that they've drafted for themselves, it will facilitate a lot of the early game neutral objective, early game pickoffs as well. Bottom lane, whatever lane he ganks, there's supplementary enough amount of CC for him to just dish out damage, and that's where the Thrill plus the Hunter Strike super early basically sealed the deal for CY Soon.
And I can only imagine, again, Deus Vu, Kid Bomba, again, he's just one of the few key reasons as to how this team holds on for an extra 2 or 3 minutes, right? Just straight up juggled into a winter trunch just to try and stay for maybe 2 more seconds and then survive via the BOS. Yes, it'll get you far, but the fact that you did not get to build up a little bit more damage to finish up and get maybe a little bit more spell vamp means he was just going to go down just as quickly. Again, 155. They say EXP laners don't really count for KDA, but he was just dying way too quickly, way too soon, way too often.
And I gotta give props to Sunset Lover, man. The amount of consistency this man has in this game. Last game, he only died once, I believe, and now 5-2-4, despite the team losing out so hard in a lot of these skirmishes, a lot of the team fights. The fact that Sunset Lover, again, was able to get a back-to-back carry from a losing side is phenomenal, man. He really gave a lot of problems to US.
Yep, despite Siusun barreling forward maybe 3,000, 4,000 for a majority of this game until it, hit a critical mass, Sunset Lover was actually very close to Ra in net worth, right? His item build was respectable. They had to send 2 or 3 bodies to actually make sure that this Lilia died. So again, even in as early as a day as M3, under their former team Na'Vi, Sunset Lover has already had my respect. So now they gotta dig deep, man. They gotta go into their veteran wilds and lead the rest of this younger squad into, what, a reverse sweep?
And it's strange, it's really strange here, Leo, the fact that, yeah, they need to try to lead this team, but it feels like with the way that they're playing anyways, right? They're going to the gold lane, Carvey's not dealing enough damage, Kusei and Ra, it's the same story as game number 1. They have secondary carries, they have a lot of plan Bs, but they only look at one. Once the Bruno fails in the lane, once the Bruno isn't able to dish out damage in these team fights, it's done. Because Sunset Lover will become the sole damage dealer for the team, and that's not what you need. They can't rely on that, right? Knowing that Siusun have so much maneuverability, they have so many ways to get out of the glooms, the choke points. This Lilia is, even though he did that much damage, unreliable as a main source of damage.
So again, if you go toe-to-toe against Siusun, it's clear that just the plan will not work. Is it time? Is it time for Deus Vult to actually bring out the cheese? Does Coach Fly Solo have anything left in the tank? Because it's now or never. This is where you bring it out, game 3.
It's all in or nothing, right? For Deus Vult, the fact that, again, they've already had, I would say, not bad drafts. For game number 2, I actually kind of like their drafts. They need to be able to understand how to execute their game plan a bit better and how to be a bit more adaptive and improv their way to victory. If they stick with just one playstyle, one strategy, See You Soon's got their number.
And again, just to remind y'all, whoever loses the series goes home.
It's an elimination match.
Journey ends. And as much as I'd like for both of them to continue, this is the way of competition. So with that said, again, dig deep into those pocket strats, switch up. I'd say, you know what, they adjusted well here in game 2, Deus Vult, but I'd say that's the lineup-wise. Tempo, though, tempo. There has to be a way for them to almost immediately switch up and answer. Carvey, you're in trouble. Let's fix that.
Instantly. Fix it and come back. See You Soon can do that as well with a video of support coming in from their casters.
That's right. It's Ice Frog and Meng Lee from Cambodia. Homoy Mao.
វ៉ាអបអរសាទរជាមួយនឹង CSO ជាមួយនឹងការ secure top 6 M5 World Championship ឥឡូវនេះឥឡូវ secure top 4ហើយក៏អាចមានការវាយដល់ Grand Final យកជើងឯកផងដែរអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំបាទ Ice Frog និង KA Caster របស់យើងទាំងអស់គ្នាសូមជូនពរទៅដល់ក្រុម CSO ឲ្យធ្វើបានល្អជួបតែសំណាងល្អពេលប្រកួតហើយជូនពរឲ្យខូចទទួលបានអារម្មណ៍ល្អមាន strategy និងត្រាស់ល្អៗបបែកទៅកាន់ត្រាស់របស់ enemy ហើយ player វិញ perform អីក៏ជោគ perform អីក៏ជ័យជាពិសេសទទួលបានសុខភាពល្អផងដែរហើយក៏មានសម្ពាធឲ្យសោះពេលប្រកួតជាមួយនឹងដៃគូរបស់យើងត្រូវចាំថាអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាស្ពាយទង់ជាតិកម្ពុជាទៅគឺស្ពាយកម្លាំងរបស់យើងទាំងអស់គ្នាទាំងអ្វីគ្រប់យ៉ាងដែលយើងបានផ្ដល់ឲ្យពួកយើងគឺរួមគ្នាឈ្នះចាញ់ទាំងអស់គ្នាគុំមានសម្ពាធឲ្យសោះហើយពួកយើងនឹងឈ្នះទាំងអស់គ្នានៅក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះផងដែរត្រូវចាំថាពួកយើងគឺប្រៀបដូចកំពុងអង្គុយលេងជាមួយនឹងអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអញ្ចឹងតាំងចិត្តឲ្យមុតធ្វើឲ្យបានល្អអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នានឹងអាចយកជើងឯកជូនមកកាន់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងជាមួយនឹង M5 World Championship ជំរាបសួរបាទខ្ញុំបាទមេងលីអញ្ចឹងណាមិញខ្ញុំក៏មានពាក្យពេចន៍ខ្លះៗដែរចង់ជូនពរទៅកាន់សមាជិករបស់ C0 ទាំងមូលក៏ដូចជាជូនពរទៅកាន់ player របស់ C0 នេះគ្នាអញ្ចឹងដោយសារតែគ្នាយើងឥឡូវនេះគឺកំពុងតែធ្វើបានល្អខ្លាំងមែនតើហ្មងក៏វាជាប្រវត្តិសាស្ត្រមួយដែរសម្រាប់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើងហើយក៏ជាប្រវត្តិសាស្ត្រមួយដូចគ្នាគឺសម្រាប់ Sooner ក៏ដូចជា C0 ទាំងមូលទៅហ្មងព្រោះដោយសារតែយើងធ្លាប់ធ្វើបានល្អទេប៉ុន្តែនៅក្នុងឆ្នាំនេះក្នុងព្រឹត្តិការណ៍ M5 ឆ្នាំ2023នេះ Sooner យើងក៏ដូចជា C0 គឺធ្វើបានល្អមែនតើទាំងពីការគ្រប់គ្រងក៏ដូចជាតាំងពីការ perform នៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិរហូតបាន 6 អញ្ចឹងដូចខ្ញុំនិយាយដដែលអញ្ចឹងគឺខ្ញុំសង្ឃឹមខ្លាំងមែនតើថាជាមួយនឹង top 4 Soon យើងគឺនឹងភាគរយច្រើនមែនតើនឹងទទួលបានព្រោះសារបើយើងមើលទៅលើ performance គឺគ្នាយើងគឺកំពុងតែធ្វើបានល្អមែនតើទទួលស្គាល់តែគ្នាយើងឥឡូវគឺកំពុងតែឈឺតែអត់អញ្ចឹងក៏ជូនពរឲ្យជាមួយនឹងសមាជិករបស់ C0 ទាំងមូលគឺឆាប់ជាពីជំងឺដូចគ្នាព្រោះសារខ្ញុំគាត់ថាទៅម្ដងនេះតំណាងឲ្យមុខមាត់ជាតិប៉ុណ្ណាណីនាំមុខមាត់ជាតិមកវិញទៀត player យើងលេងទាំងឈឺចង់អ្វីដែលខ្ញុំរំពឹងហ្មងគឺគ្នាយើងនឹងធ្វើបានល្អក៏ដូចជាឆាប់ជាពីជំងឺដែលយើងកំពុងតែឈឺទាំងបានហើយដែលនិយាយចឹងអត់ភ័យទេកុំទាន់ភ័យទោះបីទឹកដៃគេក៏ដោយយើងមាន player យើងនៅនឹង2នាក់ដែរចឹងសង្ឃឹមថាជាមួយនឹង MP The King ក៏ដូចជាជាមួយនឹងគូសេធ្វើអារម្មណ៍ឲ្យមូលតិចទៅព្រោះដោយសារសើទឹកដៃយើងទេណាមួយជាមួយនឹង Boxy ក៏ដូចជា Felix ធ្លាប់ទៅប្រកួត M3 ហើយព្រោះ M3 កាលមុនធ្វើបានល្អត្រូវអានេះគឺជាលើកឱកាសទី2របស់យើងហើយលើកមុនយើងនិយាយថាចាញ់ពីបទពិសោធន៍តែលើកនេះគឺយើងលែងទទួលបទពិសោធន៍ទៀតហើយគឺយើងកំពុងតែបង្កើតជាប្រវត្តិសាស្ត្រថ្មីចឹងម្ដងទៀតសង្ឃឹមថា C0 គឺនឹងធ្វើបានល្អនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតនេះហើយនិយាយចឹងខ្ញុំនិយាយនៅក្នុង line ខ្ញុំនិយាយថា top 2 ត្រូវតែអត់អីទេបើសិនជាយក top 1បាននឹងក៏វាកាន់តែល្អដែរ C0 VR Sooner
Esports is for everyone, regardless the gender or the physical ability. And now here with us is a very popular Cambodian para player, Firak. Hello. And to help us translate, we have the translator from Cambodia, Ting. And as part of Moonton Cares, we also have a program for the initiative to have everybody understand. So on your screen, you'll also be seeing our sign language interpreters, and that's Ismael and Jefferson. Firak, how are you doing? How are you enjoying the tournament? You could use your mic, Ting. We would love to hear your language. You could use your mic.
ចឹងគាត់សួរថាសុខសប្បាយទេហើយមានអារម្មណ៍មិនដែរពេលដែលចូលរួមការប្រកួត M5
ខ្ញុំសុខសប្បាយធម្មតាពេលដែលខ្ញុំចូលមកដល់ការប្រកួត M5 នេះមានអារម្មណ៍ថាសប្បាយចិត្តខ្លាំងមែនទែនពេលដែលឃើញកម្ពុជាយើងលេងមកដល់វគ្គនេះ
So he say he's doing really well and also he is very happy that the Cambodia team is really doing so well
Oh yeah, 2-0. They're really doing well.
Actually, it's great to have you guys here. Talking about see you soon, 1 win away from setting up a date against Blacklist International tomorrow morning. This is already the highest ranked for Cambodia in the M Series. Looking forward, how big is this win or how big is this tournament for the esports or the MLBB community back in Cambodia?
ចឹងគាត់សួរថាតើ see you soon នៅខ្វះតែមកប្រកួតទៀតទេសម្រាប់ការឈ្នះទៅលើក្រុម Devo ហើយការ secure ជាមួយនឹង top 4 ហ្នឹងតើវាធំប៉ុណ្ណាដែរសម្រាប់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើងនិង e-sport community របស់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើង
Yeah, you could use your mic.
ខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍សប្បាយចិត្តខ្លាំងមែនទែនពេលដែលឃើញក្រុម Jisun បានលេងមកដល់ពេលនេះហើយបានឈ្នះក្រុមអីបងក្រុម Devo ដែលស៊ីបាន 2-0 នៅខ្វះតែមួយហ្គេមទៀតទេគឺយើងអាចស៊ីនឹង 3-0 ក៏ថាបានដែរ
So he's saying that he is really happy because Jisun is doing so well, like 2-0 right now. So it might gonna be 3-0.
Oh wow, 3-0.
Confidence.
Can be. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a background story, okay? Back in MSC Gala back in MSC Gala in Cambodia earlier this year, he had a one-on-one with Kyrie and Carl Teasy. And you were going up Fanny versus Fanny against them, correct?
Yeah.
And he almost beat Kyrie and he almost beat Kyle Teasy with one hand using Fanny. Do you have any wish or messages for Kyrie or Kyle Teasy?
ចឹងមានពាក្យអីផ្ដាំផ្ញើទៅកាន់ Kyrie ជាមួយនឹង Kyle Teasy អត់
បើខ្ញុំមានឱកាសលេងមួយគាត់ម្ដងទៀតខ្ញុំនឹងលេងយកឈ្នះគាត់បានដោយសារនៅ Gala ដោយសារអ៊ីនធឺណិតវាពិបាកលេងហើយណាមួយទូរស័ព្ទក៏វាពិបាកលេងជាងទូរស័ព្ទយើងដែលយើងលេងរាល់ថ្ងៃអញ្ចឹងបើអាចមានឱកាសម្ដងទៀតខ្ញុំនឹងលេងមួយគាត់ម្ដងទៀត
So he's saying that he want to playing with Carl Teasy and Kyrie again. Yeah, and he will try his best to win against Kyrie and Carl Teasy because the internet back then is a bit laggy.
It's a bit laggy. It's a bit laggy. So there was a disadvantage. I feel like he can. I feel like he can beat Kyrie and Carl Teasy with one hand. That was so good.
And he said it will really be a good chance that if he can compete with them again.
Yes, please let Firak know that he is an inspiration to many and hopefully that we can watch him again soon compete.
ចឹងគាត់ថាភារៈឯងគឺជា idol របស់មនុស្សជាច្រើនមែនតើហើយចឹងគាត់ពិតជាចង់ឃើញភារៈឯងលេងនៅការប្រកួតធំៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Do you have a message to see you soon?
មានពាក្យអីផ្ដាំផ្ញើទៅកាន់ see you soon អត់
ខ្ញុំជូនពរគាត់ឲ្យមានសុខភាពល្អកីឡាករកុំឲ្យឈឺហើយលេងឲ្យខ្លាំងកុំឲ្យមានពាក្យអីដែលប៉ះពាល់សម្ដីគ្នានិយាយទៅសាមគ្គីគ្នាគឺលេងតទៅមុខទៅហ្មងសង្ឃឹមថា see you soon នឹងលេងដល់ top 4 Champion.
So he's saying that he wish see you soon to do well and also healthy and without any argument in the team and also becoming the champion of M5 World Championship.
Let's see, Mikey, if that is gonna happen in Cambodia. Ho, Mui Mao. We're gonna go back to the game for game 3. It'll be See You Soon versus Deus Vult Casters. Pasak.
3-0.
3-0.
Thank you so much, Marin. It's great to once again see all this inclusion happening, here, of course, for the world stage. And you heard it there. They're hoping for the sweep, man. They're hoping for 3-0. What are we thinking here on the desk? Is it possible that there's going to be a 3-0 based on the past 2 games we've seen?
If See You Soon keeps playing the way that they've been seeing, it's definitely possible.
Yeah, I'm on the other side of the boat there. If Deus Vult keeps playing the same way that they've been playing, then we might actually see a 3-0 here, which would be quite sad, but still be a well-deserved win for See You Soon. They've been mind-bogglingly
good, right?
Good.
Just making the waves right now, but yeah, a lot of adjustments have to happen, of course, for Deus Vult, extending the series. Once again, though, before all that, before the next matchup, we want to go ahead and welcome all of you to join the M5 Pass. It's still ongoing. Unlock the Yuzhong M5 exclusive Dragon Shade skin and the Prime Cosmic Dragon skin when you buy the M5 pass. You can accomplish all the tasks in-game up to level 75 for free. So again, grab it while you can. There's not much time left for the pass, and there's a ton of M5 exclusive rewards waiting for you guys, and of course your friends as well. So once again, as we reel it into the game ahead of us, based on the past 2 games, you know, we only, even referencing the talent predictions, guys, I think there was only one person that predicted the 3-0, and that was Mirko. So he's done a lot of 3-0s so far, and I'm not sure exactly where we're going to fall into place with that, but real quick, let's take a look at EECA's showstopper here. The M Series records broken by Deus Vult at M5 so far. Most assists, right? 23 set by Sawo. The Diggy versus the Homeboys game number 1. That was a memorable, very memorable game. And the reason why, actually, he doesn't get his hands on Diggy much anymore, right? Yeah. The highest damage dealt by a player. 240,106 damage by Sunset Lovers. Faramis versus Homeboys in game 1 as well. Again, just there's so many things happening here for this team, and it makes you, when you look at those records, right, you're kind of left scratching your head, like, what's going on here? Like in this series, Renmar, you know, how do we deal? How does Deus Vult deal with this? They had such a great rising performance up to this point, but really when we bring it down to this series, their performance this series has not been up to par, I feel like, with what we've seen from them so far in M5, right? So how does this adjustment happen? Well, jumping into the draft, we're going to find out exactly what that adjustment is for Deus Vult, how they want to approach this. Once again, are they going to be the priority pick? What do they take? We saw what they took the previous game, and unfortunately, it's still, the Guinevere was not enough to help them throughout that because the counter draft was so strong. So we'll get it situated here. You already see the bans coming through. You see the Faramis, you see the Diggy banned out from See You Soon.
See You Soon really have just prepared for this series, this matchup so well. Drafting alone, feels like it was 2 games now where it was just a total draft win by See You Soon. Now Deus Vult with the Angela first pick. They need to pair this up with a very active XP laner, someone who wins lane, gets out of lane fast. If they can get the Lapu early, just go ahead and get that. Pair that up with a fighter or assassin that's mobile, quite tanky. If it's not going to be the Lancelot, if it's not their flavor, something that can also go into the jungle of See You Soon, apply a little bit pressure. Fredrin might be good. Since See You Soon haven't picked up the the Lilia, they can go Fredrin Lilia here, but the problem is now, can you actually burst down the 1-1? It's not those picks, it's Baksha Bruno.
Okay, so it is at least something proactive there,
Yeah.
Especially at level 4. Magister will pair very well with this Angela. I do like that. Here's the problem, though. On the side of See You Soon, Raw is also going to have access to that Heart Guard, and you put that with the 1-1, and it is one deadly combo.
Yeah.
So it is a little bit harder for the Valentina to get that as long as the Angela stays far back, which is normally where an Angela's hanging out at, waiting to kind of use the Heart Guard. So there's definitely some variables and all of that. But so far, I like both drafts from both teams.
For me, I'm a little different here because the fact that when Angela is locked in, there's a Martin's pick as well, but when the Angela is locked in, right, first picked over here, it typically ends up being, okay, we're going to be a little passive. We're going to approach the game from a passive standpoint unless it changes drastically with the 2 last picks that they have.
Yeah.
Which is kind of when I'm thinking about the way See You Soon is as a team, it could end up working against you, right? Now, maybe it's the right way. You go with a little bit of a disciplined route. You're a little more passive. You take things a little bit slower. You try to be a little more defensive, but is that the right answer against See You Soon, who has been very momentum-based just from game 1 to game 2, and now with what they're already drafting, like you mentioned, Trex, Valentina, if she gets her hands on the Heart Guard or not, we've seen what 1-1 can do and how strong it is rising in the current rank statistically. So that's kind of one of the biggest questions, and even with this Phoveus ban, that's a great ban to not let this go in favor of draft-wise for Daewoo here.
Yeah, so See You Soon can still slot in some dashes. Deus Vult are taking away Pickoff, of course, when you... And that feels like a surefire sign that this is going to be an Angela Roam for not for Boxy rather, but for Sawo. Usually that's the thing. If you're slotting in the Angela Roam, your ban second phase or one of your bans is going to be the Kaja So it feels like they've already shown their hand, but let's see, they still might swing things around. I still don't see an obvious answer for the 1-1. Again, similar to the past two drafts, it's gonna come from the XP lane pick, which to me is surprising as to why. I understand why Deus Vult picked the XP laner second phase. They will just want to make sure they win the 1v1 against best possible matchup up against Soriam Felix. But we've seen before Deus Vult, even if Kid Bomba doesn't have a hero or a winning lane matchup, he wins in other ways. He goes around the map. He makes himself felt there. So it's interesting to see that Deus Vult have really went on for this approach of they just really want to make sure the 1v1 is winning for Kid Bomba.
Okay, Minotaur banned out, which leaves out in the open still. I'm not sure if Boxy would actually want to go with this, but obviously Kufra's performance in game 1 was outstanding. You take the Cho as well. Outstanding there for game 2. They lock in the Yuzhong. This is a pick. You know, I know he's the M5 hero right now, but he's very niche in the current setups for a lot of the teams. This Yuzhong, though, could end up working really well so far for what Sia Soon has.
Yeah, and he definitely doesn't have the greatest stats, honestly, because the drafts aren't too different from last game. Like, yes, they are different, but I feel like on the side of Sia Soon, they could have gone for the Lapu there. They could have gone for the Charizla there. I feel like the Yuzhong is just kind of like, yeah, we're going to pick this up. Like, it's just, let's do some limit testing. We're 2 ahead right now. They feel very comfortable. It's not like they were, honestly, it's not like they were super hard games for Sia Soon the past 2 games. They were very clean with them. They've been working very, very well together. Daewoo, on the other hand, Lilia, Charizla again, it's what I was kind of thinking. I think the Lilia, Sunset Lover had a great game on it, very comfortable with it. I think at this point it just is going to come down to some in-game mechanics.
But again, it does feel like Deus Vult are going to be playing to just counter whatever Sia Soon tosses at them. The Yuzhong was a great pickup, and now Cho again for Sia Soon. Yeah, it's going to be a similar story as game 1 and game number 2. Sia Soon sets the tempo, and that Yuzhong pickup was crucial because with the Charizla being, it seems like the last viable pick for Daewoo, now it's going to be them having to talk about who gets the responsibility of having to peel for the Bruno. Is it the Charizla? Is it the Boxia? In this scenario, it's most likely the Charizla, but then now that puts you in a position where one of your best ultimates to engage is now being used just to play defensive.
Yeah, there's a lot that has to be said here for Daewoo. Once again, as you take a look at the lineup, and the question again, can they extend the series? Stop themselves from getting swept here by Sia Soon, who's been on a death ball themselves, a momentum-based gameplay style, proving to work very successful here against, once again, M5's Dark Horses, Deus Vult. As we get ready to once again jump into the land of Dawn, Sia Soon at match point, looking to sweep the series against ECA's Deus Vult. Can they keep it together? Can they extend the series? The tournament lives on the line here for Daewoo.
And now, first rotation, let's check out here. Looks to be on pace for both. Have to see if anyone's going to be going for a quick go into the lane. Nope, still holding the mid. So they're going to be going for a standard start. And let's see if Sia Soon are actually going to continue their theme from the previous games, which is pressure Kid Bomba. And the answer is yes.
As you say it.
Yeah. I will say this. Last time we did see Boxy kind of just immediately aggressing onto Magister. I think a big thing for Daewoo here is try to keep the side of Sia Soon at least out of your jungle. Try to keep them out of your side of the river, and then maybe, just maybe once you're able to, even push into their side a bit.
You know, and as you look at the emblems here, something that really happens a lot with Sia Soon is the double, the double boots usually for 2 members.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot of damage on a Sunset Lover. Wow. They're going to get first blood. Boxy picking it up.
You know, they love to rotate quickly.
Boxy's just feeling it right now. A lot of Cambodians and even us, the talents, we really see Boxy the King as the roamer in Cambodia. One of the best, if not the best. And he is proving it here right now.
Again, this is a team that has played together for so long, right? Usually when we're talking about teams, especially here at the world stage, it's about, well, synergy-wise, right? I mean, most of these teams obviously are good. That's why they're here. They're great for the M5.
But big Petrify, a lot of damage on a Kid Bomba. King there as well does have the Decimate ready to go, but the health was not quite low enough for the full-on engage.
Turtle's going to be up, though. First objective of the game. nothing quite, in terms of lead, it's not out of hand, right? Boxy just has that kill.
Yep.
There's Raw, getting that hard guard, gonna have that available, using it already.
Kid Bomba's still looking for level 4. Finally has it. Magister probably gonna back off here. Might try to get a sneak in. Kid Bomba with penalty zone. The King able to zone him away. Turtle does reset. Boxy a little bit low. MP the King able to find Magister though. Bomba. Sorry, Felix does go down. It's a 1-for-1 right now on the map. Turtle able to reset.
All right. Slow and steady right now, but it feels like Season, I really would hope they got the Turtle there instead of full committing onto the fight. They could have gotten it for themselves, and it actually would have supplemented their fight, but hey, no more point in crying over spilled milk. Now, Deus Vult, yes, as you mentioned earlier, Trex and Naisu is not as bad as the previous games. Not out of hand, still quite close early on. But still, we're seeing the same themes as earlier. They're just playing for the counterplay, but now this is a little bit more proactive by them. This is good.
Boxy looking for something there. Penalty zone does come in. Nice terrified by the King, able to secure the Turtle. Felix able to get away safety, and now MP looking for more. See you soon decides to back off. Overall, still slow pace compared to the previous game. Carvey finally winning out in the gold lane.
Okay, they get the objective. See you soon. There was also some pressure on the top side. That's what Daewoo has to do. They need to be able to find wins, right? If they're not going to be grabbing objectives, again, they played even that first interaction well. So Yasun decided not to commit to it. It gets reset, but eventually it goes in their hands. Daewoo has to find something else across the map. And at the same time, taking care of Carvey.
Look at MP right now, trying to lock on, going to create space for the rest of his team to clear out that gold plating. Magister going to get involved. MP taking a little bit of damage. May just go down here. Carvey trying to come in. Magister picks up the kill. See you soon now on the back foot.
All right, so again, it feels like See You Soon gave that up for nothing. That was a kill that shouldn't have happened, but at least Deus Vult, kudos to them for being able to respond to it. And now, of course, Boxy is just going to continue this. Since you need to slow things down, because again, it's not far. Deus Vult still have the chance to take away objectives and get kills. See You Soon, they cannot rest easy. They still have to keep their alert very high.
Daewoo being smooth overall. They're able to kind of survive the immediate onslaught, the same kind of pressure the See You Soon brought last time. So it's a good start for them.
Yeah, keeping it together. Again, especially for Carvey, right? For the most part, as long as he doesn't get too pressured where he's dying multiple times, he's going to build up, scale up really well. He's already got the Haas Claws. We're going to be working on the Berserker's Fury next. Sunset Lover as well, getting that early kill will help him scale up. He actually did do quite a bit, even the previous game, right? But unfortunately, the game 2 just didn't go in their favor. This time around, though, Daewoo at least keeping the early game under control against Yasun, even with a small lead working against it. We'll see if they can still find punishment against Yasun. But next turtle is going to be up here as they all get in position except for Carvey. He's not a part of this, right? So Kusei is here for the fight.
It's a 5v4. Can Deus Vult pull this off? With a big kick on to Salwo, make it a 3v5. MP should have the advantage over this match. They're going to hang out. He's able to take it. That's huge. And a nice big hit from Kid Bomba on 4 members. Sorry, Felix goes down next. Kid Bomba to pick up the kill. Daewoo trying to equalize here. Raw going to take a little bit of damage. Sunset Lover unloading the glooms. And while it's happening, Carvey takes tower down bot.
Raw's in trouble.
Not able to do enough damage. Raw in a lot of trouble. They're going to chase him down. Kid Bomba picking up a kill. Is it another one? On to Boxy. Daewoo finally taking a lead.
There's Daewoo. They come out swinging. They get a couple of wins. They make movements. Kid Bomba, though.
This is bad for Bomba.
Magister's there.
Magister's there to help out. Kusei loses the weakness points. Kusei might have to try to get out of here. Can they lock on? Are they going to go for the dive? Salwo looking for the sun. Kusei dancing back, forth, able to get away.
Deus Vult was able to find a good counterplay. I was thinking that if Magister wins this turtle, it's going to be really good for them. And he was able to. A great retribution win by him, and then Deus Vult called it out there, Trex, the great penalty zone to stop the chase onto Magister, onto the members of See You Soon. That led to the eventual turnaround, and it felt like a huge 50-50, but it all worked out in the end because that meant Carvey got to push down in the bottom lane. He didn't need to put himself in danger. He got farmed. He's now leading over the 1-1. So Deus Vult, everything just went right for them. It wasn't like the perfect win, but it was a win regardless. Now they find themselves in a lead. Not a comfortable lead, but still a lead in the first one, if I'm not mistaken, in this entire series.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, Carvey, being able to farm up here. Once again, they are putting pressure where they have to around the map. But even in that last exchange, that's just showing how much damage even Sunset Lover has early on, right? For the fact that Carvey wasn't a part of that, but now as he's rotating with the rest of the team, they get prepped up and ready for the next objective. That's going to play an integral role in that. Kusei now picking up the DHS. He has the Demon Hunter sword available, which will help him as well. That's why you see everybody getting prepped and ready, right? He's still going to stay up top, but Turtle started.
Yeah, this time, Carvey will be down here. Boxy looking for something. Madison able to take the Turtle. Madison maybe looking for more now. Gets the run into Boxy. Boxy getting low. Sunset Lover's got his back right now. They're going to decide to back off, but still they're pushing See You Soon away.
All right, so now it's going to be See You Soon playing a little bit of cross map. They send Kusei up top. Allowed to get a little bit more farm as well. Catch up, apply pressure there. But Days will get that Turtle without a problem. MP the King's Retribution wasn't off cooldown just yet by the time Days got it.
With that, once again, you have to see this is where, even for Kid Bomba, this is a little different from the previous two games, right? He had a hell of a time in the lane before, but now that he's got these 2 kills, he's able to build up pretty well. He has the Dominance Ice, of course, already working on the next defensive item.
Madison gonna move on to Kosei here. Able to make him pop that second skill. The Heart Guard is on top, so he can just keep pushing forward. Sunset Lover trying to find an angle as well. MP locking onto Madison. King looking for the kick. Lands onto Madison. Madison gonna take a lot of damage here. Can he get away? Black Dragon comes out. Felix trying to zone in. Sunset Lover splits him up, and See You Soon cannot get the kill.
All right, we got ourselves a game here, gentlemen. You see Deus Vult actually doing that to try and force reactions from See You Soon, trying to force out the crossbow of Tang. Great discipline by Kusei to hold on and not let it go. But then at the same time, you saw there SYS trying to find a way to turn that around, push back the members of Deus Vult. So still slow and steady, methodical. Play around the macro, play around the minion waves is what Deus Vult wants to do. They don't have the capability to pull off surprising plays like the Cho of See You Soon.
Yeah, not only that, but also the fact that this time around with the Angela, right, you have the focusing mark that will play a part towards the later, part of the game, especially that extra amount of damage.
Yeah.
If you can capitalize on that, whether that's, of course, for Carvey to pump out the damage later on, especially when he's got those 3-4 items on this Bruno, that's really going to help them out as they try to win these skirmishes, these team fights, but still in the mid lane.
Gonna look for the way of the dragon here. Able to connect, but not able to get him out of the tower, so See You Soon cannot commit.
Yeah, great use of the Purify there by Sunset Lover, but that's one big spell for one big ultimate. How was the trade here? See You Soon?
Oh, Felix doing a lot of damage on a Kid Bomba, and a crossbow
Heart
Guard just in time. And now See You Soon is a little overcommitted. Madison trying to respond back, looking for something raw there as well. Kusei able to get a couple free shots off a nice Terrify on a Magister. Felix looking for the re-engage, now seeing Soon trying to bite back. Masawo's got their back along with Sunset Lover. Both teams disengage.
Okay, that was, again, saved by the Heart Guard there that time. Kid Bomba able to keep it together. Sawo there just in time. They reset the Lord, so neither team able to commit to it just yet. They're really respecting even the damage potential from both sides. But with that, Deus Vult looking very tanky, with this lineup alone, not to mention you pair up an Angela there.
Yeah.
Now, once again, See You Soon's going to go ahead and start up the Lord. Daewoo has the information. They're going to get in position.
Oh, Boxy misses it. Does actually kick on a Magister. Magister going to get knocked up. Kid Bomba with the penalty zone. And Beat the King forced to try to back up. Kusei look for some weakness points. Still forced to back up. And at this point, Deus Vult is coming out on top in all of these team fights.
Yeah, they can rush this, but they have to watch out for MP.
They're still going.
King looking for the knock-up. Able to land on a Kid Bomba. King able to get the decimate. Backs off. Kusei moving on to Magister. See You Soon with the Black Dragon, forcing Daewoo away this time. It's back and forth. It's definitely been a day of pendulum, and finally, Felix connects, but may just drop here. King takes the Lord, though.
Great decision by See You Soon, the pendulum around the Lord. It wasn't a full reset on the Lord that Deus Vult initially held, and that meant MP and the rest of See You Soon, while Soriam Felix in the dragon form pushed back the members of Deus Vult. The Lord was free for the champions of Cambodia, and a turnaround yet again.
Yet again, as we've seen from this series, and now Carvey picking up that Malefic Roar should be able to help them in some of these team fights. But still, you see the push and pull between a lot of these team fights going on. Whether they get they survive the Way of the Dragon, whether they survive the Heart Guard and they're able to extend it, whether they're able to work around this crossbow of Tang. from Kusei, but right now, Deus Vult, their only concern, dealing with a Lord up the top side. Carvey made quick work of it, but they still got to hold on to as many turrets as they can here in this march from See You Soon.
All right, See You Soon. I mean, just cutting off these towers just for a few minutes there. Daewoo did have control, but now it is lost once again. See You Soon with the pressure.
And now they can just continue this. They can still try to make those boxy plays, but they have to be ready because Deus Vult have shown that they are in a counter-punish capability already. CC needs to be careful of when they pull the trigger, who to go for. Still, don't forget to manage the minion waves. In this scenario, this is one of the things that separates the good teams from the great teams, is when you're in the lead, when you find yourself in good places around the map, how well are you managing the rest of the minions?
At least they're able to check those bushes using Magister.
Yeah.
He needs to be careful though. Kid Bomba holding the front side, gets a couple shots off onto Felix. But watch for Boxy here. Every time he's G-condoing around, you gotta get stressed.
Yeah, you're not sure, right?
Yeah.
Just like that.
And there it is. He's gonna lock on to Kid Bomba. The rest of the team commit as well. Kid Bomba goes down. The crossbow tang locks onto several other members. Carvey's gonna get the hard guard this time. They're gonna move in, try to block onto Kusei, but they're not able to get the right angle. Kusei takes a little bit of damage raw as well. Sunset Lover trying to unload. Doesn't have the black shoes, goes down. King picking up the kill.
Decisive once again. See You Soon, able to play around Boxy to start things off. As Trex, we were just talking about it, he pulled it off once again, and the punishment comes through. That's the thing, especially working around this. Deus Vult still, it's not too far ahead, right? They're not too far in a deficit here. It's 2K. Yeah. They actually, you can see that even when See You Soon's approaching these fights, unless they get a sure pick off, they still respect the capability of Deus Vult to turn things around, even looking at the damage dealt. Sunset Lover is up there, right? He's there with Raw. A lot of the times, like I said, this Lilia is picked up for a reason. It's you can pump out the damage very quickly and still play relatively aggressive and then safe when you have the black shoes. Now that the Lord is up, though, and given the fact that Carvey is also just picking up a major item defensively, the Wind of Nature, do they actually go and try to win this team fight to secure them this Lord? That's what they need in the series. Kid Bomba also picking up the Winter Trunchet here to help against the possibility that Kosei gets the airtime, gets the crossbow tang off. Boxy, though, again, going to go in with the conceal, looking for his own pickoff.
Okay.
They still keep together, both teams respecting each other here around this Lord pit.
And they're trying, like Daewoo's trying to get these baits out, but See You Soon is never fully committing to them. Boxy's so good, he's only going in when he's absolutely sure he can find someone.
Yeah. Oh, the damage.
Oh, wow. Damage on a Sunset Lover. Kid Bomba to the back line. Does pop. Watch out for Kusei. Does have the crossbow tang. Decides not to use it. Still up. Carvey able to take out Felix and be the king. Able to find someone. Terrifying to Carvey. Carvey taking a little bit too much damage. Finally falls. Bribe to pick up the kill. It's 2 for 2 right now. Magister still up though. Both Retries on the field.
Okay. Big 50-50 there. Still the jungler of See You Soon alive. Magister up as well. 14 seconds of the retribution of MP the King. A little close to 24 Magister. Deus Vult. It's going to be risky. Oh, Ra!
A lot of damage on a Sunset Lover. Able to pop the black shoes. Does have the heart guard. He wants to try to finish. Able to find Raw. But goes down to Kusei. Don't know if that's a good trade right now. Kusei
gonna chase him down.
Crossbow tang unloads. Doing the damage on a Madison. Not able to get the final shot though, but is able to back them up into a corner.
Keeps them at bay. Gives them time to go ahead and secure this Lord here for See You Soon. An exchange back and forth between both teams, but ultimately, See You Soon grabs the objective.
Kusei, man, he was just throwing darts at the dartboard of the Boxia skin. Maybe that's why Magister didn't go down, but of course he was built really well, has an anti-cuirass, has the blade armor. But one of the bright spots here for See You Soon, really, or one of their brighter spots, is the fact that they are so disciplined. Kusei especially on this 1-1. Ra as well, even though he's been taken out a couple of times, in terms of like making the most out of each ability. That seems to be See You Soon's thing right now, and it's one of the biggest reasons as to why Deus Vult is struggling.
Oh, conceal play from Boxy. Everybody just tightens up when that happens, right?
Yeah.
And See You Soon now closing in the Lord, about to make the crash. Watch out for Kusei, making his way, takes a couple shots, has to be careful, back off a bit. Daewoo still defending.
Yeah, Daewoo, again, they have great capabilities to fight back. Given the situation of 5K behind, they can still actually turn some of the tides of these fights. It really is, how do you play around Boxy? Now there's immortalities coming into play. They're going to push it in.
Oh, the Terrify, the Petrify, the knock-up. Out comes the crossbow of Tang, and Magister drops. Next is going to be Kid Bomb, and the Decimate lands directly.
Go back.
And Carvey now looking to maybe try to get a fight back, try to get a strike back. Look for something here. Boxy gets a knock-up. King still playing the distance. Pops the immortality. Carvey unloading with a couple free shots. Sunset Lover picks up a kill. 2 for 1, and Daewoo still defends.
Okay, Deus Vult still being able to hold on, and now we've seen their main win condition there. Even though Magister was low, Kid Bomba was low, Sao, the call was commit the hard guard onto the Bruno. All the eggs and all the hope of Deus Vult extending the series right now are on that Bruno basket. Being able to free hit, hold on long enough, supplemented by the fact that Lilia in the hands of Sunset Lover is now a big pain on the behind of See You Soon this late into the game. Already up to a Divine Glaive and 3 other items, the Truncheon, the Ice Queen Wand, and the Enchanted Talisman. See You Soon. They're starting to hit the point where they're going to realize that this game is far closer than they'd like to accept, despite all those towers and mid still standing.
Yeah, as long as Carvey, Sunset Lover are alive, the damage can be insane, right, for Deus Vult. That's what they have to do. And again, when you have the Angela with a focusing mark on top of it, it really helps some of that damage department. Boxy, though.
Boxy does land the way of the dragon on Kid Bomba. Bomba taking a lot of damage. Felix pops a Black Dragon. Carvey looking for some free shots. Able to come in. He's got the Heart Guard. He's safe. Can he take this one out? Nice shot. Sunset Lover picks it up 1-4-0 into the hands of Deus Vult.
The hope is there. The belief is there. They're holding on. A great Winter Truncheon there by Kid Bomba to ensure that the crossbow of Tag would not get activated and would transfer to another member of Deus Vult. Still, See You Soon have initial advantage here. They are down 1 man. But they are in good position to try and take out Wano, Sunset.
A lot of damage on the Sunset, but Sunset doesn't care. Sunset's not scared. Gonna push back in, pop the black shoes, but that is a utility down. Boxy looking for another moment to strike. He's always there, and Deus Vult know it. Boxy looking for the knock-up, now able to secure. Kid Bomba responds with the penalty zone. Kusei now trying to come in as well. Look for the weakness points. King able to come in, gets the hit. Takes out Kid Bomba and backs off. It's a 1-0. Magister maybe looking for the re-engage. Sawo, Sunset Lover, Carvey there as well. They definitely want to go. You might have taken one, but we're ready to fight. See You Soon. Back into the Lord Pit.
And again, back and forth between the two teams. They get a member down, another one falls, and then they kind of pull back off. A lot of item switching here going on too at this point. Almost 20 minutes in the game. Longer game than we've seen from the previous two. Deus Vult, despite it all, still holding on, but this will ultimately be a See You Soon Lord. So Deus Vult has to get prepped and ready once again for the defense. And I'll say it again, as long as Sunset Lover and Carvey are alive, they should be able to make it out of this defense as well.
Seems like there was a slight hesitation, miscommunication by the members of Deus Vult whether or not they're actually going to chase, fight, or dance for the Lord. Because in terms of how it looked like the members of See You Soon were positioned, it looked like it could have been better for Deus Vult instead of chasing to just draw back the Lord, start a little dance, send someone forward, knowing the timers on the Yutong. Just watch out for that and then reset if ever the Yutong gets close. But now it got to the point where since Deus Vult chased, the members of See You Soon got a little bit of time to recover. Deus Vult were put in a worst position in the map, meaning that See You Soon can just go to the Lord Pit.
Boxy still looking. Sunset Lover going to clear the boss side. Daewoo should be able to clear these waves very safely. They're down 1 inhibitor. That is not the end of the world. Here comes Boxy with the 3-man knock-up. Boxy doing it once again. Kid Bomba locking on. And Boxy goes down raw. But an extra fall. The crossbow tank does lock off. But still, all members of Daewoo are still up, and now they're finally responding. MP in trouble. Sawo looking for the kill. Carvey there as well, and down goes MP. Daewoo still stand tall.
Daewoo still in the mid lane. They gather together, they fight together, and now they're going to run it down mid here. Kosei and Sarnion Felix left alive, but this is exactly what Deus Vult needed.
Yeah, they still waiting on a wave of minions. This one shouldn't be able to do it, but they should get some damage down. 20 seconds left on the clock. Don't know if they're going to have time to finish this one.
What was supposed to be an absolute highlight play by Bossy the King turned into an absolute disaster for CU soon as Deusville countered it so well. They held on in position so well.
They're going to try to push it in. Kid Bomba trying to create space. Felix with Black Dragon. Kusei going to dance around, but Carvey has a hard guard. Should be safe. Boxy back up. More minions are here. Daewoo thinking about it. Back and forth, just like always. But they decide to finally counter while they got it.
Good control. Deusville showing good control there. Soon now still have a slight gold lead, but now it is down to who gets the press buttons better here, folks. We're at that point. Items really close. The buying and selling, as you mentioned earlier, actually coming in big. Winter Truncheons, exchanging them, going into Antique Cuirass, changing that. Now we're actually seeing Guardian Helmet as well being sold around by Magister to get a few more utility items, either if it's going to be for the Emo or maybe he'll even get a Winter Truncheon himself. Again, that was a play. Kid Bomba. Great follow-up there. And as long as Naisu, you said it, as long as Sunset Lover and Carvey are alive and they aren't taken out and they are able to free hit, it's a problem for Soon.
Yeah, and we saw the interaction there, right? Even Kid Bomba, as long as he gets that penalty zone and he finds even 2 or 3 members alongside that focusing mark, the damage potential is going to be there for Deus Vult. Now they'll go ahead and start up this Lord. Holy Crystal even being picked up here for Sowell as he has to clear some of these waves, keep it under control. Both bases have 1 turret down.
Daewoo knows they're there.
They know.
They're like, you're not going to get us with that play. Get back to your side of the pitch. You don't belong here.
Once again, they go ahead and get ready for the Lord Dance. Both teams working around what they have. Immortalities still for Sarnium Felix. Boxy, though, going to kick.
Oh, a little bit of damage on a Kid Bomba. Kusei does have the crossbow of Tang. Is she going to get it?
Wow.
No. Felix able to get the kill. Now Daewoo at a disadvantage. It's a 60-second death counter, which is huge right now.
They know the Heart Guard was used.
Yeah.
They know it's down.
That was really good sense by Boxy to actually just go for that kick. Initially, it looked like it was okay, are you sure you want to do that? But then because of the positioning of the members of Deus Vult, they wouldn't be able to respond and help Kid Bomba out in time. It was a small thing with a massive consequence. Boxy, what a kick, what a decision, split second.
They're going to go for the defense.
They have to defend once again. They had to deal with these waves. 25 seconds for Kid Bomba to be up. He'll be up just in time for this defense, but right now, see you soon. Boxy gonna go in again.
Boxy does get the knock up. Carvey there to let out a few shots. Daewoo on one of the most important defenses of their life right now. This could be it. Match point for See You Soon, trying to close things out. Daewoo, can they do it?
Go buy some more time. Lord make its way top side. Carvey picking up the Wind of Nature. Kid Bowman now part of the fight. Boxy as well will work around the Immortalities here for him and Felix as Daewoo tries to hold on as much as possible to these base turrets. But as they get closer here, Lord has to be worked with. Quite strong at this point of the game, 25 minutes in. Multiple Immortalities as well available for See You Soon.
See how this goes. Lord stopped at the tower nub right now. Kusei Raw, Felix also looking for an angle. Boxy back into the midst of things. Carvey going to be able to chip this down. They finally break through the inhibitor, but Daewoo still stands. Looks like we could be going to another Lord.
Well, they play the long game. They want to wait it out. The minion waves weren't quite there yet. So Deus Vult lives to fight another day. Actually, there's the robe boots as well, the Valentina. Not sure there's already... I think at this point it should be activated, which explains why there's so much damage being dished out by the Shadow Strike of the Valentina. So the Dire Hit might actually be already in effect for the Val. Queen's Wings also has the... Blood Wings, rather. And then has the Holy Crystal. That explains as to why Ra's initial Sparrow damage when he sees Carvey takes him down to like 40-35% with one full combo.
Yeah, once again, even looking at the damage dealt now, once there, Sunset Lover at the top has put work in. Carvey as well. So for some way, somehow, the obstacle here for See You Soon, especially Boxy, is if he's able to get a kick on either of the members, Sunset Lover, Carvey, it's going to pay dividends. Or, again, you can make the decisive action if we take out Kid Bomba and we are guaranteed to get that kill, we can turn things around once again. A lot of things a lot of things up for grabs, 30 seconds away from this Lord. As it gets to this point in the game, 27 minutes in, you see a lot of just item switches happening. And really, as you said earlier, Renmar, comes down to the execution factor or pushing buttons better, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be able to switch those items. Boxy's being spotted out, though.
They're going to try to pin him down. I mean, it's not going to be easy to pin down Boxy right now. I think the best way to get it in is let him try to come in a little bit, see if you can bait him into kind of a bad kick and then catch him off guard. Up in the mid lane, still a little bit of action. Lord, though, coming back onto the map.
Better gold laner and mid laner free hitting wins this game. When we brought up the damage earlier, it's the gold laners and mid laners almost double the Terizla of Kid Bomba, who's next in terms of like the highest damage dealt. So whoever gets those down first, 1-1, Valentina, Bruno, Lilia, whoever gets the victory first might actually seal the deal and win this game. Great management of See You Soon right now. Great macro play.
Side. They are going to lock on to Sawa. Kid Bomba able to help out. Carvey now going to get some free shots. That could be the bait. That's the wait. That's the tackle. King is going to go down there. Carvey now looking for more See You Soon on the run this time. It's 5 against 4. MP the King looking for the entryway, looking for the decimate, but can't quite find it. The Petrify. Felix unloading the damage from Carvey, still free shotting. Kusei finally able to lock on with a crossbow tank. Nice one to Charge trying to cancel it out. Felix goes down. King goes down. Double kill for Carvey. Kusei still up though. Kid Bomba with the response. Carvey gonna try to re-engage us. Are they going to commit? See You Soon backing off. Couple shots on a rock. Kid Bomba goes down. It's 2v2. Daewoo decides not to go forward.
The damage is there from See You Soon. The push and pull once again. But Daewoo keeping it together. Carvey, Sunset Lover still alive.
Kusei and Ra. 4-0-8 on the 1-1. 3-3 and 10 on the Valentina. Kusei, folks, we are seeing a 1-1 performance of a lifetime here. They cannot get the marksman down, and he's so brave. Look at this.
Not only that, Kusei's been so good at hanging on to that ultimate, man. Just hanging on, waiting. And what we saw last game, we see Felix and MP King bait out the Winter Truncheon, bait out the Immortality. Wait a second, a lot of damage on the Sunset Lover. Kusei gonna dance around, but wait, Sunset Lover looking for it. The Winter Truncheon comes out raw. May not be able to get away from this. Immortality pops. Carvey able to get the free shots in. And while all this is happening, Magister working away at the Lord.
Boxy going.
King going in, fully committed. This is it. Can they take it? Carvey able to steal it. Thought it was a steal almost there, but no. Daewoo gets the Lord.
Wow. Just when you thought it was done, when you can close the chapter on the story, not just yet. The Dark Knights of EECA charge forward into what could be a brighter hope for an extended series. But the champions of Cambodia stare them down in the eye here in the mid. Will sun fall? Will sun be set? Or will See You Soon defend?
We'll see. Daewoo wants to try to finish it here. They're committing everything to the mid lane. Kusei looking for the angle once again. Carvey just trying to get close to the base to try to finish it. But no, the Lord goes down. And Deus Vault won't be able to finish it here. They're going to move up to the top side, take this tower. Boxy keep in vision. But Daewoo not completely backed off just yet.
Again, at this point, this is the mental test for Daewoo. They've crawled back into this game time and time again. They're now assaulting the base of See You Soon.
Oh, big petrifying to Sunset Lover, able to pop the black shoes, but finally Carvey able to take out the tower. Magister gonna work down towards the bot side. Daewoo need to at least even the playing field if they're gonna keep this match going any longer. That bottom inhibitor is crucial, but they're not able to close in onto it.
We're back to it. It's mirrored for the bases, both holding on to the same turrets of the base as both teams. The perfect picture still. Carvey working on it. Boxy.
Boxy does get the kick onto Sunset Lover. Black Shoes come out. Kid Bomba dropping it down. King able to back up. Kid Bomba buys the Winter Truncheon, able to freeze it up for just a second. Felix goes down. Sunset Lover picks up the kill. Nice heart guard onto Carvey. Same as usual. Able to unload a couple more shots. 73 death counter on Felix.
The baddest kid on the planet with the penalty zone that might have sealed the fate of See You Soon. Deus Vult is the sit.
They're going to try to make it. Sunset Lover takes out the tower and another one on the two members. We're all taken out.
A big kill for Sunset Lover. King will be next. MP going down. Duse able to bomb it off, but he's only on a bomb. But Carvey
They
finds
got
the
it.
King.
They got
and
it.
there it is. Daewoo, move forward. Sue.
Daewoo stays alive in the series. They keep it going. They fight on. And they're feeling good.
It is not over yet. We still have a series. He put up the sign.
The 3-2.
Kid Bomba says this is going to 3-2. Will we see it?
Feeling
Iconic.
good.
Feeling great.
As
Better
he
than
should.
Great. Great bars.
Better than great. Hey.
Better than
that, great. Hey, that performance right there was better than great. Analyst Leo, Mirko, tell us how it went.
This is just according to plan. Deus Vult, late game specialists. And did we not say in our last analyst segment that Coach Fleisal was to pull out all the stops? Madman put the Angela into Sawa's hands. See what happened.
That happened. That just happened. A comeback of the ages just happened for Deus Vult, and it didn't happen on a whim. It happened because they were able to push all the way till that late stage. And just like Leo mentioned, that late game has always been kind of the key, the secret key to Deus Vult's success. In most of their winning games, you can see all the way from the group stages as well, it's when they were able to take their opponents to deep waters. Even through snowballs, they'll just play it slow up until that late game happens. Then, once the tick-tock timers happen, those 20-minute timers come alive, even when the enemy team has a 10,000 gold lead, it won't matter. They'll be able to coin flip their way to a victory.
We're giving the MVP nod over to Sunset Lover of Deus Vult. Again, in game 2, we sang his praises already. He was one of the few reasons why they lasted a little longer against the very aggressive See You Soon. And here, he just held it down, man. Early, mid to late, despite the back and forth swings in net worth, he was always at least a little bit ahead of Ra.
With consistency of this level, it was bound to happen, Leo. He was bound to get an MVP performance. Heck, I would actually give MVP for Game 1 and 2 to him if they won, right? I mean, he was the sole damage dealer for both Game 1 and 2, and now, really, with the team backing him up, we could see everything we were talking about, everything we were criticizing about Deus Vult come to life. Sunset Lover on top of a lot more consistent damage. Take a look at the item builds. Even here, all the way to the 30th minute of the game, he sold his boots, doesn't need it anymore, goes for the Blood Wings instead so that he can sustain even more so around these team fights on top of the already Purify and the Black Shoes.
That's what you call core things. Him alongside Carvey were dealing all sorts of damage. And between a mage like Lilia and a Bruno that deals physical damage, you're left as a member of Siusun wondering, how do I defend against Deus Vult? Either of them could have the Angela taking care of them. Either of them could have the front lines. Either of them could help set up a big old Kid Bomba special. The OPZ coming up. But yeah, no, mid-game, it was really close. Mid-game was anybody's game.
I mean, in the early stage, I would actually say Deus Vult were able to control the tempo, have that gold lead for a long time. But then in the mid-game, when these power spikes started to hit for See You Soon, that's when we saw these big plays from BTK.
Wait, BTK? Oh,
Foxy the King.
That's right. Him and MP are almost a two-man kill squad. But then again, I think at some point, Sorry I'm Felix was going in a little too deep. You could say the same for Kid Bomba. I think some of us watching would say, hey, why is Kid Bomba just throwing out that penalty zone willy-nilly? It's because even the opponents are pushing the advantage. So sometimes, at this rate specifically, you gotta go toe-to-toe. And you can flicker forward to confirm these kills.
And I have to say, man, Deus Vult, in the early stages, when they get wins even, they don't capitalize on it like completely, right? Sometimes you do see a lot of misses, but when it comes to the 20th minute all the way till the end, they're always able to capitalize on any little mistake. Take a look at this, right? They all clump up into this choke point. Sunset Lovers' crisp, clean positioning literally got them this win. He was able to pop in those glooms and let Carvey soak in the damage with the immortality. Once Carvey stood back up, he was able to execute these members, and then the prolonged team fight started to happen where Kusei just did not have enough consistent damage, Leo.
Yep.
I think that's the main problem for the Wanwan, right? When it's bursts of damage coming through, when you are able to execute some of these members, it's a great hero to have. But when the team fight goes for a super long period, you use that crossbow attack and then you're done.
I guess now you see how See You Soon's composition relies on MP the King taking over that farm early to mid and then just snowballing out of control. And having Kusei get the gold lane experience. If those things don't happen, or if See You Soon don't capitalize and end quickly from there, things go sideways, and that's what Deus Vult did. That's what made them go past the 30-minute mark and try to get through these cracks. Again, their KDA, it's not like it was perfect. They were still dying 15 times, but they just knew how to deal with that. I wonder, what was the mentality behind a late-game team like this?
The mentality is the bomba mentality. The bombastic mentality that we've all come to know now, and you can see it. Once they won, Bomba just stood up, jumped around, and you can feel the confidence. This is when things turn around. Usually for Bomba and Deus Vult, it's almost, it's crazy to think, Leo. It's very poetic that in M3, Na'Vi were up 2-0 against Todak, and then Todak were able to reverse sweep them. Now we're seeing See You Soon go match point against Deus Vult, and it would be poetic if the odds just change.
Well, we'll see now, besides mentality, again, the specific game decisions that these two teams made in the late game actually changed their fates. You see here a full-on defensive build from MP the King, had to juggle between building a damage item to help him again, and BTK, Boxy the King, confirm kills. You're also seeing Boxy the King here have multiple ways of actually juggling. Why, tell me, why is he building Twilight Armor here?
The Twilight Armor, I feel like, is just to take in a lot of the bursts coming in from the get-go, right?
The crits?
It's the crits, even the crossbow attack. I mean, like, to be honest, right, a little bit of the crit already helps you get out of these skirmishes so that you can dive in even deeper. And we can definitely see here from the damage taken as well, everything almost taken by Deus Vult except for the rich guy, which is still going to be Kusei.
So yeah, again, see how weird this is, folks? Kusei was farming like a madman. He was making bank, all right? But what did it lead to? Again, it just brings back to the point of it's not what you got, it's how you use it. And it was so difficult to trigger that ult and to get it on the right targets. We saw him take to the skies multiple times in this 30-minute bout, but really, besides finishing the job, sometimes there was just so much that Deus Vult could clap back with that, especially when he landed, he had to almost instantly back off.
This is a visual representation, this game in particular, of how late game can work, right? Because initially, when you pick up a 1-1, you'll say, hey, good late game, but only if you're able to burst down the targets. If you have sustain and tankiness of the sorts of Deus Vult here, with a lot of CC to put that over as well, then Carvey will be the guy who will dish out more damage in these team fights because he has more reliable, consistent damage all throughout the long team fights. And even when it comes to damage taken, you can see that Magister and Kid Bomba took a whole lot more compared to MP the King and Felix. It's a bit more evenly spread out for See You Soon, but you have to remember that for the Cho and the Martis, you're not really as tanky as the Baxia or as the Terizla.
Exactly. It's not like See You Soon's lineup wants to engage, re-engage. They're not playing with a Rafaela, nor a Matilda, nor an Estes. That's why if you see this, and you're not winning, and the game's not over, something is very wrong. They're juggling the damage, and heroes like the Bruno, heroes like the Lilia can dish out damage all day, much like the Hulk.
Falcons.
Right.
And for Sunset Lover, right, the fact that the new patch just kicked in a few patches ago where the Lilia was buffed out, so when you go into late game, when you get a lot of those clumped up team fights and choke points, oh, it is heaven for Sunset Lover, and he definitely felt that here in this game. Heck, he felt that all throughout the series, but See You Soon did not want to respect it. Now, I think at this point, you have got to respect Sunset Lover's prowess on this hero.
So now you have to consider, if you're See You Soon, do you let this victory from Deus Vult in Game 3 change your momentum? Will you allow the Bomba mentality to get into your mentality and stop your run for the win? Because again, it was in your hands. It's this turning point that usually teams crumble or teams clap back stronger. Now it's Coach CatGod who's forced to say, you know what? Do you ban the Lilia? Do you make sure that the Diggy stays out of the formula here? Or are you now also watching out for Sawo's Angela?
And that's what's scary, right, Leo? Game 1, Game 2, the only member that maybe See You Soon were really respecting were Sunset Lover. But in Game 3, they didn't decide to close it completely, to step on the hopes and dreams of Deus Vult. They decided to go and face it head on. That last hope, that Lilia brought them a victory with the help of everyone else, now finally clumping up and also facilitating the Lilia. Now that that has happened, a lot more of their members can start to pop off with the mentality boost, with the mentality Bomba.
With that said, we'll go ahead and throw over to our hosts right before we jump back into this bout. Again, folks, a quick update. It's a 2-1.
Quick update.
Yes. With that said, we're going back out into the stage and the crowd with Mara and Mikey.
For the first time in MLBB history, we partnered up in collaboration with Moonton and
Philippine Sign Language Interpreting.
Philippine Sign Language Interpreting. And it's so nice to have you, Jefferson. Earlier, we showed you translating the interview in our Tagalog broadcast.
Yes, I translate from the Cambodian, the English, then I translate the Filipino Sign Language, then my deaf partner translate it to International Sign Language.
Wow, that is crazy. And I heard that you also play ML. Big Blacklist International fan.
Blacklist International!
I heard yung deaf community daw very supportive of the Blacklist International.
Yes, me, sometimes with team with the deaf community, we're playing Mobile Legends. Now, the deaf community is supporting the Blacklist International.
How about for this fight? Who are you supporting? We have Deus Vult and See You Soon.
So, I think I saw Boy Bomba, right?
Kid Bomba!
Kid Bomba!
Bomba la Bomba!
I love the way you play Kid Bomba.
He has such great personality. Tell us more about your community. How big is this community playing for MLBB?
So, there are many deaf playing Mobile Legends. So I think there are more than 10,000 devs playing Mobile Legends. And they're also playing with the other musicians from other countries.
And how great of an experience is it for you to be able to do this in the World Championship for MLBB?
So this experience is priceless. So this is very precious. Actually, we're excited to interpret in this international competition of Mobile Legends. Now, me and my partners are very happy.
Oh, go ahead. Kausapin mo yung partners natin. Ano mga gusto mong sabihin sa kanila sumusuporta ngayon?
Hello, Jefferson, Cortez, and Ismael, my partners in sign language interpreting. So, go! Go! Go!
Yeah.
And you know, we're hoping that more communities, more broadcasts, especially in esports, will also have this in their program. What's your message, maybe to all the executives and all the other esports watching?
So, I hope that more tournament that will for the PWD. So more become a part of advocacy. Hopefully, in the future, more interpreting insets when the big competition like this.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Inspirasyon ka, ha? Tuloy mo yung ginagawa mo. Thank you very much.
And we hope, Mikey, to see more of
Yes,
this
hopefully.
in broadcasts everywhere. And I'm so proud that Moonton has taken this initiative as well. And hopefully the whole community supports this as well. And you know what? We're gonna go back to our program. We're gonna go to game number 4. And it will be Deus Vult versus See You Soon. We're heading back to the casters. How about let's do it together? Okay? 1, 2, 3. Casters.
Paso.
Paso.
To hear these stories and hear you know, the advocacy, the inclusions, of course, for the broadcast.
Definitely.
Now, once again, at stake here, Tournament Lives, the series has been extended, right? Deus Vult in an amazing game number 3, take us to game 4 upon us, and they've adjusted. This is something we were pretty much trying to brainstorm here, and I know the panelists as well, trying to put things together. How do they keep things going? And this is a man himself that was a big part of the last game. Sunset Lover, average damage dealt across the board. He is topping the charts right now.
Yeah, and I remember a little joke that we made, but it felt like good analysis at that time. In the Filipino broadcast of the previous tournament, especially in M3, Sunset Lover, no wonder that they're winning now. He's stronger because the sun finally set. Like, it's finally nighttime.
That's true.
When they started playing, the sun was still a little bit up, you know, so it still wasn't his hour. But now it's like, it's nighttime. It's like, it's sunset time. It's like, oh, yeah, it's definitely my time now.
Activated.
Yeah, activated.
Right?
It was a well-deserved MVP from the previous game.
Yeah, definitely an important player to put our eyes on. There's so many eyes on Kid Bomba right now that we forget about Sunset Lover, and he's just been a monster. Same thing with Sawo, the Sawo Carvey combo last game.
Yeah.
That is truly what brought them to victory there.
I think it's great because, you know, even in the draft I was talking about, hey, Angela's first pick, usually it means a certain type of play style. And really I would say for the early game, it was that, right? It was a little more defensive. They had to kind of keep things together. Focusing Mark was the emblem of choice.
Yes.
But ultimately, as long as you kept Carvey and Sunset Lover alive, things worked out for them. So we'll see if they can actually replicate or even refine what they did the previous game and start off on the momentum themselves to take it to game 5 here for Deus Vult. As we get into the draft here, game number 4. Bands already, of course, coming out. You see the Boxer. You saw the Angela band out as well.
Yep.
So that is not going to be a part of this matchup, but it's See You Soon on the blue, Deus Vult on the red, and Baksha, Lilia taking out the respect now here.
Everything changes now, right? Because See You Soon's bans are completely different. Nolan's still up. Nolan's going to get banned out by Dave Blue, but still, things are still shifting a lot here. Joy's still up.
Yeah. Let's see if which one of them will ban it. I wonder if Deus Vult will actually open up the Joy, force MP the King and See You Soon to say, hey, let's pick up the Joy, let's go for that, and then just counter it. Because they're in that scenario, it's a Theramis.
They're forced to. It's either that or the Lancelot.
Yeah. I would not mind opening up the Joy here because Deus Vult, with how they draft, the picks that they have, I mean, with them liking the card, no, it's still,
there it is, yeah.
Still a ban. I really thought that they'd open it.
First pick Lance.
Right away. You know what? It's cheesy, but I wouldn't mind.
I wouldn't mind either, but what's reality? Reality Bruno?
Valentina,
Bruno?
Yeah.
Either of the two?
Guinevere's still up there.
Yeah, Guinevere's there as well.
Yeah.
You know, if we went that route, again, Lancelot could still work for See You Soon if they grab it on the other, you know, the flip side, but really this actual first pick, given how the bans have come through and this series alone, this already changes the course of things, right? At least through the entirety of the series up to now this game number 4. And first pick is crucial for them because there it is, Valentina. This is probably, I would say, safer, right? One of the safer routes you could go, other than possibly the Bruno.
Yeah, so what, they respond with Bruno Gwyn maybe? But do they
Bruno
go, they had a rough Gwyn game in game number 2. So it's iffy.
I'm trying to remember if Boxy plays the Diggy. But
Diggy's
I think,
open.
yeah, I think that's more of a D7 from Burnex's flash pick than it is a Boxy the King See You Soon pickup. See, it's the Gwyn, it's the 1-1. All right, so they're forcing a different pickup here now for Kuse. Still, they could go for the Claw, just rock with macro, play around the map, and it's still a very solid marksman anyway, either way.
Okay, well, the 1-1 being picked up, Guinevere, is this also just possibly, you know, See You Soon taking up the Martez? Once again, we talked about this the last time that matchup picked up. Opt for safety, right? I mean, for the most part, in terms of utility taking for See You Soon, if they want to go with the Martez, then there is still always that possibility. Yes, you have the Mortal Coil, you can work around that, but really it's the momentum, and that's what See You Soon loves, right? Get those decimates off early on if they want to work around it, but they go the Lancelot and the Claw Dancer.
which again, it's more heroes that can kind of play around Magister here. If Magister doesn't land that Violent Requiem, it's problems, just like the problems that Magister had in game number 2.
Yeah. Don't forget, we can still flex the Guinevere into the roam. Not often a scene anymore. It's still a priority jungle, especially here in M5, and not just in the main stage, even in the wildcard. It seems to be more of the play, but still, cannot discount that. I wonder. No, it's not warranted. You're up against a Valentina. It's not warranted to just go ahead and pick up the Diggy if you're Deus Volt. But it's a Diggy and 1-1. Something about it that seems so enticing, but you don't see enough picks. So it's Minotaur instead. Yeah.
I feel like Diggy would be a little too risky, right? I mean, for the most part, you're like too squishy to kind of deal with this. And going back to what we saw, the performance previously, you know, with this Lancelot pick, you know you're going to have an answer for it. And having that Minotaur there will kind of help alleviate some of that, of course, pressure. But even looking at this, right, the Valentina comparison. Raw, he's been doing pretty good on this. The KDA is quite insane.
Yeah, number 4 in KDA without hero actually, and most used hero, high win rate. It seems like Daewoo will struggle with the Valentina pickup.
Okay. Coming into these last bans though, did it Cho? I was thinking it'd take Lapu. Okay.
Yeah, still got to focus on the XP lane, right? If we look back at even the previous game, like how many times did we say leading into that draft, like give Kid Bomba one of those Bomba heroes, right? It was Bomba the Trizla, the Bomba mentality to be able to channel that in. That's going to be the case here once again, even for Deus Volt. How do they work around that? Novario is going to be banned out here. They're looking as well to kind of choke in some of the options really for the mid lane for Daewoo. Once again, they already took out the Lilia. They take out the Novaria. What is left on the table against this Valentina pick? Because typically you even see the Faramis in that matchup, but it's gone now. So what are we left with here? Is it a possibility that Daewoo wants to go with a Gord, which we saw previously going against a Valentina?
Oh, but
is that up there? Hero pool.
Maybe. Maybe. I know you'd love that Naisu. I don't know. I was going to say ban the Diggy. I didn't really have time to. That would definitely put a wrench in like everything they have, all 3 of their heroes right there. And I think that's what they were thinking about too. It's like, do we ban that? Are they really going to pick that? Are they really going to pick that? Are we going to waste the ban? Yeah. It's definitely safe because if that came in, it would literally just shatter their whole composition.
Yeah.
Gord, I mean, yeah, it could happen. It could happen.
I see 2 picks here, though, that will make it struggle. Yes, you can pick up the Gord to give a little bit of difficulty to the Valentina, but then you're up against Lancelot and Claude. You don't know what the roamer is. It might be something that comes out of nowhere. If ever the mid lane pick is going to come last, they pick their XP laner pick now. Either they're going to get the Trizla for Kid Bomba. If it's not going to be the Trizla, then they get something like the Khalid instead.
Khalid, yeah. Mid lane, though, really, from what we've seen so far, with these bans coming out, yeah, there's still, I mean, this could be a time, too, that we see something different pop up, right? But really, is that the time to kind of go and opt for some of these niche picks? There it is.
Oh, you called
Guys,
it, my man.
All right.
Wow. I know the laugh.
High five.
You know,
high five.
I'll high five you, bro.
I can't reach you, but here's a spiritual high five.
Spiritual high five. Hey, you really, as much as I wanted to go with Gord, again, when you're looking at the bans, right, and knowing the matchup, it's Valentina. We even saw this back in the MPL leagues, right?
Yeah.
A lot of teams were actually doing this. They were picking up the Gord to go against the Valentina, especially the fact that you didn't have a Faramis available to you. So, you know, it makes sense. But, yeah, like you said, in going against a Lancelot and a Claude who are going to be coming in from different angles, very hard to even land that Mystic projectile is going to be the difficult part. And then, not to mention, that's even worse.
Gord game right
there. That's a rough Gord game.
It is Sunset Lover, though.
Yeah.
It is. But still, you can only, whether, I don't know what he's going to take. Is it the Purify, the Flicker? But you can only dodge so many things, gentlemen.
He knows. He's like, yeah, that's going to be tough. Let me drink some water real fast. Hydrate.
You got to hydrate before this game.
Could be a long game right here. Kid Bomba now going to need to pick something up. Does he go for the typical Riz?
Trizla, everyone's dive. Yuzon won't work out unless they're seriously just going to use the Petrify. Maybe Paquito?
Kindness
it looks
is
like
the
it.
surest path to ruination.
There you go.
Okay.
Yuzon.
Huh. Wouldn't have been my pick, but it seems like Petrify is the way to go. And then at the same time with everyone just diving, but you're also giving the Black Dragon form to the Valentina while you have a gourd?
Yeah.
That's tough, buddy.
Maybe that's why he took a sip of water.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going to pick this huge hog.
You're already talking about it. It's like, all right, guys, here's what I think. Gulp, 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 gulp. Just do it. Just go for it.
Just go for it, right? Really, when it comes down to it, with as much initiation and aggression that can be thrown at this lineup, really you have to take care of it. You have to be able to peel in certain situations. You have to be able to decide, is this the right time to actually go and be the aggressor, or do we need to be more on that back foot, the defense? We saw a very long game, the previous one, and will they be able to once again, Deus Fall, take it to game at number 5, extend the series ahead of them as they get it situated once again going into the land of Dawn. Deus Volt versus See You Soon. Tournament lives come down to this as its match point for See You Soon.
Yeah, so the question on all of our minds is can Daewoo equalize here, right? We were a little iffy about some of their picks on the draft, so it's definitely not going to be an easy one.
Folks, I'm just going to say it right now. If Deus Volt win this game and Sunset Lover has a respectable Gord KDA, we can just call him the greatest Gord of all time, man. Because this is a game, on paper, where Gord is going to be almost impossible to pull off. It's going to take next level teamwork to make sure Sunset Lover stays alive and he gets the free hit.
Yeah, he's going to be playing from a distance here. Even with that, again, the early aggression that happens here. Magister.
Okay. Some damage on Raw already.
Still going.
The finish. Going to keep going. First blood. Over to Daewoo.
Still, again, Magister, the fact that he picked up the Squinavere and is going to get that first blood is a great start here for Daewoo. As we talk about even this lineup and how they're going to play around that. Well, you get a first blood on your jungler. That's great.
Yeah. So now Deus Volt are making the right call of just trying to control around the mid. A little bit too early right now to really apply pressure into the side lanes, but if you want to apply pressure into the side lanes indirectly, you do so by controlling the middle of the map. Ooh. That opens up more rotations for you. I like what Deus Volt are doing here now. See you soon. How will you respond?
Look at Magister looking for the pick here, being patient with it. Here comes MP as well. He's going to get the knock up. Violent Requiem, it's a lot of damage. Can't get the finish, the stun.
Go!
First, another kill onto MP there. Kid Bomba looking for more. Sunset Lover here to back him up, and now Kid Bomba in a little bit of trouble. Felix going to get the dash through and the kill. A 1-for-1, but they take the jungle.
Yeah, unfortunately, no ultimate available for Sunset Lover in that exchange. He does have the level 4 now.
Ooh, Felix with a final slash. Magister able to finally get the turtle, but it was a little bit dangerous. Sawo with the knockup. Felix goes down. Daewoo starting out strong.
Oh, and they're already exchanging TPs. That's how you know a team is confident that they can force game number 5, despite it looking very difficult for one of your picks. But Deus Volt right now have made the right early game decisions. Chase down the Valentina, make that struggle. Be patient, wait, and understand the rotation of your opposing jungler. Punish and then take him down. Get the turtle as well. Maximize an ultimate to secure another kill. Again, see you soon. The question still stands. How will you respond?
All right, it's going to be a long road for Daewoo, but they're starting off the beginning very well right now. 1K gold lead. Turtle going to be up in about 70 seconds. Daewoo definitely feeling in control.
And the thing I like about it, too, is the fact that, you know, playing with this lead, Daewoo putting pressure where they have to around it. It's still going.
Knock up onto MP. A lot of damage and another kill. Carvey putting that one in his pocket this time.
Again, going back to it, putting pressure where they have to. Sometimes it's just responding to the rotations from See You Soon. Of course, not allowing them.
Not another one. Ooh.
Okay.
He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it correctly.
He doesn't have it. Right. He's
still a threat.
I was scared there for a moment for Ra. But yeah, Deus Volt. Yeah, you put it you said the right thing there, nice. It was just putting the pressure at the right place at the right time. And once again, Kid Bomba, can he?
Still going.
A lot of damage on Felix. Magister 3-0-2 right now. He's had a rough couple games, but this time he's feeling it.
Magister's on fire, man. I mean, this is the best start you can have here. Again, when it was only the first blood and now leading into this. And with that, I mean, even looking at things kind of unfold, Sunset Lover also took the arcane boots, by the way, on the gourd, so he's not going for the cooldown, he's going for the damage. he is going to be building into the talisman first, I believe, and then he'll be scaling up really quickly with that. So we'll see how that all, once again, plays a part here.
No, again? No, not
Wow.
again. Madison 4-0-2. We're 4 minutes in. That is 1 kill a minute right now. Gonna work on the turtle now. And Siu Soon can do nothing about it.
This is all Magister, man.
Yep.
I mean, this is great rotation, team-wide by Deus Vult, what they're doing. But he's just understanding his opposing jungler so well. We are witnessing a jungler reading a fellow jungler to the point where he's there in the nearest bush, a step ahead of the time, and then he's gonna pick him off, combo, take him out, rinse and repeat. It's the glasses, man.
He's
it's
been
like
downloading.
yeah, he's been downloading. You know those anime characters with the glasses? It's like, oh, he's just a side character. He's just there. Next thing you know, yeah, he just does that thing. The light shines on the
sunshine
glasses.
hits it.
Yeah. That hits it perfectly, right? That's what he's pretty much, he's activated at this point. Now 3K ahead for the majority of the series, if the whole series. Oh, hold on.
They are gonna pull on a Kid Bomba. Kid Bomba goes down raw, picking up the kill. Gonna move on to the tower, but up in the top side. Carvey gonna move on to the tower of his own. Siu Soon comes out on top of that one, though. A nice trade for SYS.
Okay. So they're finding the right calls now, getting those pulls, getting those pickoffs. They'll be playing around that. So now let's see. Oh.
Hey, they get the flicker. That's still, that's still something out.
Yeah.
But even with that, that's how much of a threat Magister is right now on this Guinevere. That's going to actually get them that tier 1 turret on the top side as well. Still putting the pressure once again, this side of the jungle. They got to be careful.
Oh, Sawo comes in to disrupt a little bit. Magister was looking for that purple. MP able to secure it, though. Magister popped that to dodge the final slash, huh?
Oh, wow.
Goes
Wait
under.
a second. Black Dragon comes in under the tower. Sawo with an Owen's Fury, able to get the knockup. Magister taking a little bit of damage, but it's okay. Sunset Lover able to find 2. King and Felix go down, all for the price of Bomba. It's a good trade for Deus Vult.
Again, Deus Vult now. We talked about the Gord and how difficult it would be boxing. Wait.
Oh, that's a big pull onto Sunset Lover. Sunset Lover trying to get away. Kusei, couple more shots. Sunset gets a little bit of a heal, but in comes Magister. No, Requiem though. They are able to find Sunset Lover, but Magister's gonna keep chasing and finds Raw. Not only that, but Kusei goes down to the top side. Carvey looking for more. Crossbow of Tang, and King goes down.
What a
Who are they?
Fight back, bite back. Who are they? What is happening here? Once again, Deus Vult keeping things together. But see you soon. Again, when you have to look at what is the condition here for them to get back into this game, despite this lead, it is relatively small, 3,000 gold. They can keep it under control, or really objectively, right? Is it better?
Yeah.
Just give up that turtle, let them take it. It looks like that's going to happen here. P the King will just go ahead and try to keep this under control at the bottom lane.
Yeah. Contesting will be way too difficult right now, near impossible. So Siu Soon will just be trying to get wins elsewhere across the map. They can still play around that pickoff. It still is a very strong hold, and they have the abilities to make the most out of a Kaja pull. But now, oh, another one.
No, Carvey with the outmaneuvers, able to take down MP himself.
Spicy.
Spicy.
Spicy, very spicy. Hot. Carvey's hot right now.
When we were talking about the fact that Sunset Lover was going to have a work cut out for him with a lineup from Siu Soon, that is not the case, because Magister is just doing work. He's overtime right now on this Guinevere. Sao as well, able to actually utilize this Minotaur this time around, finding a lot of those setups with the Minotaur and Fury, has the 9 assists already. Once again, Siu Soon just kind of scraping by, trying to find whatever they can. And a lot of the times, that's just Boxy, right? He's got to use the Divine Judgment when it's available, but even when you find it, you have to deal with everything that Deus Vult throws at him.
Yeah. Why worry about your Gord getting dived on when you can just play to a lead and to a point where Siu Soon can't even dive on the Gord? Yeah. That was just it. Now we're barely going to see Sunset Lover have a difficult time. The members of Deus Vult have the item advantage, the ability advantage. Shao's been on fire, honestly, on this Minotaur, 0-0 and 9. Yep. He's been timing the Minoan Fury incredibly well.
It's going to be hard for Siu Soon if they want to try to get out of this. I think it's just a matter of buying time at this point. They do have some late game potential.
Yes.
But Dave Vu's closing in quickly.
So with that lead, again, they're going to go ahead and just work on these turrets. They can't get this one just yet, but they're 20 seconds away from the Lord here. Real quick before that happens, how's the items looking?
All right, so for that Wan already up to a golden staff. Still 2 items here for the Claude, so it's going to be a while until he gets his third there. Big lead for the Guinevere as expected, and it's a big lead for that Gord. A priority item, though, was just built up for the Valentina, the Lightning Truncheon, but compared to the Gord, who is already close to his third item here, well, the damage will be respectable, but not quite there yet for Seosun's Mage.
Yeah, so I think, again, if you're Seosun, just give this one up. Try to go ahead and defend as much as possible.
Yeah.
Again, with the lineup that you have, you really need time. You know, you're under the 10-minute mark. Lord going to be secured for Dave's Vault. Items still important for Seosun to pick up here if they want to stand a chance in actually defending the further Lords. Now, with this being the first one, it should be made quick work of, right? They have damaged themselves in terms of Ra. They can clear some of the ways using the final slash if they have to from Felix. But still, ultimately,
Ooh, Magister able to lock on again with a Violent Requiem. Sawo also going to come in with an Owens Fury.
Oh.
Flicker! Ra goes down. Felix will be the next to fall. And Boxy. Carvey with a triple kill. Daewoo stomping down with Dust Boot.
Dave's Vault's not going to give them time. As they get that triple there, Lord's still up on the top side.
2 members left to defend. A full man for Deus Vault. Precision EECA Engineering. It looks like they might actually be able to force a game 5.
Magister finds another one. The King. MP goes down. They're going to move in. The Flicker, the Magic Gush. Hussein in the backside with a blazing duet. Felix with a big final slash on several members. Carvey trying to dance around.
The lead.
Is he going to pop it? He doesn't have it. Decides not to use it. Going to melt down finally. He comes in. The Crystal will fall. Deuce Vault equalize the score.
A very quick game this time around from Deus Vault, taking us to a game 5.
All passion by Sawo. You thought it was over. You thought the Owls would run away with it. But the Dark Knights are knocking on the castle of the Cambodian Kings. Game 5. The night is not over yet.
Wow. We saw it earlier. We saw what Kid Bomba did the previous game. It's about to happen possibly here if they play like that once again. Let's go ahead and have this broken down by Leo and Mirko on the panelist stand.
Is this not what we expected from the Dark Knights of the EECA? They are late game specialists and they have turned the momentum around on their Cambodian opponents. We're looking at a game 5 elimination series. Is the drama not palpable? Is it not up to here, the tension in the Rizal Memorial Coliseum?
And to make it even better, we had a conversation backstage that if Deus Vault were able to win game number 4, the odds for See You Soon to beat them only gets even worse now. And man, that wasn't just a win, Leo. Game 4, it was Deus Vault domination.
It was a statement, all right? There were so many things that were going against Deus Vault. So many picks, so many turns, but as soon as the game loaded in, as soon as Magister found that early kill up top, as soon as objective after objective came in, it just seemed like it was Deus Vault's time to shine. And now it's clear the momentum has swung on over to the ECA with Cambodia left reeling. We're awarding our MVP to none other than, of course, Magister. Again, his Guinevere was the sole reason why starting minute 1, See You Soon could not see a mid-game wherein if they did not stop this, the madness that Magister was pulling, then they were going to go to game 5.
And it comes down to the base damage again. I love that Magister took the risk here to go for Thrill again. They just relied on that base damage in the early game, what already makes Guinevere such a hassle to deal with. The CC, the early game damage, put the Thrill on, and then you'll see how much damage he does. It just really feels like it was a big throw-off for the side of See You Soon. They weren't ready for that damage. Heck, MP the King died 6 times, Leo. A solid 6 when in the other 2 games where he dominated, he was the main star.
Game 1, Lancelot on MP the King hit diff. This time, he was hit in a different way. Did not see that coming. Again, the Trill, I will agree with you because a good friend of ours watching right now is also seeing the item builds, and this is how you build Guinevere. Again, some would say you need maybe one magic item, but I am of the camp that, hey, just build your tank, let the CC speak for itself, and then let the follow-through shine. It's already no secret that these Volt rely on Sunset Lover so much, and I guess it's the whole offensive line of thinking and play that Magister has that allowed for Sunset Lover to get away with its gourd.
They've constantly turned the tides around, right? And it's crazy. Again, Na'Vi, the team that Sunset Lover and Sawa were in at M3, they were reverse swept by Todak. Now they're on the way for their own reverse sweep. And we have both the longest game of the day and the shortest game of the day in this series with Magister and the rest of the team just popping off. Even Carvey, man, I gotta say, early on, I was actually doubting the pick for Carvey, right? Is he comfortable on the pick? He showed us all around with a few triple kills. Yes, Carvey is here on the 1-1, not just to pop random crossbow attacks, but to carry the team with the crossbow attack.
All right, so correct me if I'm wrong. Carvey scored 2-3 kills back-to-back, right?
Yep.
Two of them.
3 kills.
And he, again, against a lineup like this from See You Soon, it usually doesn't happen because, again, they have such a nice way of overloading her cleanse, but they never got to do it. If I'm not mistaken, he was also deathless.
It was. Everything went right. Even the Yu Zhong pick towards the end, right? Even though I would say in the lane itself, Kid Bomba was picked off a couple of times, it was kind of like, it was a Baloyski special, man. It was a death that was worth it. He was always able to sacrifice one of these random deaths. Sure, it looks kind of bombastic in a bad way, but it turned out to be bombastic in a good way.
And again, that's what makes Deus Vult so dangerous, so effective as a team, especially in the late game, is because when you think you have them up against the ropes, it's actually where they want to be. And now, in a full-on series, they also just wanted to be at match point, and that's what got them in the zone. What activated the Bomba mentality across all 5 members, nay, all 6, including Coach Fly Solo, because his draft, again, as risky as it was, putting the gourd in that situation, picking that Yu Zhong last, it was just worth it.
The momentum doesn't start unless it is everything on the line, down to the wire, the final game, perhaps of the series, when See You Soon went to match point. At this point, we might as well call it not momentum, bombentum.
Bombentum. I'll have to meet with the rest of Bombanatics PH to see if that's approved. But again, 10:56, a showcase of what's possible in this current metagame. Game prior to this, we went past 30. So again, folks, looking at that MVP build for the Guinevere over there, Thrill makes a difference. Again, just those extra hits, triggering that passive and jumping in, it's worth it. I think it's less about the base damage. I think it's more of just the hop, the jump.
The consistent damage coming through as well, right? I mean, throughout the series, throughout the matches that we've seen for Kusei, this is what really stood out to me. The fact that he did not go for the Master Assassin. Sure, you would say, Miracle, it's on a Claude against a 1-1. You'd expect him to go for more defense. Sure, I get that. But honestly, the way that he was laning as well, it just feels like he kind of already lost a bit of confidence. I don't want to say a lot of confidence, but it's a bit. When he was dominating throughout game 1, 2, and 3, it was completely different. This Kusei was playing a farm, and then later on carry.
And that's why the gold lane experience is a double-edged sword. It's wanting to say, guys, give me a second, I still need to farm up, I will help out. And another to say, I'm already farmed up, let's go. If you're caught between an awkward middle of the pack situation, it's not good for you. You will lose, and that's what happened here, 10:56 in. I'm looking at MP's build, and it's so low to the ground. It's not a good situation, or a not good place to be if you're building hybrid tank Lancelot. There was just not much he was putting on the board.
Not at all. And you know, in game number 1, he proved to us that even a non-meta pick could work. In game 4, he kind of proved to us that if you force it, it'll still be hard to execute. And that's what we saw from him, man. 0-6-1. That's not the normal MP performance that we've come to expect, especially after the first 3 games. And even here, the sandbag, Felix, right? This fact that, you know, 0-6-1 and you don't take the most damage shows you just how squishy the tank slot really is right now.
Yeah, again, everything going towards Deus Vult's way. And of course, don't forget Sawo's assists. I'm pretty sure these numbers count not just for in-game, but even outside, because I'm sure as of the moment, as we speak, he's already psyching up, making sure that the bombastic mentality the Bomba mentality, and of course the Bombentum is on their side. Look at the damage dealt.
So it's approved?
No.
Momentum.
I'm trying to get it.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. Going back, again, looking at the team fight participation, 72%. Again, it's about the same, 70-80%, except for Kid Bomba. So what does that mean for Deus Vult? Why is Kid Bomba very low on the KP?
I feel like, again, it just comes down to him being the sacrificial lamb, right? In a lot of these scenarios, he just dives into the back, acts as a distraction, and even carries on his job desk as a side laner. He'll be the one that you send onto the side lanes to just clear it up, to do the dirty work on the team, because Carvey, their main win condition, popped off. That was what they were looking for in game number 1 and game number 2. That didn't happen. That one-dimensional gameplay, when it works, Carvey pops, bro. And he doesn't just pops. He pops off.
That's right. And now it's up to see you soon. We are at match point for either of them. A best of one for the ages, because one of them goes home at the conclusion of this last game tonight. Mirko, we've already talked about what Deus Vult is doing well and how momentum has gone to their way. Now see you soon. I'm wondering, do they have a late game? What does a late game see you soon look like?
The late game for See You Soon, I feel like at this point, the late game is the early game. The way that you want to play this Game 5 late game scenario is you take control of that early game. Do what you've been doing in game number 1, 2, and even 3 here. Create that snowball from the get-go. Do not force MP to play on these assassins if it's not a good situation. Popping in on the Martis. Get him in and facilitate that early game neutral objective control again.
All right, we're going to hop into that last match. After a quick break, you're watching the M5 World Championships.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. I feel like the floor is over, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I do, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burn, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel. I feel like the floor is over, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I do, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We
It has all come down to this for these two teams from the emerging regions here. It's See You Soon and Deus Vult. It comes down to the best of one as we head into game number 5. Once again, I'm Naisu, joining the desk with Trex and Reptar. And man, what a better way to end the day here with 5 games.
I'm still speechless. Deus Vult coming back, and I just want to make the record real fast. If they reverse sweep, then my 3-0 still kind of counts.
Nah, I don't think it works
because it's like
that.
3 games in a row.
Does not work like that, Trex.
You know what? I'll be a supportive friend. I agree with Trex here.
Yeah.
Hey, I had a 3-2.
Ero Wagner is correct. Ero Wagner is correct.
Okay. Well, we'll let you go ahead and believe that it works that way, Trex. But again, as we look at it, you know, we had some of the breakdowns even on the analyst stand on how this can approach. And that's kind of the question. I mean, even for See You Soon is, what does a late game See You Soon look like? Because so far throughout the series, it's been relatively quick games. And even for this series, like it was Mirko that mentioned, we had the longest game so far of the day. We had the shortest game of the day for this series alone, right? So really, where do we fall into place? What are we expecting for Game 5 here, Renmar? Do you think now it comes down to that once again, where both teams they have so much information, and this is kind of leaving up to, all right, who starts momentum first? Who builds up first?
Yeah, I think you mentioned the key word there. It's the information, and we're talking about like the in-game in terms of how they actually see the roamer, the mid, and you saw there the vision getting that Magister was doing in the previous game was massive for Deus Vult. And See You Soon, they've found a lot of success because of the vision Boxy would get.
Yeah, that's very important, you know, how they get ready for that pace for Game 5. But real quick before that, we have another special video here from the family members of Deus Vult. Let's go ahead and take a look at this before we get to the match.
We wish you all the best, you and your team. Good luck and
Парни, никогда не сдавайтесь, идите к своей цели, добивайтесь успехов, стремитесь к победе, вперед и только вперед. Все в ваших руках. Удачи вам в следующих играх.
Again, great to hear from the family there. The support is obviously there for both these teams. You know, it's always great seeing these kind of like insider videos from the support around the world. And of course, you know, at the end of the day, gentlemen, the way that the tournament works, competition works, eventually someone has to go home. And unfortunately, you know, for these two teams at the end of this game ahead of us, one of them will have to end their M5 journey here. And again, if you look at the series alone, from Game 1 to Game 4, what we've seen so far, it's been really a pendulum, right? Back and forth. That's kind of one of the words we've been saying, back and forth all day. So much, all day, even with this series alone. And really, yeah, it comes down to that because we've seen dominating one-sided games. We've seen extended games, back and forth. But, you know, again, it leaves you to question, like, even draft-wise. We talked a lot about this, the previous one. The fact, too, that Valentino was picked up, but then the answer seemed to be the Gord. There were so many bans towards the mid lane, focusing on Sunset Lover. But really, Magister shined. He stepped up. So, you know, if you look at the kind of the way things unfolded through group stages to knockout 1 to now knockout 2, so much was on Kid Bomba.
Yeah.
Great player. But everybody is in their own limelight here for Daewoo. The same can be said for See You Soon, a squad that has played together for so long, has accomplished so much, and they are also fighting for that chance to continue on here as we are moments away from the draft for game number 5. See You Soon on the play. Daewoo here as well. Bans, like we've seen them for the majority of this series, very similar, but this time the 1-1 is going to be taken out. Guinevere as a response from the performance from Magister from the previous game. Nolan as well, and the Joy.
You know, I think something that's going to be important here. We talk so much about Daewoo, but I want to talk a little bit about See You Soon. MP the King. He had an amazing Game 1. He's had amazing games, I feel like, throughout the whole series, except for the ones that they started losing. And one of the reasons for that was Daewoo was really able to single him out, especially last game. He started that game off with 2 or 3 deaths within the first 5 to 6 minutes. So See You Soon need to try to make sure he has a solid road ahead of him.
Yeah, they can really just continue applying the pressure Deus Vult onto MP the King, and I think Deus Vult now, their approach, similar to what Siusun have been doing, did in the first 2 games. They literally control the center of the map. Now Deus Vult, they can take that same principle and make it work for them. If I'm Deus Vult, let's just go for thematics here. Let's pick up the Leomord and then the Tiger. Let's go full Crusades, man. Honestly, just go for it. It's the last game. Put on a show, but at the same time, make it so that the picks that you're getting make sense. And that isn't just for Deus Vult, it's also like that for Siusun. I cannot think of owl-themed heroes here. Oh, Diggy! Diggy's one.
Diggy's one.
Yeah. But if there is a strat that you've been saving, now's the time to show it. If you're brave enough, if it has worked in the scrims, if it's a unique pick, something that screams you as a team, just go for it. You have nothing to lose, everything to gain.
It's time.
And I think what ties into that as well is the mentality thing, and we've saw it. Daewoo came in once in game number 3 when things started turning around. They started to get their hopes up. They started to feel good again. They came into the last game just completely confident and completely stomping them. So has the morale changed? Because honestly, the drafts haven't been too crazy. There hasn't been any like, oh, they just completely beat them in draft. It has been mechanics, and Daewoo, when they're feeling good, they're playing good. And the same goes for Siusun. So can Siusun reset here? Can they come into this game 5 with a good mental?
That's where you gotta kind of think about, right? Like the short break that we had, was that enough to reset and just focus on this game? Valentina being picked up, first pick here for Daewoo, because you already said it, right? For the most part, when you look historically at reverse sweeps, right? Momentum heavily in favor of the teams that's able to pull off the reverse sweep, and right now that's Daewoo. So the answer from Siusun starts here. They pick up the Kadita, they pick up the Bruno. How are we feeling about this, Renmar? Is the Kadita the right kind of risk factor here for them?
It worked out for them. Deus Vult may have already had the time to adjust, but folks, it's a final game. Play with your comforts, play what you're known for, play to your strengths. I'm never gonna knock it. There are asterisks to put onto it, but at this point, makes a lot of sense to me for Siusun.
Diggy pick.
Let's
right
go.
here.
Come
Just
on.
take it first phase?
I think that's, you can see Sawo, he's talking to him. He's like, do we go for this?
Yeah, it's a Baksha.
Baksha gonna be locked in right now. There it is! The nukes. They take it up!
I
They
can see
listen.
it on his face, man. I can see it on his face. He's like, is that what we're gonna do? Let's go for it.
It's the 15-year-old owl to go against the owls.
The scariest 15-year-old I've ever met.
Yes.
To quote Whiplash, what was his name, Whiplash? The villain from Iron Man 2, I want my bird. And they get it.
I want my bird.
I want my bird. And
right.
they got it.
They got the bird, man.
They got the bird.
Hey, remember, going back to how many records that this team has broke through M5, this hero
is one of them.
Is one of them, right? Part of that whole why teams automatically banned out the Diggy throughout the stages leading up to this point was because of that performance from Salo. So now that they have this, that's the thing. What is the answer to deal with it? They pick up the combination that has also made waves up to this point, the Kaja Kadita combination.
I know this is a very important series, folks, and we're really serious. But have you guys ever heard that joke that Kaja is just Diggy older?
I've never heard that joke.
You never heard
Battle
that?
of the Birds.
Yeah.
So in a distant future.
Or is it like Diggy's father?
No, that makes sense too, honestly. But the original joke was Diggy is just a younger version of Kaja.
And as he grows up, he starts suppressing instead of decompressing.
Yeah, I guess.
That kind of works. I guess that's how evolution maybe works, right? So again, as we focus here on the XP lane options, the Lapu Lapu is going to be taken out. And I think, we've kind of talked about this quite a bit, the Bomba mentality. What is going to be placed in him? They decide to take the Lapu Lapu out. So where's this going here for Daewoo, Redmar?
I'm trying to see if there's... Oh, no, we haven't seen that yet. I was thinking like a Fovi's XP lane, if there are more dashes on the side of See You Soon. Still might be the usual default to Rizla, heroes like that. Fast clear, rotate, setup.
I'm more worried about Carvey here. He's running out of heroes. By going for that Diggy and putting him into the second phase of bans, no Brody, no Bruno, no Wanwan. I guess he could pick up the Ixia here.
Oh, no Beatrix.
Yeah. Ixia for me would be all right because it's paired up with a Diggy. But what might work,
Thorns
just a
remain.
suggestion,
The petals
what if it's a
fall.
Clint?
Oh, I knew you were gonna. I knew you were gonna
He
mention
played that in group?
Yeah, he played that in group stage.
Did it do well, though? I can't remember.
I'll have to double check that. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute.
It's not high noon anymore, Redmar.
Yeah, it's sunset.
It's
sunset.
It's sunset time.
Actually, I think by this time, gentlemen, it's nighttime.
Don't kill the story. Don't kill the story.
Dyroth. This is interesting because we saw this earlier in the series too.
Bomba.
Yeah, it did not work out very well, but this time around, See You Soon goes and picks it up. There's the Riz. Tarizla comes through. He's been picked 69 times, and the Iksha.
Nice prediction there, Trex.
Man, you are on point today.
I try. I'm doing it for Leo. Leo said I didn't sound smart, so I have to sound smart now.
What? Hey, you are smart, man.
You've earned it.
You've earned it. You're smarty pants now.
Last
Gold
pick
lane.
here.
Claude, if they just want to go for the dive.
Or does he just go for utility, something like the
Oh.
Fred?
Oh,
Just
I'm
keep
so
it
sorry.
simple.
Yeah. Jungle.
Jungle pick.
Or is that a jungle Dyroth?
Or is it a jungle Dyroth?
Could be a jungle Dyroth,
Let's
yeah.
keep it simple, utility. But we haven't really seen MP pick much utility.
Yeah.
Think
Keep
he's
simple,
going to
Fred.
Martiz or
It's
not?
gonna
Like,
be-
Oh, Martis.
Oh, Martis might be good, yeah. It'll be good to have the instant kill, chain it all together, extra control as well, a tanky presence. You need someone who can also front.
oh! Wow, talk about risk.
That's risk, yeah.
Hayabusa.
Hayabusa!
Santu.
What do you got to say? Renmar, this is all you. You're the smart guy.
Okay. Hey, man, you're smart too.
You said to pick comfort.
Yeah.
I just want to let you know that depending on how this goes, it's all on you, Renmar.
Okay.
Cambodia will come for you.
Why me?
Because you said to go comfortable.
Yeah, okay, this is comfortable. You get the pick off and all that. This is very highly dependent on See You Soon keeping it close or getting an early 3K gold lead. If they don't do that, then this is going to be Deus
GG, well
Vult
played.
running away with it, exactly. But it feels like that Hayabusa is more of like an insurance plan because you have your conditions already in the Kaja, the Karita, and the Bruno. That Hayabusa just felt like garnish, the cherry on top of the cake. But will it actually work? Because if they can chase the damage on the Hayabusa, the Ixia will be in trouble.
It's all come down to this, the best of one for the lives of the tournament. Deus Vult and See You Soon. Who will move on in the lower bracket and who will go home? It starts here.
All right, the Dark Knights up against the Owls. Daewoo with an incredible run to try to reverse sweep this. Both teams leaning towards comfort in Game 5. We've got Sawo on the Diggy. We've got MP on the Hayabusa. Whose comfort will come out on top?
It's pretty on brand right now for both teams. You have a lineup built to peel for Carvey, who has been one of the more impressive positioning marksmen throughout M5. And for See You Soon, you have that chaos. You have a bunch of heroes who can make plays on their own. An assassin for MP the King, who could potentially be the game changer here for SYS.
Okay.
I feel like Deus Vult needs to just be aggressive. When you have something like a utility jungle, especially a Basha, you go in, you give MP as much hell as possible, and that's exactly what he's already started to do.
Yeah, he's gotta. Oh, MP the King.
A lot of damage on MP. Madison are going to take it, but they find first blood. Sunset Lover Raw might just be next on the chopping block. Make it 2 for Deus Vult.
That's the difficulty of running an assassin up against the Baksha. That is what you get. But while that was happening, pressure bottom side by See You Soon. Now Sorium Felix forced to flicker out.
With that start already, Deus Vult, great chances here to get this first hurdle even, right? Setting MP the King back against that matchup. Again, anytime you look at this, right, that utility, jungler, especially the Baksha, working against an assassin here, it gets even harder when you're down these 2 kills already, right? It's more difficult to approach these dances, these turtle dances later on the Lord. Of course, you can still work around with the shadows, try to just kind of zip in, grab it with the retribution, but still, even that, Sunset Lover holding on to his own divine judgment. Ra trying to give the information here, but still, it looks like they're just ultimately going to give this one up.
There's not much of an answer for it. Magister should be able to do it, but a big Purify on a Kid Bomb. I mean, a big Petrify on a Kid Bomba, but he will be able to get away safely. And honestly, as the clock keeps... Ooh, Carvey in trouble. Shadow kill. Carvey trying to get away, but no, King picks it up. Magister there as well, now trying to capitalize on Akuse, but Boxy's here to help out. Magister needs to be careful. Sawo there, gets a reverse time.
Oh.
Magister walks right into it, in a bad spot now. He's trying to get away.
Time's Journey.
Gets the Time's Journey. Magister trying to walk away safely. Can he spin? Yes! Daewoo gets away.
Oh, they found the time, a little bit of time, and, well, the shield as well from the Diggy. It was all that he needed to be able to get away. I like what CUSUN are doing here. They're taking attention away from the gold lane, ganking it themselves. Here's a pull.
Carvey getting a little bit of damage there. Sunset Lover uses the Divine Judgment himself, but still, things back down to a stalemate.
Well, congratulations here. The M Series Facts. This is a milestone. This is the 500th game of the M Series here. Incredible. Also, top side.
A lot of damage on Kid Bomba. MP now coming online. 2-1, taking a death, but picking it up later.
That's crazy. Almost, M5, 500.
Dude, that's wild.
Did they
Game
plan
5.
that?
It's all part of the plan, Trex.
It's all part of this, yeah.
Right?
Life is scripted sometimes. Can someone write that I win $1 million, please?
Hey, we still have plenty of games, right? There's still 2 days ahead of this.
Moving back on to Carvey. The damage comes in. Kuse able to put the kill into his pocket. No! Another one on Asawo. Has to use Time Journey just to get away. See you soon. Playing in comfort. Not going to give this one up easy.
Still going to be going.
Damage on Boxy. Gets terrified. Are they going to be able to find the kill? Yes, Magister does. Puts him at 1, 0, and 2.
Both teams really just, back and forth. It's the pendulum that this whole series has been so far. But right now, CSUN holding on to this minor lead that they have. They're still going to be going. Sunset Lover.
Trying to lock onto a target. Felix there as well. Sunset Lover able to get away from the Abyssal Strike. Now back up at the Turtle. Kid Bomba already getting the party started.
You're going to be the one pulling it. Against you soon have done so well to take attention away from the gold lane. So now Carvey has 2 deaths on him. Who's going to get this Turtle? Very close. Oh, they give it up?
Oh, does go over to Magister.
Earlier, MP the King used the Retribution to possibly get a kill. Who they were after, Sunset Lover, right? But he was able to bomb and weave out of there, so he's fine. Now that's the second Turtle, the objective for Deus Volt. So despite some of these CSUN actions happening here, Deus Volt holding it together with objectives. Itemization, though, how's it looking here?
Yeah, Hephaestus Rush already. Kuras, okay,
A
Bomba.
lot of damage on a Bomba. Bomba having trouble. Killing spree for MP. This Hayabusa could become a problem.
Cross map plays. It was supposed to struggle. Now MP the King are making Deus Volt struggle. CUSUN rotating as a team. All around.
Boxy. Whoa! Raw goes down. A beautiful pull back there. Nice bomb to catch him. Sunset Lover gonna lock on to Boxy. He's trying to flicker away, but Carvey doesn't want to let it happen. Reverse time. That's gonna be it. A nice kill in the hands of Boxy. I mean, of Carvey.
Still gonna be going.
Verify locks on to Felix there. Kuse able to drop another bomb. In comes MP. They gotta be careful with Time Journey. Gonna help out. Carvey unscared, not scared. Ready to jump in. Magister, flickers in. Shadow kill comes in, but it grouped up. This could be bad for MP. And Sunset gets the shutdown with a nice chunk of gold going into the wallet.
Oh man, Carvey, the Norwegian, making CUSUN say Norway. How the heck did that happen? The bravery of this young man.
You stop that.
It works.
You stop that, Reptar.
It's my last cast here. I'm going all out, man.
They're going all out in the bottom lane here, Boxy.
Ooh, another full barrage. Boxy in trouble. One more hit the ball! Together, no way!
Sawo again.
No way!
Deus Volt, 2K ahead now, and they are just synergized all together in everything they do at this point of the game. See you soon. Struggling. This Turtle, though, most likely going to the hands once again, 3 for 3 for Daewoo.
The pendulum is still going. Earlier it was Deus Volt, then CUSUN, now back to Deus Volt. How will it swing again? Who will it swing towards to? Who will the pendulum favor?
We'll have to figure out. Daewoo holding down the mid side, but See You Soon has vision across the river. It's a 2.7K gold lead. Daewoo gonna make the aggression. Watch for Raw, looking for an angle into the backside, same with Felix. But Daewoo feels it coming, they take the tower and they back off.
Disciplined approach. They get the turret, they get out for now. And real quick, looking at the items here, even with an almost 3K lead, how's it looking, Renmar?
Oh, well, in terms of the item, very close for the two marksmen. Good rush there onto the anti-cuirass, as we were mentioning earlier, for that Baksha and then Dreadnought as well. It's going to be the full damage Dicky that we're going to be seeing on the hands of Sawa. Kusei still on the way to the Berserker's Fury, but again, it's still very close for both marksmen who, we weren't able to point out earlier, they're actually both rocking Master Assassins. So they really wanted to build a quick advantage in the gold lane, excuse me. So now let's see.
Oh, nice pick on Sawo. Sawo goes down, but MP just deleted with the barrage right in the face. In comes Bomba, dropping the bomb. He's petrified. But now Daewoo wants to try to strike back.
Boxy.
Madison looking for Boxy. Boxy goes down to the bomb. Madison gonna keep moving forward. Daewoo gonna move on to the tier 2 in the mid lane.
Daewoo knocking on this tier 2. Should be able to grab it as they do. 23 seconds away from the Lord. They further their lead here.
This is where now Deus Vult will actually have a lot of difficulty. Yes, there's a lot of damage on MP the King, but it would have gone well for them if it was a snowball leading into towers and then it's them controlling. But that's not the situation. They're up against a boxer, they're up against a tanky jungler, they're up against a Dicky, and of course the access onto that Ixia. So as long as Deus Vult play it carefully, really stick to the idea of protecting that Ixia while at the same time baiting out some key abilities from See You Soon onto the wrong hero, then they can continue this trend up until they get this Lord, then get maybe 1 or 2 inhibitors might be a stretch. 1 inhibitor, that outer tower up top might as well go alongside with it. See You Soon's defense is gonna struggle up against the firepower of Deus Vult, the range firepower that they have.
Yeah, you saw that too when the damage dealt meters came through. Ra is just struggling here in the damage department. Even if you just compare him to Sunset Lover right now, right, who's been having an amazing game. I know it's a Valentina, but still, you have to look at what do we have available to us if you're See You Soon to defend against this push. It is only the first Lord, should be made quick work of, but still, they have to be able to find the pickoff. This is the lineup that they have. Pickoff potential. They haven't been able to find everything just yet. They go for it again.
The back line with the Shadow of Sepult. Sawo in a little bit of trouble. Wait, Bomba. Full barrage comes out. And then people are dropping. A double kill for Carvey. The Lord still at half health.
Norway.
The crowd is going crazy. Deus Vult trying to finish things here. Sunset Lover locking on Kid Bomba there as well. Felix down. The base drops. And the sunset closes on See You Soon as the Dark Knights rise. Everybody all together. Soon!
The reverse sweep sends Cambodia home. ECA is cheering right now with the rest of the world, cheering on the Dark Knights.
The gods have willed it. Ad victoriam for Deus Vult. EECA emerging and moving forward.
What a series to be a part of. What a night to watch Mobile Legends. Deus Vult continue their Dark Horse run, the Dark Knight run. Both teams giving respect. Cambodia still accomplished so much more than any other Cambodia team has ever done before.
Again, amazing series we saw unfold here to round out this night. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage to hear from our teams with our hosts.
What a comeback. Wow. Daewoo with a big comeback, down 0-2, finding a way to 3 wins. But first, let's have See You Soon.
See you soon. Please come forward.
All right. See You Soon. Your journey may have ended today, but still, what a significant run, especially for Cambodia. Can we give them a round of applause? Any message for your fans, your supporters who are present?
Sa next na international scene namin, mas lalo namin gagalingan. Sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, sorry nabigo kayo namin. Pero pangako namin na mas babalik kaming malakas.
MP the King wants to apologize, but he promises to all their supporters that they will come back stronger. See you soon, MP the King. Cheer up, because you've made a great run this M5 World Championship. A lot of people are cheering you on. You have done wonderful. And because of this, everyone is looking at Cambodia with such high respect. Cambodia is still proud of you. And the entire world is looking up at you. Everybody, once again, let's give a big round of applause to see you soon. You may now take your final bow. Your journey ends here, and we shall see you soon. And now, the winner for today's match from EECA, Deus Volt.
Down 0-2. Finding a way to come back with swag, may I add. With swag. Let's talk to Kid Bomba.
Kid Bomba!
Palakpakan natin si Kid Bomba.
Bomba la bomba! Bombastic!
Kid Bomba, what happened there? After the first two games, both were losses. How did you turn this around? What did you talk about in there that made you perform out here?
I'm just so proud of my team. We're better than every region except for, right now, except for Indonesia and Philippines, like the best region, these two regions have been, I'm just so proud of them, And it's my first time here too. And we already made it to top 4, and I'm just looking forward for what's to come. I'm just super proud of my team. I think I didn't even play good today. It was all the rest of my team, so if you wanna applaud just for them.
Everybody had such a wonderful performance. I want to ask also Carty, earlier when you guys won, you had a conversation with MP the King. You guys were exchanging a few words.
Oh.
What were you guys talking about when you were hugging back there after you won?
I just asked if he speaks Tagalog, and he says yes. And I said, oh, I don't, bro. I speak Bisaya. And then I said that it's really good gold lane. He gave me very, very hard time.
It's games like this, there are always victors, and there are teams that would go home. You saw how heartbroken they were.
I did.
You guys sent them home. Is there something that you want to say to them?
See you soon was great. They beat us 2-0, and they made it like 2 quick games. I think they have so much potential to
That's
do
right.
a lot, and they're just a great team. Cambodia has been like very bad in the past, but what they have done just shows there's so many good players also in Cambodia, so they should be proud of themselves, even if it wasn't enough today. I think they have such a bright future in front of them, and especially like Lance, MP the King. In the 4th game he didn't do as well, but in the 1st game he was a really, really big problem. How he survived, he has a lot of potential. Generally, the whole roster, they can be very, 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 very proud of themselves.
And I'm sure hearing from you, they would be happy to hear those praises.
And that's exactly the swag that we were talking about. You put up the 3-2 sign. Can you talk about that first? The 3-2 sign.
Again?
The 3-2
sign. You called it. You called it.
I was just super hyped after the third game because it was like a 30-minute game and we won it. So I was just hyped. That's why I was taunting a little bit. But no disrespect to what See You Soon. They're really, really good.
Yeah.
Give us an inside scoop, because we know you really pump up the group. When you went back there, what did you tell your team to pump everyone up, to make sure everyone had such a positive mindset in the Land of Dawn to get this win?
It was not me, it was a lot of us, was actually our coach. He was saying, guys, relax, we're gonna reverse sweep, relax, we got this. It's our last game if we lose this anyway, so he was really hyping us up, and also I feel like Savo in game was really helping us to like pull ourselves together, you know? Like he was really guiding us to our win today. Coach and Savo.
And reverse sweep they did.
Reverse sweep, you know, this is the furthest that the EECA region has gone in the World Championship. What do you want to say to all your fans and the people from EECA?
Thanks so much to everybody supporting us. I really appreciated the support from me in the Philippines, and I just want to point out again, my team is also so good, so don't only support me, support all Divu, and just thank you for the support. We saw the videos from the casters, from the players, we appreciate it. Спасибо за поддержку.
Kid Bomba, and tomorrow morning, you're going up against Blacklist International. Initial thoughts?
Oh, Blacklist International.
I really hope we can do a good game versus them like today. That's all I have to say to that.
Once again, everybody. Oh, you want to do the Sioux?
Go!
Let's all do the Sioux with them. How about that? All right, let's all gather up. Let's all gather up. Deus Vult style. Here we go.
3, 2, 1.
Everybody, Sioux! Congratulations from EECA, Deus Vult. You may now take your bow.
We'll see you again tomorrow morning, and good luck. Congratulations again.
What a wonderful 3-2 reverse sweep for Deus Vult. We're gonna break that down for you, so we're gonna head back to our casters from all over the globe. Casters, pasok.
From all over the world, we go back to the stage here at Rizal Memorial Coliseum, breaking down game number 5. What a beautiful series this was. And truth be told, between me and my partner Mirko here, we were really just hoping that we would see a miracle. We would see an all 5-game series. And little did we know that it would actually come off of the back of the momentum and, of course, the Bomba mentality. That was as 50-50 as it gets, but again, if you take a team like Deus Vult all the way to series end, and again, half of these series went past 20 minutes, you end up with a series like this.
It was a phenomenal series, man. From the start all the way till the end, it set the tone. The storytelling was immaculate, so poetic, with a domination in game number 1 of See You Soon, and to end it all with a full barrage from Carvey! Oh my goodness, man. Leo, this man, game 1, game 2, I would even say he was underperforming real bad. Sunset Lover was the man who was a pillar to hold everyone together, and by the end of it, everyone was popping off.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, man, most of the things you were telling me about how Carvey could have positioned better, game 1 and 2, how in 3 and 4 maybe he was getting his mojo back, he's grown on me, right? Game 5, he was just off of the back of the aggression from Magister, from Sunset Lover, and from Sawo. Again, a lot of people will say, look at Deus Vult, you can 2 things. Number 1, they take you all the way to game 5, way past 30 minutes, and they have a great mid lane trio. Here, those trios set him up so that Carvey can get this MVP performance of a lifetime. This Ixia, you couldn't ask for anything else. Oh!
And to end it all off, the cherry on top, that alarm bomb from Sawo. Flashbacks to the amazing group stage run that they had. And even here, man, Kid Bomba, I have to agree what he said, right? Usually we give Bomba so much hype, but now, today it's not the day of just Kid Bomba, it's the day of Sunset as well, bro.
Right.
Sunset Lover was amazing all throughout the series.
He was him.
He was him. But at this game, in this series, in the end, I think it's safe to say that it's Deus Vult as a team. The better 5 walked out victorious today.
And I like how Kid Bomba pointed out that a lot of this came from their coach. Coach Fly Solo telling them, you know what? Reset, 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 regroup, because if you lose this, it's your last game in all of M5, and boy, see where that got them. 10 minutes 37, correct me if I'm wrong, that's actually faster than the game prior.
They're trying to beat the clock, Leo. Again, we have the longest game of the day so far and the shortest game of the day in one series, just this one alone. 10 minutes against a Hayabusa, against a pick-off composition. You'd expect a win 10 minutes from the opposing team, from See You Soon, not from Deus Vult, but they beat the odds here, taking every single one of the neutral objectives, taking every single one of the structures as well.
Again, this goes back to how, as the Lancelot performed in Game 1, yes, MP the King shocked Deus Vult into that win, but now you're proving that if a hero is off meta, it's off meta for a reason. As early as the first few engages, it was noted by our English desk that there's a reason why you don't pick the Hayabusa into a lineup that's rocking a Baksha and a Valentina. It's just so hard to win that fight early on. He can just push the advantage, stun you, and then Sunset Lover's gonna take care of the rest.
I would say for See You Soon, right, in game number 5, they just gambled on the fact that they have a very early game composition. They need to get MP as far ahead as possible in the early game, but it ended up with MP dying early on. Sure, he was able to come back, find a lot more kills in that early stage, but with that one death already, Magister would have been able to collapse over to all the other camps, invade, taking little by little, and slowing the process of that snowball. So when that snowball inevitably happened for MP, when he got those 3 kills, it was a bit too late.
Yeah, looking back at a lot of the times MP was actually pushing his early game and mid-game advantage, you would see Sawo coming into play. You would see Sawo protecting Carvey. You would see Sawo protecting Sunset Lover. And now, looking at it again, he's the forgotten one. Back to back to back. The Sandbag, Boxy the King, he had that interesting build, right? The Kaja with the Brave Smite. Best case scenario, what are you hoping for, right? You come in, you get hit, you heal up a bit, and then Divine Judgment back. It seems to be 2 steps forward, 1 step back. The rest was just Deus Vult just pushing into what would seem like an inevitable 11-minute game.
And again, it's poetic, it's very dramatic. The fact that just 2 years ago in M3, the World Championship, Sunset Lover and Sawo were knocked out in a reverse sweep against Todak after winning the first match. And now we are seeing the complete opposite, the 180 happening to See You Soon by Sawo and Sunset Lover. It has gone full circle. And now EECA are top 4 region.
That's right.
Top 2 region. Top 3.
Yes. I was looking at the damage dealt, and you know, the Diggy dealt Sawo much damage. Looking at the damage taken, again, Buddy Smith doing work here. Kid Bomba taking a majority of it, even going up against Soren Felix and Boxy the Kings despite being on the winning side. So it just shows you that this kind of lineup, again, all 5 members of Deus Vult have gone in sync. Is it safe to say that this is a team that actually just gets better and better as the series goes in deeper?
They just need one late game to wake them up, and then they go on with a momentum to win out in game 4 and 5 to close out the series. 10 minutes, 10 minutes. We got a total game time of 20 in the last 2 matches.
I hate to imagine what Deus Vult might look like if they went to a best of 7.
Oh,
what if?
Don't tease us, Leo. Don't tease us. But if they do, that'll truly be the most crazy run we've ever seen in an M series. I think now that record is still held down by BTK top 3, and that's what Deus Vult will be looking to do tomorrow. A revolt against Blacklist International.
Speaking of which, we're going to be showing you all the brackets. And again, think about it. Is this what you expected to see in a reality that we're living right now? This is the timeline, folks. EECA, top 3 regions in the world for MLBB Esports. And of course, Deus Vult in top 4 overall of the M5 World Championships. They'll be facing off against Blacklist tomorrow morning. And of course, that matchup everyone's waiting for, AP Bren versus Onic.
We're going to have a lot of great matches tomorrow, ending it off as well with the lower brackets. Match 13, finals, to see who gets to the grand finals. Tomorrow's going to be a stacked day, Leo. 3 best of 5s. Onic versus AP Bren, Blacklist versus Devu. I just have no words. I don't think anybody has words right now. They look at the brackets and they see art.
I am not emotionally prepared to have figured
Me
out
neither.
that this is what happened, right?
I cannot see any of these teams get knocked out tomorrow, man.
Looking at the way we started, it already got bloody between Geek and Burmese Ghouls. It got bloody between Onyx and Black. But now, folks, set your clocks. Tomorrow morning, GMT +8. This is the time for Singapore, Malaysia, the Philippines, for our friends in Indonesia and Cambodia, across the world. Figure that out. We're opening with Blacks International versus Daewoo. Again, the weight of Blacklist's legacy versus the Dark Knights of Deus Vult. And again, I think this second match just speaks for itself.
We started the day with the elimination of the Indonesian Miracle, Geek Fam. And we are ending the day with the emergence of the world's miracle, Deus Vult. It couldn't be better than that, Leo.
Who would have thunk? An underdog of all sorts. It's hard to not fall in love with what Deus Vult has done. A team that loves to go 30 minutes, a team that loves to go all the way into a series. If you guys have tickets to watch live with us here, best believe you're in for a treat. I know I am. I mean, I'm working a couple of those matches tomorrow, and
me too.
Can't wait.
Really, I mean, this is one of those moments where you literally just can't wait. You just want to get to bed as fast as possible so that tomorrow can come even faster. And tomorrow cannot come fast enough.
That's right. There's two exciting best-of-5 series that we had today. Tomorrow there will be 3, and this wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. The M5 World Championships is powered by Moonton, presented by Qiddiya, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone. Grab the official Super App partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. On behalf of everyone who worked the desk here in Rizal Memorial Coliseum, the English and the Filipino desks, and everyone working across the world to bring you the action across all different languages. His name is Mirko. My name is Leo. We have been at your service. Any last words before we go? See. Sue indeed. Let's throw it over to our hosts on stage, the lovely Marakino, the handsome Mikey. Let's get to it.
We kicked off the second phase of the knockout stage, seeing 2 teams carrying on with their M5 journey and 2 teams saying goodbye.
And Blacklist International and Geek Fam opened the day. The Indonesian Miracle went on to win the first of a 4-game series, but those 3 straight wins by Blacklist International made them advance to tomorrow's matchup.
And right after that, we witness See You Soon getting a dominating performance in the first 2 games. We thought they were actually going to take it home, but Deus Vult, man, oh man, they proved why they are the dark horses, fighting with everything they've got, taking See You Soon by surprise and taking that reverse sweep. So now they are moving on to the next round tomorrow.
And to all LBB fans, tomorrow a best-of-5 triple header will unfold to determine the final 2 teams who will grace the M5 Grand Finals.
So we invite you all to tune in, and you definitely don't want to miss that. It's going to be a back-to-back-to-back games, and it's definitely going to be something amazing, Mikey.
Oh, definitely. My name is Mike Reyes, and I just want to thank the whole community for accepting and, of course, accommodating and the hospitality. It was a crazy day, and tomorrow's going to be even crazier.
Tito Mikey, you did a wonderful job. And once again, my name is Mara Aquino, reminding everybody who's in the pursuit of victory to be better than great. See you tomorrow, everybody, and keep it kid vibes.
keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burn, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe, we can make it, you and me. With a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. Hit me like I might get over, but you can keep me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shine, reveal. I feel like the floor is lava. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than. We stand tall, won't run away. We are firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we're tall and believe, we can make it, you and me. So urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. Hit me like I might get over, but you can keep me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. My shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my you can't keep me from my army. Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. Cause I know that in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. Great, great. Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We're start to the game.